Well, folks, this is it. The penultimate season of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Some might say the final season. Or rather, it was pitched that way. So back with season 3, I mentioned how I was starting to plan things out in terms of years. And when I was sitting down and planning out the rest of the show, I think it was about halfway through season 3's production, I realized that I only had like another year or so left until we reached the end. And at that point, I wouldn't say it was uncertain whether or not there was going to be more in terms of home video products, but the future wasn't looking spectacular. Season 4 will take us from episode 78 all the way to the end of the original run with episode number 117. People have asked me over the last couple of years, did you plan on ending the show with episode 117? No, that was just a happy coincidence. Heck, I was happy that episode 100 was on The Adventure Begins. I thought that was stupendous. That was like the best thing that could have ever happened in my mind. But to end the original run on 117 episodes, that was perfect in my eyes. Just like with the previous 3 seasons, season 4 includes all of the various supplementals that came out after the season's original run. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I know there's not as many here as in season 2. And just like with the previous 2 seasons, season 4's production was fairly painless. The old way that I would do things is I would have everything in chronological order first. I'd make sure that the schedule was in chronological order before I went forward with anything. I'd gather up all of the various releases. I'd put them in these giant stacks, and I'd leave them throughout my room. And like every other weekend, I would just carve out 1 to 2 hours and just shoot close-ups, shoot menu tours. The majority of close-ups and menu tours for like seasons 3 and 4 were all shot in the same day. I don't do that much anymore because, in my opinion, you can definitely tell when I've been shooting a lot. My voice starts to sound a little raspy, and I start to sound very disinterested in what I'm talking about, and I never want to come off that way whenever I'm making a video on something. If I choose a movie or choose a Thomas release to cover on any of my shows, I want to seem like I'm at 110%. And in some of those close-ups and menu tours back in like season 3, not so much for 4, but mostly in 3, I really sound a little bit disinterested in what I'm talking about. But hey, at least for season 4, this is where we get back into the good stuff in terms of the Andrew Brenner era of Thomas and Friends. We don't end very well. I still don't have great things to say about Journey Beyond Sodor. I actually don't think I've seen it since I watched it for the HMR. Wow, I think that's the last time I saw Journey Beyond Sodor, and I don't have any plans to watch it again. But what am I doing rambling on here like a DVD bonus feature? You guys came to watch the entire season. So without further ado, here's the complete 4th season of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Good night, everybody. What time zone is this? Oh boy. What was I supposed to do today? I had something to do. Well, I'm sitting in my closet right now. There's a tripod in front of me with my phone on it for my microphone. I'm sitting in an office chair right now. What is it that I do when I come in here? There's a bunch of Thomas DVDs looking at me. I mean, that might have something to do with it. Oh yeah! I'm supposed to record for HMR. You guys know that series. It's been on hiatus for the last 2 weeks, and I'm sure you guys have missed it, because I sure as hell have. Hello everybody, welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on Rescue on the Rails, but this one is extremely special because we're ushering in a new year. Woo! Happy 2018, everybody! We made it! We didn't die! I don't know about you guys, but I had a pretty good and a pretty successful 2017, but I am always happy to ring in a new year with new challenges, new possibilities, new growth in certain aspects of my life, and obviously new videos coming out on the channel. So with that all being said, welcome back everybody, and let's go ahead and jump right into the history of Rescue on the Rails. So the history of Rescue on the Rails is extremely brief, because it was released once in December of 2011. Oh, I mentioned this with Merry Christmas Thomas, but that came out in October. Rescue on the Rails is not Christmas themed, alright? Would it have killed you so much, Lionsgate, or hit whoever made that choice to switch those two release dates? Would have made more sense. And since the history on this is so brief, we're going to be looking at some packs that Rescue on the Rails was available in across the pond, so they say, in the UK. Rescue on the Rails was available in the 10 DVD box set, like Day of the Diesels was. It was also available in a 2014 reprinted 10 DVD box set. This box set is pretty popular. And then it was also in the Really Useful collection. Remember, this is all UK stuff, so don't go out to your local Target or your Walmarts to try and find the 10 DVD box set. We bloody Yanks do not get this kind of cool stuff that the UK gets. So that pretty much wraps up the history. Let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Rescue on the Rails.
Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up look at Rescue on the Rails. Thomas and Friends logo right up here, Rescue on the Rails in again a very eye-catching font. These releases have been lackluster, however their poster art and their title fonts have been really good and really eye-catching, and this one is no exception. I really like the DVD poster art up here on the front with Flynn, big front and center, Harold in the background with the Search and Rescue Center, and Thomas on the side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas and Friends logo, Rescue on the Rails. Alright, there's another rectangle of Thomas, distributed by Lionsgate on the back. Sodor's Fast and Fearless Heroes with the Thomas and Friends logo, UPC code up there, blurb about what's on the disc. There's Rocky holding up our bonus features, Who's Pulling Into the Station game, Thomas, You're the Leader karaoke music video, and featuring activities and fun with Driver Perkins. That's not really a bonus feature. I mean, in the past with seasons 13 and 14, they just put the little bubble there that said, hey, look, Driver Perkins is on here, exclusive to DVD only. He was in its own little section. It's not technically a bonus feature. I mean, just get rid of it and put it down here. You got some dead space right here. Put the bubble right there. There's Rocky and Thomas. Tech specs and stuff down at the bottom with your FBI warning. Open this up. Eco case. I went into a bit of a rant about this back in 2017 with our Merry Christmas Thomas HMR. There's the disc, squished up version of the poster art as always. So let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour for Rescue on the Rails. Alrighty everyone, here's your menu tour of Rescue on the Rails. Again, like I say in every single HMR, the menu card is extremely similar to the DVD poster art. Same options as always. I'm getting really tired of saying play, episode selection, language selection, bonus features, so I'm not going to say it here even though I just did. What are the episodes we have on here? They're all pretty bad. Fiery Flynn, oh Jesus Christ, I hate that episode so much. James to the Rescue, that's okay. Edward the Hero, nope, bad. Stop That Bus, that's alright. Yeah, I just kind of blew through that. Language selection, what do we got? English, Spanish, and French. You guys can just see how much I'm going through the motions at this point, because all of these CGI releases, they've all been the same. Let's get some variety in here. I miss the days of Season 6 menus, Season 5 menus, where they were all different and they had like little animations and stuff that were able to pull you in as the viewer and get you excited to watch the release that you had just bought. These are just uniform and they're just lazy. As evidenced by the fact that I'm pretty much just going by the numbers at this point. Bonus features, at least we have more than one this time. Game, Who's Pulling Into the Station, and karaoke music video, Thomas, You're the Leader. I really don't like to play these games to elongate the menu tours to sustain you all as the viewer, but I don't care, we're going to play the game anyway.
Can you guess who this is?
Oh, gee, I think it's Thomas, I think. I'm not sure.
Is the #1 blue engine. He's a cheeky little engine.
Hey, I was right.
Gets into scrapes, usually by being over-eager to do things best left to...
Hang on a second. This is the old character descriptions, you know, from the character galleries of the old days. That's Thomas's character description from the character gallery. Holy crap, they actually incorporated that.
Thomas works hard, and he always strives to be a really useful engine.
All right, who's next? Who's next? I'm on a roll here. I think that's Flynn. Flynn? No, I'm kidding. That's Belle, obviously.
Belle is a big, brave blue engine. She has 2 water cannons high in her boiler, from which she can shoot water to fight fires. Belle is so nice, even Cranky likes her. She wants to do her best and be the best.
Okay, this game, it's not really a game. I mean, it's just, it's a glorified character gallery, basically. I think it's cool that they brought back that description for Thomas from the character gallery of the old days. But at the same time, though, that game, it's not really a game. It's like a clip show without the clips. I don't know. That game was lazy. This release is lazy. All the CGI stuff has been lazy up to this point, except for the specials. So we're just going to end this menu tour on a sad note, and let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions, as always.
All right, so we're back from the close-up. Now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Online retailers. I bought mine off of eBay. Was the only bidder, because nobody wants Rescue on the Rails. Honestly, these CGI releases have not been hard to acquire, because nobody wants them. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Last year, we welcomed HMR back onto the internet with Track Stars. That was the first official one for 2017. I know it started with a supplemental, and let me just say, everybody and their mom was excited that it came back last year, except for Ronnie, a.k.a. Edward the Great 248. That guy hates HMR, but it's okay, Ronnie. You're still my friend. I can't remember if we did not recommend Track Stars or not, because I don't keep all this information in my head. But I'm just going to go ahead and say it right now. I will not be giving a green arrow to Rescue on the Rails because of the fact that these episodes are terrible. This is all season 15. So, did you really think there was going to be a recommend anywhere in this section? Fiery Flynn, Edward the Hero, James to the Rescue, and Stop That Bus. My face hurt so much because I was so busy punching myself in the head saying, "Why are you watching this? Turn it off!" But I didn't. I powered through. But man, this era is going to be really hard to get through because these episodes were a chore to watch. Unlike with Merry Christmas Thomas, I sat through this entire thing in one sitting. Boy, did I regret it after that. Not recommended. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. Number 5, what price should you pay? $5. $5. I think I won mine for like 4, but $5 is the parameter. Seriously, come on. So that concludes the HMR for Rescue on the Rails. Next week is going to be on Curious Cargo, where we get the introduction of the most beloved character in Thomas & Friends history, Mr. Giraffe. What a class act, that one. Mr. Giraffe, I have missed you, my good man. I mean, seriously, what other character really compares to Mr. Giraffe? I mean, Mr. Giraffe is a staple of the Thomas & Friends franchise. I mean, who even compares to him? Freaking Ivo Hugh? Ivo Hugh didn't even speak. Mr. Giraffe is so much better than anything that's ever come beforehand. Mr. Giraffe honestly could have saved Thomas & Friends if they made it Mr. Giraffe and Friends. All right, that's how much I love Mr. Giraffe. But anyway, all joking aside, next week is Curious Cargo. I'll see you guys then. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. What is next? I forget what's next. I don't have the schedule memorized, okay? I'm sorry. It's a new year. I'm trying... Oh, God. What was that? I need water. That's totally a blooper, by the way. Howdy, folks, and welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Curious Cargo. And before we get started here, I just want to mention that this release features one of the greatest Thomas characters to ever grace our television screens, Mr. Giraffe. I mean, Mr. Giraffe is just a cornerstone of the Thomas and Friends franchise. Mr. Giraffe, he should have been written into the Railway series just to make the Railway series that much better. This is completely 100% not satire. I am completely being 100% serious here. Mr. Giraffe is the greatest Thomas character of our generation. Okay, now with that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Curious Cargo. So Curious Cargo was only released once in the US in January of 2012. This release kicked off the year for Thomas and Friends in 2012. But did it kick it off with a success? Well, we'll wait till the recommends to give my feelings about that. However, as I usually do now with these new CGI releases that are only released once, I'm going to mention some DVD packs that Curious Cargo could be found in the UK. So this could be found in the 10 DVD box set, the reprint from 2014 that had a Tale of the Brave theme. It could also be found in the Friends Together box set, which sounds kind of weird. Sounds like Engine Friends over here in the US, which wouldn't come out for another few months. So that's your history on Curious Cargo. Let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Curious Cargo. Redundancy. Let's just move on.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Curious Cargo. Starting off here, we got Thomas & Friends logo, Curious Cargo, again with the very interesting font. I really like how this title looks. It's not a very good title, but it looks awesome. And then there's Thomas right there on the front with the giant giraffe sticking his head through the cargo logo. So that's kind of fun. On track for a wild delivery. Whoa, dude, this really gets me excited. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas & Friends logo, Curious Cargo, scroll on down here. I'm just going to keep saying it's a portrait of Thomas because I'm so used to saying that. So it's a portrait, it's a rectangle, but it's a portrait with the giraffe behind Thomas, distributed by Lionsgate. Just dropped it on the back there. That giraffe just looks unsettling. I'm sorry, but like that does not look right. I don't know what it is about it, but it just doesn't look right. Thomas & Friends logo, UPC code, all aboard for a wild ride. Your very short blurb about what's on the disc and such. That's one of the shortest ones I think I've ever seen. Thomas and Percy there on the back with Percy with some of his animal friends, because Percy's New Friends is on this release, I think, and ugh, what a bad episode that was. Bonus features. Okay, now finally focused. Find What Doesn't Belong game, determination, song, karaoke, music, video, and exclusive activities in phone driver Perkins. I've already gone on rants about this in the past two HMRs. I'm not going to say it again, but there's not a bonus feature. Tech specs and stuff down here on the bottom with FBI warning over there. Open this up. Eco case again. And your disc, which is kind of a squished up version of the poster art, but it's really the bottom half of this and the back of this, because that's the giraffe's head from the back right there. So it's kind of not really a squished up version of the poster art, but it also kind of is. So with that all being said, let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour for Curious Cargo. Alright everyone, here's your menu tour for Curious Cargo. This actually isn't very similar to the DVD poster art on the front. It's actually more similar to the art on the back. So that's actually a very interesting change. One of the only interesting things about this release. So, same four options as always. Episode selection, that giraffe still creeps me the hell out. What episodes do we have? Thomas's tall friend, Percy's new friends, Toby and Bash, more like belongs in the trash, and Big Bell. Language selection, I can already tell you what we have. It's English, Spanish, and French. Oh boy. Again, like I said in Rescue on the Rails' menu tour last week, these releases, they're just so by the book. They don't feel unique in any way. They feel cut and paste, and it doesn't give me any motivation to actually, act like I care about these, because I don't. Bonus features. Find what doesn't belong game and determination song, karaoke music video, and trailers. You know what? I'm going to break the rules here. I am not going to play that game because the games up to this point have been completely lackluster in every way, shape, and form, and I just don't want to play them. I just don't want to play them for one thing, and plus I don't want to elongate this HMR out for so long that you guys think I'm just doing it for ad revenue. I'm not. I swear. I'm doing this because I like it. I hate the fact that all of these releases are so cut and paste right now that it's draining my creative process, you know? But anyway, guys, that's pretty much it for the Curious Cargo menu tour. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
All right, so we're back from the close-up. Now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? eBay, local hobby store, or anywhere online you never find it in stores? Wow, I said that really fast. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, not that I've seen. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Here's where I start to get, I wouldn't say angry with the CGI releases, but I definitely get more critical of them around this point in time. Curious Cargo, to me, is kind of the beginning of the end for the CGI series, which, I know, right? You know, we had Season 13, Season 14. Oh man, those weren't the beginning of the end, Lego Lover. You like those seasons? No, I think both those seasons are bad in their own ways. However, this release features episodes from Season 15, which is notorious for being one of the worst Thomas seasons ever made. That and Season 14, both of which are terrible, again, in their own ways. Curious Cargo is just bad. I mean, these episodes are definitely not the worst, but they're nothing to write home about at all. I mean, they're so meandering. No, it's a not recommend. You should not pick up Curious Cargo. I'm sorry, Mr. Giraffe, but your amazing character cannot save this release. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? $5. That's what this is worth, $5. I paid like $3 for it. I was the only bidder on the auction when I paid for this. So, yeah, I bet the seller didn't think they'd sell this one. So that's the home media review for Curious Cargo. I think this one's going to be a bit of a shorter one. I'm not sure. I don't really know what the runtime of these are until I put them into the software and edit them. So it might be shorter. Hell, it might be longer. Who knows? Next week, however, is the HMR for one of the worst Thomas and Friends releases I have ever seen in my life. I'd forgotten how horrible this one is. I did a vlog last year watching this release around the same time as I'm posting this HMR. So my thoughts on this release have updated since then, and they are far more negative. We're talking about Up, Up, and Away next week. So I'll see you all then. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Today's review is on Up, Up, and Away. Yay! You guys can tell I'm not excited about this at all. I teased it last week with saying this is one of the worst Thomas & Friends releases ever, and I have to say I was right. So let's just get through this together. Let's move on to the history of Up, Up, and Away. So Up, Up, and Away was released once in March of 2012, but then it was reprinted for some stupid reason in 2014 with the same poster art as the 2012 one. I mentioned the poster art here because the poster art is going to change because for some freaking reason, Universal decided to reprint this in 2017 with new poster art that actually looks worse than the original poster art. The original poster art actually looks somewhat engaging. This is just Thomas's face with Up, Up, and Away on the top of it. Even at that, it's Thomas's face from the poster of Sordo's Legend of the Lost Treasure. Universal, What are you doing? All right, take a deep breath, Lego lover. We haven't gotten to the recommend section yet. Haven't gotten there yet. Save your anger, save your strength. Not talking about any UK stuff here, because I don't want to talk about this any more than I have to. Move on to the close-up of Up, Up, and Away.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Up, Up, and Away. Oh, dear. Now, before you ask, hey, Lego lover, is that the original print? Well, no, but we'll get into that. Thomas & Friends logo, Up, Up, and Away right there on the front. Again, the fonts, they look so good and so enticing. It's just the release is not very good. Thomas and Percy down there on the front with balloons all around them and the big balloon on the flatbed, which doesn't make any sense. Why would you transport a balloon on an open flatbed? High-flying adventures with Thomas. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas and Friends logo, Up, Up, and Away on the side with a balloon. Portrait of Thomas, that's back now. That's kind of nice with the DVD logo. Universal. What? You mean to tell me that Universal actually reprinted this, but it kept the original poster art and didn't have that really simplistic poster art of just Thomas on it? Yes. On the back, the sky's the limit for fun and adventure. Blur about what's on the disc. Bonus features in this little balloon here. Catch the Balloon, which is a game. Guess Who puzzles. Exclusive activities and fun with Driver Perkins. Thomas there on the back at the fairgrounds with, I think that's the actual Mr. Bubbles. It looks more like a statue of Mr. Bubbles. And then there's some children over there. I wonder where Trevor is. He's probably watching them from afar. Tech specs and stuff down there at the bottom. Open this up. It's not actually an eco case. It's more of a tougher plastic, but it's not like the old days of Thomas and Friends DVDs where they actually cared about saving your disc. But there's the disc itself. It's that very simplistic, universal, uniform, reflective gray look, which I'm not really a fan of, but I suppose it's alright. But at least they fill in here, so you actually have some protection for your disc. I know I was complaining about that in the Merry Christmas Thomas HMR, but hey, they kind of fixed it, but it could still be better. So with all that being said, let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour for Up, Up, and Away. Alrighty, everyone, here's our menu tour for Up, Up, and Away, and yeah, it's not similar to the DVD poster art at all because Percy's not on it, and you guys heard me last week. I'm getting burnt out on this. It's just all these releases are exactly the same. There's no variety in them, and it makes me want to jump off the nearest bridge. So what episodes do we have on Up, Up, and Away? That's really the only thing that seems to change about these releases. Up, Up, and Away, obviously. Wonky Whistle, Kevin the Steamy, Emily and Dash. All really terrible episodes that should never have seen the light of day. Language selection, same 3 languages as always. Bonus features, what do we have? Probably nothing good. Catch the Balloon, Guess Who puzzles. I'm not going to play the game, but I kind of want to see what these puzzles are. Because I believe this is the first release that incorporated these Guess Who puzzles onto here, and we've seen them on every single release since then. So I want to see what puzzles there are.
Can you guess who this is?
Let's see. I'm gonna say that's Blue Henry from Railway Series book number 43. I Hate Women.
Keep guessing.
Wait, so it's not Blue Henry? Okay. I'm gonna say it's Blue James. From when James was repainted from book 44, A Flying Oliver. Oh crap! I was wrong.
Can you guess who this is?
I'm gonna say that's James from Railway Series book number 3 when he was painted black and when he showed up on the railway for the first time and he was like, "Hey everybody, I'm black," and then he had to crash and then he did some other things that just kind of morphed into that was That whole thing just kind of like, it started off as a stately British man, and I was making fun of them, and then it slowly morphed into a Jeff Goldblum, and then it slowly morphed into a Donald Trump. Not really sure what to make of that, but that was kind of interesting. That kind of rejuvenated the creative juices just a little bit. Anyway, that's the menu tool for Up, Up, and Away. Hit, please don't copyright me for that, because that was totally in fair use. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions, as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Sadly, I have to say this, you could probably still find this in the store. I recommend looking at Target. That's where a lot of reprints of Thomas and Friends DVDs get found at. And you could also find it at Walmart, maybe. This last year for Halloween, Universal brought back Thomas's Halloween Adventures, for Christ's sake. I found that at a Walmart, so look there. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? It's kind of a tough one since it's been, a year since it was reprinted. But I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say, yeah, it probably still is, maybe. Number 3, should you pick this product up? These episodes are the worst. They are the absolute worst of the Thomas and Friends franchise. I mean, for some stinking reason, Lionsgate made the choice to say, hey, let's take the worst episodes that have been produced for Thomas and Friends so far, and let's put them all on one release so we can simultaneously kill off all of our viewer base. Let's do it, guys. And they freaking did it. All 4 of these episodes are from Season 15. And this further reinforces my statement of Season 15 being one of the worst Thomas and Friends seasons because these episodes are a part of it. All 4 of these episodes were an absolute chore for me to watch, more so than Curious Cargo or any other release beforehand. These episodes took me at least 3 days to watch all 4 of these. I mean, I had to stop at the end of Up, Up, and Away and just think to myself, why am I doing this? Why am I rewatching this? I could just say that I rewatched this for you all, and you all would believe it. I'm sorry to say that, but you all would probably believe that, because I'm a pretty trustworthy YouTuber. But then I'd realize I'd be lying to you all, so I did rewatch this, and I wanted to kill myself. Completely satire, but at the same time, what was going through the writers' heads when they were writing these episodes? What was going through Sharon Miller's head? I'm trying to make it through this without swearing like a sailor right now, but honestly, I can't review these episodes without swearing. These episodes are shit. These episodes are fucking terrible. They are the worst. The absolute worst. I hate these episodes. Even the Mr. Perkins segments aren't that fun to watch. Usually with these CGI releases, the Mr. Perkins segments are kind of the redeeming factor of them. Hell, that's why I recommended some of the earlier season 13 ones, was because Mr. Perkins was such a fun presence. But here he's just a dumbass. As many of you probably know, I wear a hat during these HMRs, but I took it off because I'm just so mad. I'm sweating right now. I'm sweating right now because I'm so mad. Or maybe it's because my closet is kind of hot. I don't know, but I'm sweating right now. I cannot comprehend how somebody put this dialogue to a pen and a paper, and somebody at HIT said, hey, we approve this. Make this episode. Make this trash. Take this trash pile, set it on fire, and then release it on a DVD. I mean, I feel personally insulted by the fact that I have to watch these episodes, at the fact that these are part of the Thomas universe. Personally insults me. I don't think I hate a Thomas release as much as I hate Up, Up, and Away. This release gets the absolute reddest of arrows from me. Do not support this release. Do not buy the 2017 reprint. Don't buy any print of this. I don't care if you're a completionist. Do not buy this. I'm mad at myself for buying this. Wow, that got really real there. That wasn't an act, by the way. I'm legitimately angry. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Nowhere. Don't pick it up at all. And number 5, what price should you pay? I'm not even going to give you a price, because you shouldn't buy this. So that was the HMR for Up, Up, and Away. I hope this was a little bit more entertaining to you all, because I know you all like to listen and watch me suffer as I do these HMRs. But I hope this was a little bit more entertaining than the past few HMRs. I know the past few have been on CGI stuff, and they've probably gotten a little boring, a little meandering. But I thought if I got to a release that I just absolutely hated, then I would rant about it, and maybe it would put some more life into the show. Maybe it would give it some fresh blood that the show really needed. So I hope you enjoyed that, because I don't know if I'll ever get that angry again. I think that's the first, legitimately angry freakout I've had on this show, other than Milkshake Muddle and that stupid lazy menu. I mean, I didn't even get this mad for Misty Island Rescue, and I hate Misty Island Rescue. It's awful. Anyway, next week is probably going to be a calmer HMR. It's on Schoolhouse Delivery. I don't remember hating that one as much. I'll see you all next week. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on The Greatest Stories 2, otherwise known as Engine Friends. Yeah, it's basically just The Greatest Stories, but with the actual greatest stories. I know, I said last week, it's Schoolhouse Delivery, woo, yeah. I was wrong. For some reason, in my brain, it went Schoolhouse Delivery, then Engine Friends. But no, Engine Friends comes before Schoolhouse Delivery. I don't know how I got that mixed up. I think I had my DVDs in the wrong order for some reason. But now they're fixed. They're all in the right order, so hopefully I don't screw up again with the timeline. But at least I fixed it. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Engine Friends. So Engine Friends, just like The Greatest Stories, has a very short lifespan, as it was only released once in May of 2012. So I guess after the utter train wreck of Up, Up, and Away, Hit just kind of said, hey, we kind of killed off our fan base with that, so let's bring them back with some classic series. Let's say, hey guys, we remember the classic series, let's reprint some of those episodes and put it onto a disc like The Greatest Stories, except we actually use The Greatest Stories for this one. Yeah, they really tried to redeem themselves with Engine Friends. But did it work? That's it for the history. Let's go ahead and jump into the close-up section of Engine Friends.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Engine Friends, our second compilation of classic series plus new series released to commemorate something special. And as we all know, sequels are usually worse than the original. The Greatest Stories was a big letdown, so I'm not expecting much out of Engine Friends. Classic collection, 2-disc set, Engine Friends. Henry, Gordon, James, Percy, Emily, why isn't Toby there, or Edward, and Thomas right there on the front. 20 of the greatest friendship stories in the history of ever. I added the history of ever right there, as you can see. That's my own personal contribution to this. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas Friends logo, Engine Friends, Thomas portrait. That's actually like season 8, season 9 Thomas. Huh. Interesting. Distributed by Lionsgate. Still got some paper and stuff glued to the side of it. Probably should get that off. Another classic collection 2-disc set on the top here. Thomas Friends logo, experience the classic adventures that started it all. Blurb about what's on the disc. Bonus features. Sir Topham Hatt's scrapbook. Picture puzzle fun. Who Am I? Picture game. Gordon's memory game. And Spot the Difference game. So we get 3 different games. Isn't that fun? And down there it's a shot of all the friends at Tidma Sheds. Hey, look, there's Edward. Edward's there. Hi, Edward. Featuring all-star storytellers Alec Baldwin, George Carlin, and more. They didn't want to put Michael Brandon on there because they knew he wasn't an all-star, so sad face Michael Brandon, you suck. ThomasandFriends.com down there at the bottom with tech specs and stuff. Open this up. Hey, wow! It's another one of those hide and peep, choose your own adventure advertisement storybooks. If you didn't watch last week's HMR, we actually saw this exact copy of Hide and Peep in Schoolhouse Delivery, so if you want to see what's inside of it and such, we're not going to look at it here. You can go back and watch that HMR if you feel keen to. I'm not saying you have to, but it's highly encouraged that you do. There's Disc 1 of Engine Friends, Thomas, Percy, and James. And Disc 2 is Thomas, Henry, and Gordon. I mean, already I really like the art on both of the discs more than the early years. I'm sorry, more than the greatest stories, not the early years. I don't know what I was saying there. I like the disc art more than the greatest stories. So that's already looking up for this release as well, but I still don't have high hopes. So let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour for Engine Friends.
Hey, so this is weird. We're not going right into the menu tour just yet. I got something to say. I mentioned in the close-up how we took a look at that Hide and Peep Blue Mountain Mystery little promotion booklet in the Schoolhouse Delivery HMR, but the Schoolhouse Delivery HMR is not coming out till next week. Well, that's because I filmed the close-ups out of order. I filmed the Schoolhouse Delivery close-up before I filmed the Engine Friends one, because that was prior to me knowing that the two were switched. So, my apologies, but next week, I assure you, we'll be taking a look at that Hide and Peep little promotional booklet thing. It's actually really cool. Yeah, that's just a little error on my part, so we'll go back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Righty, everyone, here's your menu tour for Disc 1 of Engine Friends. And right now I'm feeling a little rejuvenated, alright? I was complaining these past couple weeks on HMR that all these menus, they felt stock standard. They felt cardboard cutout-ish. Well, this menu's actually different. Hey, that's cool, right? So, we got Engine Friends up here, Disc 1, play, episode selection, language selection, no bonus features on this disc. I presume that's for Disc 2. What episodes do we have? I hope it's better than The Greatest Stories. Thomas and Birdie's Great Race. Okay, that's a good one. Trouble in the Shed, that's the middle of an arc. Don't know why you'd put a middle of an arc episode on here without the other episodes in that arc. Saved from Scrap and A New Friend for Thomas. Okay, that duology made it on here, so I don't know why they just put the middle episode of an arc on here. That makes no sense to me. Grand Puff, okay, that's a good one. We barely had any season 4 on The Greatest Stories. Sleeping Beauty, okay, that duology also made it on here as well. Make Someone Happy, and not the season 5 episode I would have chosen. A Bad Day for Harold the Helicopter, that's a good episode. Twin Trouble's a good episode, so is Edward the Very Useful Engine. Rusty Saves the Day, I don't know why people don't like that episode. I like Rusty Saves the Day. Emily's New Coaches, look, I'd give this one a pass if it was narrated by Michael Angelis, but they put the Michael Brandon narration on here. Come on, guys. And then you have mediocre episodes like Thomas and the Rainbow, Thomas and the New Engine, and Thomas and the Statue. Notice how they all have Thomas in their title. Very telling there. Language selection. What do we have? English, Spanish, and French. Wow. I totally couldn't have guessed that. Okay, so that was Engine Friends Disc 1. So we're going to do a little bit of a jump cut here, and we're going to transition into Disc 2. Alright, so we're back with Engine Friends Disc 2, and hey, they changed the color! That's more than you can already say for The Greatest Stories, right? I mean, it's now blue. The Disc 1's menu was red, if you remember. We've got the same 4 options as always, but hey, we got bonus features down there at the bottom. I just hit the tripod, I'm sorry. We got bonus features down there at the bottom. Episode selection, well, what episodes do we have? They're probably all mediocre. Yes, they are. Follow That Flower, Toby's Afternoon Off, Edward Strikes Out, Holy Christ, that one's really bad, Hide and Peep, Emily in the Garbage. How did I do that all without stuttering? I'm very proud of myself right now. Not all of these are bad. Emily in the Garbage is pretty garbage. Edward Strikes Out pretty much strikes out in my heart. Hide and Peep isn't too bad. Toby's Afternoon Off is kind of okay, I guess. Disc 1 is the superior disc. Language selection, I don't even know why I show this. It's literally just the same languages with a different engine. Bonus features, what are they? Shop and Hatch Scrapbook, Who Am I Picture Game, Picture Puzzle Fun. We got Spot the Difference in Gordon's Memory Game, and trailers. So I'm pretty sure that some of these games they've been stolen from other releases, I guess you could say, because Gordon's Memory Game, that one's obviously from Best of Gordon. Spot the Difference, I can't remember which one that's from, but I know it's from another release. I mean, just look at that classic imagery in there. I mean, there's no way that they just programmed a new game for that. Who Am I Picture Game, obviously, is from another release. I'm not sure about Picture Puzzle Fun, but Stop and Hatch Scrapbook has been on several releases, so I'm not going to ding it too much because they reused bonus features, because I don't think they could have come up with any better games considering the quality of games we've been getting from the other CGI releases. However, it couldn't have killed them to make some new content for this. Like, come on, y'all. Anyway, my head hurts now from all the talking. That's the end of the Engine Friends menu tour. Let's go ahead and head back and answer the 5 main questions, as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up. Now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Online retailers? I picked mine up from Amazon. It was pretty cheap, so I'd look there. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I trashed the greatest stories as much as I possibly could in that HMR, because that release was pretty much trash, if I'm going to be honest. So the question that I know is on the fans' minds, is Engine Friends better? Yes, Engine Friends has better stories on it. For one thing, Engine Friends includes 2 of the greatest stories to ever come out of the TV series, Grand Puff and Sleeping Beauty. It also includes a classic Season 5 episode Make Someone Happy, as well as some classics from Season 6 like Twin Trouble and A Bad Day for Harold. And it even includes some semi-rare Ringo Starr narrated versions of Saved from Scrap and A New Friend for Thomas. Because to my knowledge, I don't think we'd ever gotten those in the US on physical media. I'm sure they aired on television or something, but I don't think we ever got those in the US. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but from my memory, A New Friend for Thomas and Saved from Scrap both first appeared on Daisy, and Daisy was narrated by George Carlin. If I'm wrong on that, again, feel free to correct me in the comments. But do it nicely, please. I'm sensitive. However, one big negative I have is, well, there's no Season 3 on here. I mean, there's no episodes from Season 3. It goes 2 episodes from Season 1, 2 from Season 2, 2 from Season 4, 1 from Season 5, and 4 from Season 6. Holy crap, I'm just reading the wiki page right now. There's 4 episodes from Season 6 on here. I mean, I like Season 6, but it wasn't worthy enough to have 4 episodes dedicated to it. And then Season 7, the Michael Brandon version of Emily's New Coaches. We'd never heard it before, except on places like online, but here it is in high quality, and it sucks. And some of the other episodes on here, you know, like Follow That Flower, that one's really not that horrible. Thomas and the New Engine I kind of like. Actually, I think I'm getting Follow That Flower confused with Flower Power. Flower Power is the one where Thomas and Diesel go off into the spooky forest and Thomas turns into a ghost. Yeah, that's it. So I don't remember Follow That Flower all that much, so it could be terrible. Edward Strikes Out is a glaring problem with this release, I could say, that it's on here. It's a terrible episode. So like I say, is Engine Friends better than the greatest stories? Yes, by a smidge. These compilations to me just feel so corporate, I guess you could say. They're random stories that are picked from random seasons. They have no correlation with each other whatsoever. I mean, Trouble in the Shed is on here. That's the middle part of a 3-story arc. The Greatest Stories also did this with one of the stories from the Duck and Diesel trilogy. I can't remember which one it was. But I don't understand why they break up arcs like that. And I don't understand why they choose so many random stories to put on some random release. So Engine Friends is better than The Greatest Stories, but again, just by a smidge. And honestly, that doesn't warrant a recommend from me. This gets a red arrow. I do like, however, that they brought back Sir Topham Hatt's scrapbook. That was a cool feature. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? I believe I paid $6 for mine, 5 or 6. It's been over 2 years since I purchased this, so yeah, 5, 6 is about what this is worth. However, be warned, if you do buy it from Amazon, there is the possibility that you will not get the slipcover with it, like I did. So that is the HMR for Engine Friends. Again, it's better than The Greatest Stories, but not by a long shot. I mean, it's fine. It's not really necessary. None of these compilations are really that necessary. That's why I haven't really recommended a lot of them. But this is good for what it is. As a sequel to The Greatest Stories, it's better. So next week, we are actually going to be taking a look at Schoolhouse Delivery. Again, I apologize for screwing that up last week. My fault, guys. I got the timeline mixed up for some reason. Don't know how that happened, but I fixed it. So I'll see you all next week with Schoolhouse Delivery. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Howdy, folks, and welcome back to Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Schoolhouse Delivery. I'll admit, I kind of forgot this release existed. When I was trying to collect all of the DVDs together to make the series, I forgot this one existed, because it's just kind of forgettable. Let's go ahead and move right into the history section of Schoolhouse Delivery. So Schoolhouse Delivery has a bit of a short lifespan, just like Engine Friends last week, as it was only released once in July of 2012. So just a sheer 2 months after Engine Friends came out, we got hit with Schoolhouse Delivery. Was kind of building up the hype around Blue Mountain Mystery, because Schoolhouse Delivery, as well as Engine Friends, come with a little advertisement book for Blue Mountain Mystery to build up the hype for it. And apparently this is also a Polish release? The Polish version was released in 2015. That's a significant gap. There is no UK equivalent of Schoolhouse Delivery. If there is, they're not under the same name. So we don't have any box sets to look at this time. So let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Schoolhouse Delivery.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Schoolhouse Delivery. We start off here, Thomas & Friends logo, Schoolhouse Delivery, in a very interesting font and such. Thomas and Diesel on the front, with Thomas pushing a cartload of apples. On track for Schoolhouse fun. Diesel's just kind of staring at him like, "Hey, Thomas, can I push those apples?" "No way, Diesel, I'm Thomas. You're a Diesel. You suck." "When did we suddenly get back to Misty Allen Rescue when you're totally racist towards Diesels?" And then the children are like, "What's racism?" And Diesel's like, "Racism is..." "Don't tell them that, Diesel. They're too young to hear that." "But I want to tell them that." "Too bad, you can't." I don't know what that was. There's the poster art in its entirety. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo as usual. Thomas & Friends logo, Schoolhouse Delivery. Scroll on down here. Another portrait of Thomas, distributed by Lionsgate. On the back, Schoolhouse Delivery again. On track to learning. There's your blur about what's on the disc and such. Bonus features, the Mighty Magnet game, Guess Who, puzzles and fun and activities with Trevor Perkins. Thomas and Charlie on the back here. If you didn't understand that visceral reaction, I hate Charlie and everything he stands for. Some apples down there on the dock side. I think they're at the dock side. Isn't that the Soto Shipping Company building in the background? But then there's trees back there, so I guess they couldn't be at the docks. I don't know where they are. Maybe they're at some kind of apple farm. Or the orchard! The orchard! Where's Trevor? There were children on the front. Trevor should be there. Tech specs and stuff down there at the bottom. Open this up. Ooh, what's that? We'll take a look at that in a minute. There's your disc, squished up version of the poster art. But what is this? Whatever is this? Hide and Peep Mystery. Choose your own Thomas Adventure story. Huh, it's like a little booklet here. Open it up and look. It's advertising Blue Mountain Mystery. Wow, which we'll actually be covering in about 2 weeks. Holy crap, guys, that's amazing. Meet new friends Owen, Mystery Engine, they don't call him Luke because they don't want to spoil it, Merrick, and Winston. Coming September 2012. Hide and Peep Mystery. So this is like a choose your own adventure storybook, which is actually kind of cool. It gives you brief bios on some of the narrow gauge engines, since we haven't seen them in CGI yet. There's a big picture of Scarloy right there. You help Thomas find Sir Han. I'm not reading any of this. I'm just kind of flipping through it. But this is actually a really cool storybook. It's like I said earlier, it's a choose your own adventure type thing. It's really short, but it's actually really it's a nice quality book, and I really like that they threw this in here to promote Blue Mountain Mystery. Read, watch, and play with Thomas apps. There's some advertisements for some apps. There's some books, but nobody reads books anymore. And some advertisements for Day Out with Thomas. And on the back, advertisement for Blue Mountain Mystery Online, I guess. I guess that's a game that you can play. Watch a sneak peek, meet new engine friends, and play games at thomasfriends.com/Blue Mountain. So HIT was really pushing for Blue Mountain Mystery in terms of advertisements with this. So that's actually pretty cool. I'm sure, Day of the Diesels and Misty Island Rescue, they got their own promotions too, but they weren't really all that well known from what I remember from them. So with all that being said, guys, let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of Schoolhouse Delivery. Alrighty, everyone, here's your menu tour for Schoolhouse Delivery. The menu is actually kind of different. This time you got this blue background around it, and the only part of the poster art from the DVD that's even preserved here is the logo and Thomas and Diesel in front of the station. But like, it's very squished in, as you can see. Like this is like elongated. This is squished in with that blue background around it. So at least they changed a little something about it. So, episode selection. Which episodes do we have on this release? Diesel's Special Delivery, Being Percy, Henry's Health and Safety, and Happy Hero. From what I remember of them, they're not really that bad, but some of, oh boy. Like Diesel's Special Delivery, I just remember not liking that one at all. And then Being Percy, I hated that episode. English, Spanish, and French are your languages. Stock standard with Thomas at the docks there. Bonus features, what are they? The Mighty Magnet Game and Guess Who Puzzles. Now, we're not going to do what we did last week, where I did the whole Guess Who Puzzles thing, and I did like the 3 impressions in one thing. I also don't want to play the Mighty Magnet Game. So, yeah, I guess that's really it. There's really not much else to look at here on this menu, because I don't want to play the Mighty Magnet Game. Yeah, that's pretty much it for your menu tour for Schoolhouse Delivery. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions, as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up. Now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Online, really? Again, you can't really find this in stores anymore. It's not printed anymore. Spoiler alert for number 2. I mean, it's 5 years old. 6 years old at this point. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Like I mentioned in the little opening statement that I always do, this release is just forgettable. This release is pretty forgettable. Like I said, when I was trying to collect all of my DVDs to make HMR as accurate as possible, I forgot about Schoolhouse Delivery. It was one of the last CGI releases that I needed to complete the standard timeline. In fact, I bought Schoolhouse Delivery along with Engine Friends and The Line of Sodor all in one big bundle on Amazon because I forgot about it, and it was one of the last ones I needed. So when a release is forgettable, it's kind of a sin in my eyes, and it's a negative, really, is what it is. I mean, the episodes on here aren't necessarily terrible. This wasn't a horrendous experience like Up and Away or some of the other CGI-centric releases we've been looking at throughout 2018. It's just forgettable. And that's its biggest flaw, is the fact that you're not gonna remember anything about this. I mean, I'm trying to think of quotes from the stories that are on here. I can't think of any, and I just watched this maybe a week ago. And I'm the freaking quote master. I should know at least something that's from this release. So I gotta give it a red arrow for just being bland and forgettable. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. I would highly recommend looking on Amazon. Amazon has some good prices for Thomas DVDs, most of the time. And number 5, what price should you pay? Well, I believe I paid $5 for this. I have to go back and look at my Amazon history, but I'd probably say $5. So that's the HMR for Schoolhouse Delivery. I don't know if you could tell, but I really didn't want to record this HMR tonight. I'm kind of forcing myself to do this because Schoolhouse Delivery is just so forgettable. I want to move on. I want to move on to bigger and better things. I'm just pushing through until we get to season 17 because that's where the good stuff comes in. However, we do have something that's fairly good, at least from what I remember of it. Next week, we're talking about Blue Mountain Mystery. The movie that gave all Thomas fans hope that maybe Thomas could one day be good again. And again, from what I remember of Blue Mountain Mystery, I really liked it when it came out, and I remember really liking it when I watched it about a year ago. So I'll see you all then. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Good morning, Reneus. Morning, Medic. Good morning, Peter Sam. Good morning, Medic. And a good morning to you guys. Welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Blue Mountain Mystery, the movie. Don't ever forget to put the movie at the end there, because the creators will kill you. So as you guys can tell, I have a little bit more energy in this HMR because Blue Mountain Mystery was when all Thomas fans received some hope that the show could possibly be good again, because, spoiler alert, Blue Mountain Mystery is really good. But enough about that. Let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Blue Mountain Mystery. So Blue Mountain Mystery was first released in September of 2012, and it was aired on television in December of 2012. I thought the television was significant because, specials usually air on television after they hit DVD and Blu-ray and all that. However, it was reprinted in what I assume is 2014, because that's the year I picked up my copy in, by Universal. That was the year that Universal had just recently acquired the rights to distribute the Thomas and Friends home media products. It's kind of weird to think that in 2012, Lionsgate had 1 full year left before they went kaput and lost the rights. So anyway, enough about the history. Let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Blue Mountain Mystery.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Blue Mountain Mystery. The Secret in the Hills. That's a really good song. Really good Thomas song. We start off here at the top. Feature-length movie with Thomas and Luke on the front cover there. Thomas and Friends, Blue Mountain Mystery, the movie. Of course, I gotta say that. It's always either, Blue Mountain Mystery, the movie, Misty Island Rescue, the movie. They gotta let you know that it's a movie. Owen, Merrick, Luke down there at the bottom, so I guess he has an evil twin that lives in the tunnel. I'm not sure. Maybe he doesn't, maybe he does. Rheneas on Blondin Bridge, which is falling down, and Sir Handel right there. So, all in all, really good poster art. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas and Friends logo, Blue Mountain Mystery, the movie, Portrait of Thomas DVD logo, Universal logo. This is not a original copy. This is a 2014 reprinted copy. And as far as I know, that is the most recent reprint of this that's been put out. Thomas and Friends logo again. Track down the clues and uncover the mystery with Owen right there. Your blurb about the movie. Thomas, Victor, and Luke. Which Victor and Luke actually look the same size as Thomas. Thomas looks narrow gauge. What the heck? This is a scaling issue, okay? We need to get this fixed, okay? I'm British. I like Thomas more than those bloody Americans. We need to fix this render, alright? We need to fix this because this is wrong. This is disrespecting the Reverend Audrey's vision for Thomas. I'm gonna go and sip my tea. I'm so much better than those American plebs. Meet Owen, Merrick, Luke, and Winston. I don't know what that was. I apologize to anybody who's British and watching this. I don't hate you guys. I'm just making fun of the guys who think that they're better than me because I'm American and I like Thomas. Bonus features, Blue Mountain Mystery Hide and Peep game. Learn about standard and narrow gauge engines. Camera, why are you not focusing? Seriously? Sometimes I really hate this thing, guys. I'm sorry. There we go. Learn about standard and narrow gauge engines. Blue Mountain Mystery karaoke music video. Working Together karaoke music video. Merrick, Winston, thomasandfriends.com with text specs down there at the bottom. Look right there, guys. Look at it. It's glorious. If my camera will ever focus. 16:9 widescreen aspect ratio. I'm sorry. I just really like it when stuff is in widescreen because that's how it's supposed to be viewed. Open this up. It's not an eco case because it is a reprint, but you can see the outline for where they would cut out the plastic right there. And there's my hand in the reflection. Hi. There's the disc. Again, it's that universal. It's the universal reflective gray look for it that I'm not a fan of, but okay. It's alright, I suppose. So it's not a squished up version of the poster art, which is good, I guess. So let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour for Blue Mountain Mystery. Alrighty everyone, here we are for our menu tour of Blue Mountain Mystery. And as you can see, it's very similar to the Day of the Dazel's menu, but it's very similar to how the Day of the Dazel's menu was set up, with how it has the play, scene selection, audio setup, bonus features at the bottom, and it actually has, scenes from the film playing in the background. I actually really like that they made that a little bit of a change there. So let's take a look at scene selection. Got the big Blue Mountain Mystery showing up there. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 8 is basically just credits, or what it looks like. So really only have 7 chapters, but this movie is only a little over an hour. So yeah. Audio setup, what can we do? Blue Mountain Mystery, the movie, again showing up big on the screen there. We've got English, Spanish, and French, but English in 5.1 surround sound. So if I had 5.1 surround sound speakers around here, I guess my audio would sound pretty okay, because this is a DVD, suppressed audio quality and picture quality, so it wouldn't sound too great. But of course, you guys already know how much of a stickler I am for Blu-ray and how much better it is than DVD. We've got Blue Mountain Hide and Peep. That's a game. Learn about standard and narrow gauge engines. That's basically like a comparison style video. It's basically teaching kids on how standard gauge is bigger than narrow gauge and the differences between the two. It's actually pretty interesting. 2 karaoke music videos. One is Blue Mountain Mystery, and then the other one is Working Together. So because we've got a little extra time here, we're going to play the Blue Mountain Hide and Peep game. Haven't played a game in a while, so here we go. Let's see how I do. I might be a little rusty.
Thomas is excited to play hide and peep with his friend Luke at the Blue Mountain Quarry.
Alright, we're going to skip the intro.
There are lots of places for Luke to hide by Owen. Where do you think he's hiding now?
I wonder.
Your remote control when you think you've found his hiding spot.
Bet she's hiding inside Paxton.
Oops, he's not there. See if he's hiding somewhere else.
Bye, Paxton. Oh, wait, you're back now. Okay, obviously he's hiding in that tunnel right there.
Oops,
Duh.
he's not there.
Wait, what? He's not in that tunnel. Well, I've been bamboozled. I guess he's in this tunnel. Oh, well, now I'm kind of confused. You there?
You're close. Keep trying.
Okay, I'm close, guys. I'm getting real close. What about here?
Great job. Let's play again.
Oh, there he is. He was in that tunnel. Not in that tunnel. Stupid. I guess that's the end. Okay, that was a pretty short game. Kind of sucked, but whatever. It was actually kind of challenging because I was very confused. The arrow wasn't pointing to the second tunnel. It was pointing to Peter Sam, so I was like, Luke's not hiding inside Peter Sam unless Peter Sam got some kind of surgery to put Luke inside of him, so that kind of confused me there. Anyway, that pretty much wraps up our menu tour for Blue Mountain Mystery. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up. Now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? I would say you could find it in stores if it was 4 years ago, but it's not. It's 2018, so I'm really torn. The reprinted version that I found was found at Target, and from my experience, Target is usually a really good place to find reprinted Thomas and Friends movies or older releases from seasons 15 and 16. But I haven't seen a copy of Blue Mountain Mystery in a Target since probably late 2015. So I'm going to have to answer online retailers for this one. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I mentioned beforehand that Blue Mountain Mystery was the movie that gave Thomas fans hope. And it most definitely gave me hope. When this film came out in 2012, I was just astounded by the fact that, wow, this movie is the best Thomas thing since Hero of the Rails. Because as you all know, I'm a huge fan of Hero of the Rails. Really don't know why people don't like that special so much. But anyway, I was pretty much floored by Blue Mountain Mystery. Now, looking back on it, it's got some issues. Obviously, the dialogue is not where it should be. It's still very clunky in a few scenes, because, Sharon Miller did write this before Andrew Brenner got his hands on it and fixed it up a little bit. However, I guarantee you, if Andrew Brenner did not fix up this story, could very possibly have been a whole lot worse. So I'm just gonna ignore all the crappy dialogue in a few scenes. I was actually really intrigued by the history of this film, like the history of the characters in this film. It's really the first time in Thomas and Friends since the classic era that we've gotten some backstory for an engine, you know? In the classic series with season 4, we got some backstory for Duke and the narrow gauge engines, which was really significant. But here we get some backstory for a character that not a lot of people really liked at the time, Victor. Spoiler alert for the movie, but obviously if you're watching this, you probably have seen it by now. Victor is the yellow engine that Luke presumably knocks into the sea. That was actually a really good twist. Something that I personally did not see coming back in 2012. And Luke, man, Luke is such a strong character in this movie. He actually has a real reason to be scared. He thought he murdered an engine, for Christ's sake. I mean, I would be scared if I thought I murdered somebody. Spoiler alert, I have not murdered anybody, in case you're wondering. And the animation in this movie, I've harped on Nitrogen a lot for their animation. I don't think it's very good, especially in their early days. Hero of the Rails animation style does not hold up in the slightest. But here, they really brought out their A-game with this whole Blue Mountain Quarry layout setup and some of their new character models and such. It's really a really good-looking movie. Like, it's one of Nitrogen's best animated Thomas products. And the narrow gauge engines, they're all pretty good. Have to admit, I think Skarloey's voice, for the most part, is very spot on. How I would usually picture Skarloey sounding is that, you know, gruff Welsh accent. If your wheels aren't whirling, you aren't being a really useful engine. As for the other narrow gauge characters, Rheneas sounded pretty much how I thought he would. Peter Salmon, Sirhandle, and Rusty, to an extent, they don't sound particularly right in my head. I'm used to Peter Salmon, Sirhandle's George Carlin voices. I know that they're trying to do something cool with those Welsh accents that they're doing for each of the narrow gauge characters. Peter Salmon, Sirhandle just didn't sound very right to me, but I've gotten used to their voices over time. I just miss the George Carlin voices, you know? And same to a lesser extent goes for Rusty. I really picture Rusty with Alec Baldwin's voice now that I'm thinking about it. Rusty to me is more iconic with the Alec Baldwin Rusty and the Boulder narration. So overall, I really like Blue Mountain Mystery. Rewatching it this past week for this HMR it was a fun time. Every time I rewatch Blue Mountain Mystery and that ending song plays, it gives me chills. Legit gives me chills, because I'm thinking to myself, man, that was really damn good. Would I say it's one of the best Thomas movies? I don't know. I'd have to watch all of them in close synchronization to be able to make that comparison. It's obviously not better than Legend of the Lost Treasure, but it is close in my eyes, I guess. It probably makes my top 5. Also, the songs in this movie are really good. I believe I mentioned with Day of the Diesels how I really liked the ending song, and if I didn't, then I really like the ending song to Day of the Diesels. I think that song's great. The songs here in Blue Mountain Mystery are even better. The ending song is good, but I really like Working Together more. I think that really describes the island of Sodor. Just all of the engines working together in perfect harmony. That song is great, and its music video is also great. So do I recommend that you watch Blue Mountain Mystery? Of course. Why wouldn't I? This movie is pretty darn good. I know, I said damn earlier, but I'm censoring myself now. Not really sure why. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? If you can find it in a store, yeah, get it there. But if you can't, then same answers as number 1. Ha! I said something different for number 4 this time. Come at me, you comment haters. And number 5, what price should you pay? Pretty sure in 2014 my copy costs about $5, but it was missing the slipcover and it was a reprint. So I'd say if you're looking for an original, $10. So much you should pay. But if you're looking for a reprinted version like mine, $5. Totally okay. So that's the HMR for Blue Mountain Mystery. Gotta say, looking back on the film, I still really like it. As evidenced by what I said in the recommend section, how strong of a recommend I really give this movie. Next week, however, as prophesized earlier in the HMR series when we got to the CGI era, we went up with Hero of the Rails. There was only one place we could go, which was down. We go up with Blue Mountain Mystery, and the only place that we're going to go for the next couple weeks is down. Now, granted, it's not the biggest drop-off. Next week, we're taking a look at A Very Thomas Christmas. It's not horrible. It's my favorite word I like to use on this series. Mediocre. But we'll save that for next week. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Ho, 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 ho! Merry not Christmas, everybody! Welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. That's right, you guys didn't know? Christmas in February! No longer Christmas in July. It's Christmas in February! Yeah, that's not a tradition. This HMR, we're talking about A Very Thomas Christmas, which really makes no sense, because as previously stated, it's February. Why am I reviewing a Christmas release in February? You should have did this 2 months ago, you dingus. I'm parroting the angry comment haters, which are probably going to comment that, why didn't you cover this in December, you hack? But anyway, at least it's still winter, so it kind of makes sense. It's not like Thomas's Christmas Wonderland, where I reviewed that in May. But anyway, enough talk. Let's go ahead and transition into our history section of A Very Thomas Christmas. So A Very Thomas Christmas was first released on October 9th of 2012, just a mere month or so after Blue Mountain Mystery hit, and everybody was soaking up the praise of that film and was like, man, this is really good. They had their dreams crushed with A Very Thomas Christmas. However, to a lot of people's surprise, Universal brought back A Very Thomas Christmas in 2016. And strangely enough, it was also released in October of 2016, which still makes no sense, guys. Seriously, I've ranted about this in the past, guys, but why in the world are you putting out Christmas stuff in October? Is there some clause in Mattel's contract that you're not allowed to release Christmas content in December because that would be somewhat offensive? It makes no sense to me. I'd like to know. Anyway, enough about that. Let's go ahead and transition into our close-up section of Very Thomas Christmas.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at A Very Thomas Christmas. Now, I know what you're thinking. Lego Lover, is that a bootleg? That can't be an official release of A Very Thomas Christmas. That's different artwork. Well, yeah, it's different artwork because this is a 2016 reprinted copy from Universal, and I'm actually shocked that they took the time to create some new artwork for this. I do not have an original print from 2012, so we're only going to be looking at the 2016 reprinted version. Thomas and Friends logo, A Very Thomas Christmas, in a very eye-catching font. Thomas down there at the bottom, covered in lights and such, and there's a snow sort of banner around it, or background, as some of you may call it. There's no hit logo here, which is astounding. It's just the Universal logo up there on the top with Thomas in a rectangle portrait. Thomas and Friends logo, A Very Thomas Christmas, and just the DVD logo down there with its serial number. So no hit logo, except when you get to the back there, it is down there. Ring in the holiday cheer with Thomas. UPC code your blurb about what's on the disc and such. Thomas and Emily looking very festive. Bonus features, Thomas's Christmas Journey game. You got some of those Guess Who puzzles and Driver Perkins. Fun with him, as usual. Down here is your tech specs and such, and if you can see, right there, you can read that. It says, disc made in Mexico. What am I doing? That was a bad Donald Trump impression. I'm sorry for those of you who didn't get that joke. We open this up, not a eco case this time, but it's still kind of cheap plastic. There's our disc. Again, it's that uniform reflective gray look for all the Universal reprints and standard Universal releases, I suppose. A Very Thomas Christmas just printed on there. But I guess it's cool. And also, the clamshell is white. So that's cool that they actually made the extra effort to change that to white to make it look like snow and not for white superiority, which I know that some social justice warriors will comment down in the comments that, oh, I like it because I'm a white supremacist, because obviously I'm white, so I like everything that's white. Not true. All of you all who are going to comment and being very angry in the comment section, I'm sorry if I just triggered some SJWs. With all that being said, guys, let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour for A Very Thomas Christmas. Alrighty, everyone, here's your menu tour for A Very Thomas Christmas, and you can see we're back to full screen menus. Last week with Blue Mountain Mysteries menu tour, we had a glorious widescreen aspect ratio menu, and now we're back here to full screen, and we'll be stuck in full screen for about another month or so, but I guess I can handle it. Our 4 options, same as always: play, episode selection, language selection, bonus features. This actually is pretty similar to this new poster art, which was created for its reprinted version of A Very Thomas Christmas. However, it's more similar to its original poster art, which I will put on the screen right here. Anyway, got our same 4 options. Episode selection, what do we got on this release? The Christmas Tree Express, Ho Ho Snowman, Salty Surprise, and Emily's Winter Party Special. I can't really say too much about these stories because I haven't watched this yet, so can't say much about them. Language selection, let me guess, it's going to be English, Spanish, and French. Yep, of course. We barely spent maybe 2 seconds on that portion of the menu. Bonus features, Thomas's Christmas Journey game, and Guess Who puzzles. I really don't feel like playing that game, so we're just going to go ahead and wrap up here and say that's the end of the menu tour for A Very Thomas Christmas. I apologize for anybody who's saddened by the fact I didn't play that game, but I don't want to, and it's my show, so deal with it. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up. Now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Well, the original version, you're never going to find that in a store, but the reprinted version from 2016, I actually saw this in a few places last December, actually. I mentioned in Blue Mountain Mystery, Target is the best place that you can find reprinted Thomas and Friends products, especially movies and such, and I actually saw A Very Thomas Christmas at Target last year, and I picked it up in 2016 at Target. So, check your local Targets, they might have some overstock. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm gonna say no to this, since it's not October of 2018 yet, so we're not gonna get any Christmas stuff for a while, at least, hopefully. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Oh boy, let's get into this downfall. Yeah, these episodes are not good. I mentioned last week how they weren't the best or the worst. Yeah, they're pretty bad. I'm sorry. I hadn't rewatched it prior to recording the Blue Mountain Mystery HMR, so I completely forgot how bad these episodes are. I mean, the Salty episode wasn't too bad. I mean, it was cool to see some of his backstory, with him being painted green, even if it was just a ploy to make a Toys R Us exclusive Wooden Railway product. But the other 3 episodes, I feel bad for Rheneas, man. He's featured heavily in the Christmas Tree Express, and he acts like an idiot. At least he was funny in Blue Mountain Mystery, asking over and over for a repaint. Here he's just stupid. Oh, and also Toby's featured in that episode, which also makes no sense. Which, side note, Mattel, if you're gonna boot any character off of the Steam Team for a Thomas and Friends spinoff, boot Toby, for God's sake. Toby has done nothing important in the series in forever. I'm sorry if that triggers some Toby fans out there, but seriously, why boot Edward and Henry? Edward's interesting and Henry's funny. Toby does nothing. My apologies for that little side rant there. That was just ranting about Big World, Big Adventures and how just goddamn awful it is. Presumably, at the time of this recording, I've only seen that little advert that was on that news website where the news people were talking about Big World, Big Adventures and how Thomas has been losing steam over the past years. Yeah, sorry, the show is actually good. I'm gonna get off that topic now before I go on a cussing spree. So, yeah, the Salty episode was alright, I guess. It's the one redeeming factor on this, and the Mr. Perkins segments were okay, but I can't recommend a release on one okay story and some Mr. Perkins segments, so no, you shouldn't see this. Man, we had one Green Arrow, guys. We had one Green Arrow, and you lost it. You blew it. You're tearing me apart, Sharon Miller. Andrew Brenner, why couldn't you have gotten your hands on Season 16? You could have made it so much better. Side note, why do people say Season 16 is the best of the CGI seasons? It's not! I don't know why I just went, like, insane there. Maybe because it's 11 o'clock and my brain is mush. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1, especially if you can find it in a store. Ha, I said something different again, you haters. Number 5, how much should you pay? Well, I found mine for $5, so if you find the reprinted version, yeah, $5. That's how much it's worth. The original version, I'm pretty sure it comes with a slipcover, so that automatically adds value. $10. There we go. So that's the HMR on a very Thomas Christmas. I kind of lost my sanity there at the end, but it's okay. I'm composed. Like I said, it's 11 o'clock and I've just been sitting in my bed with a sore back watching Avatar all day. So, that's probably why. Anyway, we've gotten past this downward spiral. Now we're going to sink even deeper, because next week we're talking about Sticky Situations, which, holy crap, might be one of the worst releases I've ever watched in my life. We'll save that review for next week as usual. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Okay, the microphone is steady. Beforehand, it was slipping off of the tripod, and I couldn't figure out why, but now it looks to be okay. So we're going to try this out, and if it falls in the recording, well, it'll make a good blooper. So, this is coming out when? Need to find out when this comes out. I forget. Okay, February. Yeah, I was right. So we'll make a joke about Christmas in February. Makes sense.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas, Clark. You ready to do some kissing? We just had our Christmas vacation viewing party that we have every year with my parents' church group, so that's on the brain right now. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to a surprise supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode, we are covering another print of A Very Thomas Christmas. Not exactly the Christmas release I'd like to be covering. I don't know, maybe we could cover, Ultimate Christmas or Santa's Little Engine, or hell, even the Christmas engines. But no, we have to cover A Very Thomas Christmas because I have a new print to show you. The print you're seeing on your screen right now, not the new one. This is the one from 2016 that we took a look at back in the original home media review for this release. Just a very brief refresher here for you. It had the reflective gray coloring on there. We were all very confused as to why Universal made the choice to reprint this release over all the other Christmas releases, most of them far better than this one. I stumbled upon this copy of A Very Thomas Christmas in a Goodwill, however, for 99 cents, and I figured, why not? I'll get a video out of this for Christmas, and it'll be a fun thing to surprise you all with. My Christmas gift to you, you can count this as. This is the original 2012 print of A Very Thomas Christmas. Starting off here, I really like this shine that's on it. And moving it back and forth here, as you can see, it's got this reflective shine on it. It's kind of like a rainbow on there. I really like how that looks. Thomas Friends logo, Very Thomas Christmas. It's the same logo that you see on this one. But the poster art is, of course, changed. You got Thomas there on the rails with a snowman and a bow on his front with some lights around him. It's 'Tis the Season for Adventure down there. I really like this poster. It's very nice. I wish it was for a better release, though. The spine, hit logo, Thomas logo, Very Thomas Christmas, portrait of Thomas taken from the front, Lionsgate down there at the bottom. The back is actually pretty similar. Well, it's actually identical to the 2016 print. I don't think anything has really been changed here. But you've got Ring in the Holiday Cheer with Thomas, barcode, blurb, Thomas and Emily. Your bonus content listed down there. Legalese and stuff down there at the bottom with some screenshots from the episodes. The biggest thing for me was the fact that I found this with a slipcover. That's crazy. You hardly ever see stuff like that show up at Goodwill, but I was very, very happy with that. Poster is the same. Spine's the same. The back is the same. I've still got a little part of the original cellophane on there. And if we open this up, Our disc is a squished up version of the poster art. Not that reflective gray crap from earlier. Yeah, we're back to the original, the classic. So for those of you that were hoping for a menu tour, unfortunately we're not having one this episode because the menu for this version of A Very Thomas Christmas is the same as the 2016 print, because the 2016 print is just the 2012 print with new artwork. Nothing was changed. The master was not messed with at all, so it's the same menu. So if you want to see what this menu would look like if I popped it into my player right now, go back and watch the original home media review. If you're watching this, it should be the video that's right above this one. So if you want to see that menu, go watch that one. I think it's cool now that I've got 2 copies of A Very Thomas Christmas. It's fun. I own a bad release twice now, but at least this one has a slipcover on it, and it has better poster art than this one. I just realized that this one's poster is just a zoomed in version of this Thomas because the lights are the same. That's really lazy and I don't like that at all. But I guess you could say this one's unique because it's got a white case to it. So folks, I want to thank y'all so very much for watching this supplemental. Surprise, I know, y'all are so excited whenever there's a new supplemental that's uploaded into your sub box. I get tired of these 2 guys, I know, but don't worry, we're not going to have as many of these next year, hopefully. Fingers crossed there. Hopefully, Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews can actually come back for another revival season next year, but we'll have to see. I have to take a look at my plans and such, make sure I can fit it in. With that all being said, thank you guys once again for watching. Have a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and good night, everybody.
I didn't think I'd have to review anything as bad as Up, Up, and Away again. Hey everybody, welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Today's review is on Sticky Situations, and as you can probably tell, I am dead inside, much like the soul of this release. That's assuming this release even has a soul. So let's stop pointlessly complaining about this release, and let's pointlessly complain in the history section of Sticky Situations. So Sticky Situations, thank the Lord above, was only released once in December of 2012, which I'm not even going to rant about this. I'm just going to mention it. Why couldn't you have swapped release dates with A Very Thomas Christmas? That would have made more sense. And at least we would have gotten the worst of Season 16 out of the way beforehand. Anyway, let's transition into the close-up section for Sticky Situations.
Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up look at Sticky Situations. We're going to have to go through this kind of quick because my camera battery is blinking at me because it's almost dead. So, we got up here at the top in a yellow bar, Good Friends, Stick Together, Thomas and Friends, Sticky Situations. Again, I know I've commented on this in the past, but I really like the fonts used for these titles. They look really good. I mean, they're not the best titles, but they look really good, especially with the metal on the sticky and the magnet in the situations. That was a clever thing. There's Butch on the front cover, grasping onto Thomas's cab. And everybody kind of flipped out when they saw that, oh, look, Butch is back. Yeah, we got classic characters back, guys. And then it turns out his episode was really bad. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo. Focus, camera, come on. My battery's dying. I need it. There we go. Thomas and Friends, Sticky Situations. Portrait of Thomas is distributed by Lionsgate. So this is an original. On the back, Thomas and Friends logo, UPC code, your blurb about what's on the disc and such. You've got Butch's really big magnet right there with his butt showing out right there, and there's Thomas looking really astounded. Bonus features along with some screenshots with Charlie and Edward and Ferdinand and the Lion of Sodor. Bonus features include the Biff Bosh Bash or Biff Bash Bosh game. I read that wrong. Guess Who puzzles. You've got a GoGo Thomas music video and fun and activities with Driver Perkins. Text specs and stuff down at the bottom. We open this up. Ooh, what are those? Sticky situations. There's your disc. A squished up version of the poster art. And what is this, you may ask? Well, this was actually on the cellophane when I bought this new off of eBay. It says bonus magnets, character magnets inside. And if you look, here's the aftermath of what the magnets came in. The reason that the magnets are gone is because this piece of magnetic stuff that's supposed to stick them inside is very flimsy, and when I opened this up for the first time, the magnets pretty much all fell out. So let me go ahead and put this down, and I will go ahead and grab those magnets, because I still do have them. Alright, here are the magnets. There's a small one of Harold, helicopter, I think that's the smallest one. Toby, Emily, I'm trying to get my camera to focus, I'm sorry guys. Emily, just throwing them down. James, Percy, and then the biggest one, who else could it be? It's Thomas, of course. So those are all the magnets that you get, and that's actually a really cool, like, add-on to these things. It's kind of like the Blue Mountain Mystery advertisement thing that came in Schoolhouse Delivery and Engine Friends. So that wraps up the close-up for Sticky Situations. Let's go ahead and jump right into our menu tour for Sticky Situations. Alrighty everyone, here's your menu tour for Sticky Situations. You can kind of see that because the sun's going down, so yeah, let's just move into the menu tour, guys. Episode selection, language selection, and bonus features. Yeah, that good stuff you guys already know about all that. Stuck on You, Spencer the Grand, Gordon and Ferdinand, Charlie and Eddie. I don't remember much about these episodes. I haven't rewatched this yet. Language selection, I can already tell you which languages we're going to have. Yeah, those three, I'm not even going to say it. Bonus features, Biff Bash Bosh, it's a game, and a GoGo Thomas karaoke music video, and Guess Who puzzles. I don't want to play this game, but to elongate this, I will torture myself for your viewing entertainment. So, let's do it.
Hello, and welcome to the island of Sodor. Percy and Thomas are in a playful mood today, and would like you to join in the fun and Biff, Bash, and Bosh some barrels over. You can play the game with 1 or 2 players. Looks like there is a big shipment of apples stopped on the tracks at Sodor Steamworks. When the meter you see is all the way to the top, choose Enter on your remote to go full steam ahead. Great work! You just biffed 6 barrels over. Now it's Percy's turn to bash some barrels.
I haven't been talking much throughout this because I've just been, kind of sitting here observing, but this is basically like engine bowling. This is actually kind of fun. You know what? I'm going to humor Percy, and I'm going to hit enter when we get to the bottom. Just going to humor him. Ooh, psych! And that's another strike.
Great work. You just biffed 6 barrels over.
That's 12. Percy's only got 2. Suck it, Percy.
Biff Bash Bosh. There
Ooh, look at that.
Knocked right over. Full steam ahead.
Good job, Percy. You've only got 6, which is half of what I've got.
Your turn now. Great work.
We're just on a roll here today, guys. This is like a Let's Play. Oh, boy. Oh, dang, Percy coming in with the strike. He's trying to come back.
It's so much fun to puff and shove and bash barrels. Thomas biffed a total of 18 barrels. Well done. Thomas, Biff, Bash, Bosh, the most barrels.
Yeah, but it didn't tell us how much Percy Biff Bash Bosh. But at least we won. But I gotta admit though, that game
was actually kind of fun. I actually kind of enjoyed that. That wasn't, terrible. That's one of those games that I find that are actually like entertaining to an adult's perspective, but also kids will get a kick out of that as well. That's not a horrible game. I can't believe I'm saying I liked one of these games. So anyway, that's the menu tour on Sticky Situations. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Okay, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions. Yay! I have no soul for this release. Number 1, where should you pick this product up? You shouldn't. And online retailers if you're crazy and or stupid. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? Thank God above, no. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I don't understand why people say Season 16 is the best of the new CGI era, or the old CGI era. It's not. It's terrible. These episodes prove that. Look, it was a cool novelty to see that Butch was back, okay? It's cool and all that, but that doesn't excuse Stuck on You for being a terrible episode. It's awful. Spencer the Grand, I think I tweeted about this the night that I was watching Sticky Situations, but Spencer the Grand is legitimately one of the worst Thomas episodes I've ever seen in my life. It is just unbearably stupid. Oh, hey, wait a minute. A side note here. I'm reading the wiki page, and apparently these are season 15 episodes. Okay, that makes sense. Well, one of them's from season 14, but okay, that makes sense. I thought for a moment, like, how could this be season 16? Now I understand why. They're not season 16. So, kids, if you're ever going to review something, actually read the whole page on it instead of just skipping to the frickin' dates. My bad, guys. So I'm sorry, season 16, I just talked a lot of trash about you, but I apologize, but you're still not very good. So anyway, resuming my rant, the episode Gordon and Ferdinand made me want to jump off a bridge. Ha, LOL, edgy memes, bro, got him good. And then Charlie and Eddie, like, writers, if you're gonna kill off Edward, at least kill him off in this era so he doesn't have to live through this. I mean, Edward escaped Thomas and the Magic Railroad. He's escaping Big World, Big Adventures. Why couldn't he have escaped this era? I just want to get out of this era so desperately. Just let me leave. Look, the magnets were a cool insert. Okay, the magnets were cool. But just because the release has something physical in it, which is a rarity in Thomas and Friends, doesn't mean I can give it a green arrow for just a little flimsy magnet sheet. You can probably find that on eBay by itself. The Mr. Perkins segments, I don't remember them all that well, so they probably weren't very good. I was too busy probably punching myself in the balls. Almost said the other word. Because this release is just so nonsensical. So, no, not recommended. Sticky Situations. Please die. I'm embarrassed I even own this now. Holy crap. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? You shouldn't. Not even going to answer that. Number 5, what price should you pay? Well, you shouldn't pay anything. $0. This sucks. Move on. That's the HMR for Sticky Situations. Holy crap. I got kind of mad in this, but just really annoyed because this release is just nothing. It's, So here's the burning question on everybody's minds. Which release would I want to watch more? Sticky Situations or Up and Away? Because obviously it seems I hate them both equally. And I would choose a third option. C, Death. I would choose neither of these. I long for the sweet relief of season 17. I long for it. Can we please get to it quickly? The good news is, next week is Muddy Matters. And I remember this release not being as unbearable. I made that comparison with a graph with Blue Mountain Mystery. We went all the way up. Very Thomas Christmas, we went down a little bit. Sticky Situations were on the fiery pits of hell. Muddy Matters were probably on the cusp of getting back to Earth, but still in hell. So I remember it not being terrible, but we'll have to see. You'll find out next week. Thank you guys for watching. And as always, good night, everybody, and Sticky Situations makes me want to die. I'm not sure if I insinuated that enough. Hello, I'm Lego Lover 117. I hear the train a-comin', It's rolling round the bend, and I haven't seen Good Thomas content since I don't know when. I'm stuck in the nitrogen era, and life keeps dragging on. But that train keeps a-moving with the promise of season 17. I don't know why I just did the Johnny Cash impression. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Today's review is on Muddy Matters. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Muddy Matters. So Muddy Matters did not last very long. It's one of those releases that was only put out once, and in this case it was put out on January 15th of 2013. So this was the release that kicked off 2013. A year of change for Thomas and Friends. So let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Muddy Matters.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Muddy Matters. Start off here at the top of the red bar. Icky, sticky, messy, good times. Sounds like fun. Thomas and Friends, Muddy Matters. It's fun. It's alright, I guess. It's not anything eye-catching, I suppose. I mean, I like the mud around it for added detail. Thomas on the front there looking very happy with James behind him, like, whoa, dude, you're all muddy and stuff. It's pretty simplistic, but I like it nonetheless. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas and Friends, Muddy Matters, portrait of Thomas, distributed by Lionsgate. We look on the back here. Thomas and his friends have fun in the mud with a UPC code, blurb. James and Thomas on the back looking very muddy with their Topham hat, and Farmer McCall with some very dirty pigs. I think that's what they look like. Bonus features, the Muddy Sheep Roundup game. We have some Guess Who puzzles. Again, we have the GoGo Thomas music video. We got that on Sticky Situations. I don't know why they're putting it on this one as well. And Fun and Activities with Driver Perkins. Some screenshots include Spencer and Whiff, and James, Edward, and Henriette did machettes. I don't know what episodes these are from. Don't ask me. Text specs and stuff down at the bottom, along with the link to thomasandfriends.com. We open this up. Did not come with an insert, but eco case again. Muddy Matters is your disc. It's a squished up version of the poster art as usual. So that wraps up the close-up for Muddy Matters. Let's go ahead and jump right into the menu tour for Muddy Matters. Redundancy. Alrighty, everybody, here's your menu tour for Muddy Matters. You can kind of see that because I'm filming this on the same day I did the Sticky Situations menu tour, and the sun is still going down behind me. The play, episode selection, language selection, bonus feature. Why do I even still say that? You guys already know what these are. But we have 5 episodes for this release. Whoa, dude, that's an amazing amount of episodes. Muddy Matters, Thomas and the Garbage Train, Don't Bother Victor, Whiff's Wish, and Thomas Toots the Crows. I wonder if Thomas and the Garbage Train features seasons 14 and 15. Get it, guys? Because those seasons are trash. LOL dab. Language selection, English, Spanish, and French. I kind of like this picture of James and the pigs. It looks pretty cool. Arc would probably do it better, though. Bonus features, Muddy Sheep Roundup game, the same karaoke music video from last week, which is GoGo Thomas again. It keeps advertising GoGo Thomas. And Guess Who puzzles. So I really liked last week's game with Sticky Situations, so let's see if the Muddy Sheep Roundup game can live up to the immense legacy that the Biff Bash Bosh game created. Okay, we're starting off here. James already doesn't have a tender. That's inaccurate to the Railway series.
The Sodor Farmers Fair. Thomas is so excited for the fair, he peeps his whistle. Oh no! Thomas has scared the sheep, and they ran into the field, and now the sheep are covered in mud.
What is with that blinking?
James the rain engine round them up. Next to the siding, you will see Farmer McCall's farm animals, including some muddy sheep. Use the directional arrow buttons on your remote control to highlight the farm animals. Hit the Enter button to choose a muddy sheep and place them in James's cargo car. Be sure to select only Farmer McColl's muddy sheep. There are other sheep on the field, but only the muddy sheep are going to the fair. Farmer McColl is counting on you to gather his muddy sheep.
Okay, so basically we just have to use the direction buttons on the remote, which are these things right here in case you didn't know, to click which sheep is the muddy one. So let's start this thing. This already doesn't seem that promising. It's that one.
Great job!
Why does that car have 5 wheels? That's just weird. Also, this angle of James is really unflattering. Okay, that's a cow, so that's not a muddy sheep. That's a sheep, but it's not muddy, and that guy's a person, so I think it's that one.
Well done!
Yup, James still doesn't have a tender. This is inaccurate to the Railway series, guys. It's like how they killed Edward. Hashtag Edward is deadward. Oh, we got 2 sheep that are muddy. They're really pushing up the ante here. This game is so bad. I can already tell you this doesn't live up to Bish Bash Bosh at all. This is not as fun.
Be useful.
How much longer do I have to go? Oh, now there's 3? Good lord, I can't even count to 3.
There's one.
Where'd the window come from? Was that window there before? I don't even remember.
Good job. You found a muddy sheep. Thank you so much for rounding up my sheep.
That boxcar still shouldn't have 5 wheels. That's wrong. It wouldn't even be able to turn. Oh, it's the 1920s music from Subject and Conflict.
Thanks for playing. You can play.
Well, that game sucked. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. That game sucks. I knew with Biff Bash Bosh there was no other way we could go but down. So anyway, that's the menu tour for Muddy Matters. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? You can't find this in stores? I actually saw this in stores back in 2014. I picked this up the same day Spills and Thrills released, so I would say online retailers more than likely. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Last week, with Sticky Situations, I went on a bit of a tyrant about how horrible that release was. And I stand by my opinions of Sticky Situations. It's one of the worst releases I've ever seen. However, I think seeing that and how horrible it was kind of made me a little bit more forgiving for Muddy Matters. Because honestly, rewatching Muddy Matters, I wasn't trying to kill myself throughout it like I was through Sticky Situations. The best story on here is hands down Don't Bother Victor. Mainly because it features the narrow gauge engines, and the narrow gauge engines are just awesome. But also because it's actually kind of entertaining in a weird way. The other episodes all kind of blend together. Thomas Toots the Crows kind of stands out. Whiff's Wish is alright. Thomas and the Garbage Train is by far the worst story on this. Muddy Matters is alright, I suppose. Really, the only, entertaining story I could say is Don't Bother Victor, and obviously, like I already said, that's the best story on this release. The Mr. Perkins segments were alright, but again, the bonus features are lacking. However, this isn't really a strong Red Arrow. It's not even a mild one. It's a very weak Red Arrow. They tried their best, okay? This is some of the best Season 16 has had to offer us, and even at that, it's still not very good, but at the very least, it's the best that they've offered us. So it's a very weak not recommend. They almost had me. They almost got me. I was toying with recommending this or not, but I just can't bring myself to do it. But they got really close to a Green Arrow. So close. And I applaud them for that. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay?
More than likely, this was about $5 when I picked it up, so $5 is about what it's worth. So that's the HMR on Muddy Matters. Again, very weak Red Arrow. I'm actually kind of sad that they got so close to getting a Green Arrow from me, and then they just dropped the ball entirely. But they got really close. Next week, however, just might etch its way into Green Arrow territory. We're talking about GoGo Thomas. So I'll see you all next week. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy, don't ever play with bad Thomas seasons. But I showed it to a man in Reno, just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I hang my head and cry. I still don't know why I did a Johnny Cash impression, but whatever. Go, go, Thomas. Go, go, Thomas. Go, go. Number one. Go, go, Thomas. Welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews, everybody. 2 HMRs in a row I've started off with parodies of songs. You guys liking it so far? My singing voice is really developing. As previously stated by the intro song, we're taking a look at GoGo Thomas this week. So let's not waste any time. Let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of GoGo Thomas. So GoGo Thomas, just like Muddy Matters last week, had a very short lifespan as it was only released once on March 5th, 2013. Now again, very short lifespan. Kind of unfortunate because this is the best that Season 16 has had to offer us so far. I mean, I said last week with Muddy Matters that was the best, but now GoGo Thomas has supplanted that, and even at that, it's still not very good, but it's the best that the CGI era has had to offer us so far. Anyway, we'll save my thoughts for the recommend section. Let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of GoGo Thomas.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at GoGo Thomas. Thomas and Friends logo, GoGo Thomas. I really like this font. I wasn't too impressed with the Muddy Matters one last week, but hey, GoGo Thomas looks really good. Thomas on the front looking like he's going very fast with a bunch of leaves around him. There's Spencer right behind him smiling for some reason. I thought Spencer was mean. And Meet Stafford, because this is where Stafford was introduced. Kind of a throwback to the whole Meet Charlie and Meet Scruff little adverts from those season 13 and 14 releases. There's your tagline, high speed fun on the rails. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas and Friends logo, GoGo Thomas. Portrait of Thomas from the front, distributed by Lionsgate. Thomas Friends logo, all aboard the Express Track to Adventure. That just took like 5 tries for me to say. I apologize. There's your blurb about what's on the disc and such. Flynn, ew. Percy, James, and Thomas there on the back. Percy's the only one who has a different expression that's not smiling. Interesting. Bonus features include the Great Sodor Engine Race. I believe that's a game. Maybe it's a story. I don't know. GoGo Thomas music video. This is the 3rd time we've gotten this in a row. Come on, guys. I get it. It's a cool song, but why do you put it on every single release? Guess Who puzzles and fun and activities with Driver Perkins. Tech specs and stuff down at the bottom. We open this up. Ooh, look, we have an insert to look at. Let's look at that before we look at the boring and bland disc. Take and Play. Wow! This was back when this was alive. Portable, connectable, and collectible. We have GoGo Speedy Railway, where I guess you can race Thomas and Percy. So that's cool. Again, R.I.P. Take and Play. It's been a long time since you were killed, but you'll never be forgotten, my son. And Thomas and Friends Trackmaster. I don't think this was when Trackmaster 2 came out. It might have been. That looks like a Trackmaster 2 Stafford, so yeah. And also the Fisher-Price logo right there, so that's kind of Interesting. Well, the Thomas and Friends Wooden Railway, back before you were killed as well. Gone too soon, my dear friend. Farmhouse Pig Parade set. This actually is a cool set. I would like to have this one day. Thomas's Pig Pickup. Express Coming Through, Race to the Rescue, Stafford, and the Sodor Search and Rescue Center. My apologies for the sudden jump cut. My camera battery just died on me. But I think we were talking about the Thomas Wooden Railway and how it's, not around anymore, and I wish it was. But, some pretty cool products. I think I mentioned this beforehand, but this Sodor Search and Rescue Center comes with a DVD that is super hard to find. So, if anybody has it, send it to me, please. Books. I think we already mentioned these two, but I'll show them again anyway. I had this one as a kid. I also had this one. I think I still have this one as well. But the other ones I never had. Open this up a little bit more. Oh, look, Take and Play. Wow, it's a shark escape set, or shark exhibit set. It's so realistic to the TV series, right? Ad for the apps and such. They have a Thomas ad. Follow Thomas and Friends on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. All that good stuff. So, and the back is showing that Thomas the Tank Engine is included in the little big club, I guess, that you can see at the Hard Rock Hotel. It's a little weird. Book now and get 1,500 resort credit. Ooh, boy, I better book it now, guys. But yeah, that's a pamphlet that comes with GoGo Thomas, and then there's the disc, which is just a squished up version of the poster art. I also find it interesting that, before I close this, it has hooks. The case has hooks for an arm, unlike how some DVDs and Blu-rays, they have an arm that holds separate discs, and they usually are hooked in by these hooks. I don't know why this has hooks in it. Maybe this wasn't the OG case. I did buy this off eBay after all. So that's your close-up look at GoGo Thomas. Let's go ahead and jump right into our menu tour for GoGo Thomas. Alrighty, everyone, here's your menu tour for GoGo Thomas. And you can't see that very well because filming these menu tours on the same day like last week and the week before. And I apologize if it seems like I don't have a lot of energy in these. It's just these menus, they're so similar that I run out of funny things to say. Like I said last week, I'm not even going to mention what these selections are because you already know what they are. Express Coming Through, Race to the Rescue, Flash, bang, wallop went the balloon and landed right on top of James. Welcome Stafford and Old Wheezy Wobbles. Back to the main menu. We have English, Spanish, and French. I'm still waiting on the Hungarian option, guys. I want to watch Thomas and Friends in Hungarian, please. I'm still waiting. Great Sodor Engine Race, which is I think it's a game. Again, the third time this music video has appeared in 3 releases so far. I'm sure it's appeared on other ones like Hero of the Rails, but now it's been 3 in a row. And guess who puzzles? So, if the Great Sodor Engine Race is a game, which I think it is, then let's see if it can live up to I almost said Flash Bang Wallop, to Biff Bash Bosh, which is the best game I've ever played in my life on a Thomas and Friends DVD.
Welcome to the Great Sodor Engine Race. Thomas and Percy.
Okay, so we're already starting off kind of promising.
Thomas is ready to race, but his track is not lined up.
Well, who the heck did that right?
Line up the track for Thomas to race. As the track turns, hit the Enter button on your remote when the track is lined up correctly. After the track is lined up, race across Sodor.
I'm just going to skip this.
It's time to line up the track for the first race from Knapford Station.
Wait, I pushed the enter button. Why is it not? There we go. Now we did it.
Now you're ready to race. Ready, set, go!
I'm not doing anything right now. It's just Thomas and Percy are racing by themselves.
Is blocking the track. Can you help clear the track for Thomas? Which choice will remove the sheep? The balloons or Farmer McCall?
I gotta say, the balloons could probably lift the sheep off of the tracks, but I think Farmer McCall is the more logical option.
Farmer McCall can move the sheep off the track.
Whoa, that was epic, dude. Thomas just finished with the head-on collision. No, I'm kidding.
Great job. You helped Thomas win the first race.
Woo, Thomas wins. Well, that kind of sucks. Give him a day to recuperate and celebrate. Come on, Thomas wants a drink at the bar.
Time to line up the track for the second race from the countryside. Be careful. This track spins fast.
Yeah, I know how to line it up, game. Okay, I'm 18. I know how to do this. All right, here we go. Come on, Thomas. Come on, buddy. I got money on you. Do not fail me. If he fails, I'm killing myself instantaneously. It's just gone.
Looks like someone has left some haystacks on the track.
I don't see why Percy stops, like, to wait. Like, Percy can go ahead. He has a head start. Do ducks like hay? I don't know. The pickaxe or the pitchfork seems like the better option.
The pitchfork can move the hay off the track.
But a pitchfork is also very good for riots. Kids.
Oh no! A cow is in the way.
Why are there so many obstacles?
The sheep or Farmer McCall be the best choice to remove the cow from the track.
Farmer McCall, obviously.
Yes, Farmer McCall can move the cow.
I'm trying to provide commentary throughout this so I don't get copyrighted and also so you guys don't get bored. So, I'm doing my best. And Thomas wins again. Woo! Alright, here we go. Let's see if we can win. If it's best 2 out of 3, I still win. Doesn't matter, Percy. I still win if it's best 2 out of 3.
Line up the track for the third and final race to Sodor Steamworks. This is the hardest part of the race.
I pushed enter like 3 times. It didn't even do anything.
Ready, set, go.
Alright, here we go. Come on.
Left a pile of coal on the track.
We'll plant the tree, guys. Yeah, we'll plant the tree right on top of the coal. That'll fix it. Certainly scared James away. Pretty sure he still has PTSD from the time the tree almost killed him.
Right. The shovel can move the coal out of the way.
Good lord, this menu tour is going to be so long because of this game. I'm invested in this. I can't just cut it short. I mean, you guys are invested in it too, right? Let's look at this logically, okay? If you throw the barrel at the crate, it might push the crate off of the rails. You use the balloons could possibly lift the crate up if you have enough. Kevin is obviously the answer. But at the same time, though, Kevin could, like, seriously, like, bonk you in the head with the crate. But we're going to take that risk. He probably hit Thomas in the face several times and made Thomas's nose bleed, but, you know, whatever. It was all worth it. It was in the name of science. Get the flip out of the way, Harold. I say we plant a tree on top. No, we should have Kevin take the crate from the last challenge and smack Harold with it and say, Harold, get the flip out of the way. And Harold's like, okay, Lordy Jesus. And then he flies away. Percy was ahead there, and then he just slowed down. I would have preferred it if Percy won now. Thomas is a jerk.
After chuffing and puffing, steaming and chugging across the island of Sodor, Thomas is the overall winner. Great job. You helped Thomas to be a very useful engine.
Well, that game wasn't horrible. It was certainly more interactive than a lot of the other games on this show are. But it definitely doesn't live up to Biff Bash Bosh. I mean, that game is just perfection. But this one comes in a pretty close second. It's definitely better than the game from last week with the stupid pigs. So that's the menu tour for GoGo Thomas. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up. Now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? You can actually find GoGo Thomas in a lot of FYEs. I've noticed it a couple of times whenever I've been to my local ones, and use DVD and Blu-ray shops. So not really just online retailers. You can actually find this probably in stores, maybe. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Last week, with Muddy Matters, it was a weak not recommend. However, I didn't want to kill myself throughout it. And that is a major plus. GoGo Thomas, to me, the first time I saw it, I hated it. I'm not really sure why I hated it, I just hated it. So going back to this, I was expecting to end this era with a not recommend. But looking back on GoGo Thomas and rewatching it this last week, it actually wasn't horrible. I was actually entertained by some of it. Some of the stories on here are actually kind of fun to watch in a way.
Express coming through, I think, has a very interesting premise with Thomas pulling the Express, although it's physically impossible for a steam engine of his size to be able to pull a giant train like the Express, but hey, whatever, it was kind of a fun story. Race to the Rescue, I actually wasn't annoyed by Flynn. It's kind of a stupid premise, and things that Flynn does in the story are stupid, but I was never annoyed by Flynn himself. And I hate Flynn. I hated him all throughout season 15. But this episode kind of makes me come around to Flynn. Just a little bit. And Butch also was not a huge idiot. Flash bang wallop. Let me tell you a story about this one. When I was sitting on my bed watching this and the words flash bang wallop appeared on my screen, I said to myself, man, this is going to be some season 15-esque crap. This episode's going to be horrible. Because I didn't remember anything about the story. But Flashbang Wallop is actually not horrible. I was actually kind of entertained throughout that one as well. Again, it's a stupid premise, but at the same time, it's kind of interesting to see Thomas screw things up for his friends because he's a selfish a-hole. Welcome Stafford. Stafford's kind of a cool newbie. It's interesting to see an electric engine on Sodor, but his episode wasn't too strong. However, it is kind of cool to see Spencer given the task of showing a new engine around Sodor. And old Wheezy Wobbles? I have to say, I didn't hate this one either. The logging locos are actually not annoying in this one. I don't like them, and I never will, but they weren't annoying here. Matter of fact, I don't think they ever move from their sightings on Misty Island throughout the entire story, which is really the way it should be. And it's kind of nice to see that Den and Dart have this established relationship with each other, that they can't physically leave each other and be able to fix whatever they need to fix. Now, it's really not them doing the fixing, it's their drivers, but at the same time, though, it's interesting to see that. It's a little obsessive, and the two should probably get counseling for that, but hey, it's an interesting idea to explore. So all in all, GoGo Thomas was not horrible. The Mr. Perkins segment was really enjoyable, with Mr. Perkins having an apprentice named Archie, and that was actually kind of fun to watch, even though Archie is a total idiot, but just kind of fun. Stupid fun. I think that's the phrase that I would use to describe GoGo Thomas. Stupid fun is what it is. This is really the first release of the new CGI era that I've taken the time to describe each story because they don't all feel the same to me. So I'm gonna have to say that, yeah, I give a average run-of-the-mill Green Arrow. I give a recommend to GoGo Thomas. You should pick this up and see the best of Season 16. Again, it's not the best in terms of episode quality that we'll get later with the later CGI era or the classic series, but for the new CGI era, Seasons 13 through 16, these are some of the best. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? GoGo Thomas originally came with a slipcover. You saw in close-up, I do not have the slipcover, so my copy, just bare, would normally be worth about $5 to $6, but the slipcover adds value. Obviously, with any Thomas release, a slipcover adds value, so the slipcovered version, $11 or $12. So that was the HMR on GoGo Thomas. For the end of an era, it wasn't that bad of an end. I have to say, it's really not a horrible release. And I'm not sad that I gave it a Green Arrow. I was really debating with GoGo Thomas whether or not I was going to recommend it or not. I know last week I said I was debating with Muddy Matters whether or not I wanted to Green or Red Arrow it, but deep down in my heart, I always knew I was going to Red Arrow that. With GoGo Thomas, it took some thinking, and it took some soul searching, and man, I feel proud of my choice to recommend this. Next week is the day we have all been waiting for. The Renaissance of Thomas is finally here. Season 17, the first release for Season 17, is next week with Railway Mischief. I cannot wait to watch these episodes again. I've been getting hit with so much bad Thomas content. It is going to be a wave of relief to finally see something that's good. So I'll see you all next week with Railway Mischief. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. What is happening, everybody? Welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. I'm so excited right now because we're talking about Railway Mischief when Thomas got good again. Was that too overdramatic? I don't care. I'm happy. This is where fans' questions were answered. This is where the hope that we were given by Blue Mountain Mystery was finally bestowed upon us. This is where Thomas returns to form. And it all starts here with Railway Mischief. Without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Railway Mischief. So Railway Mischief was originally released in April of 2013, and interestingly, it was a Walmart exclusive for its first year of release. Interesting, we haven't really seen this concept of exclusivity with releases with Thomas and Friends stuff anywhere on the show. It will become more prevalent later on, but this is really where it starts. However, it was re-released in April of 2014 to all retailers. So in April of 2014, it was no longer a Walmart exclusive. It could be found everywhere, which also means they took away the slipcover, which kind of makes me mad, but whatever. So let's go ahead and move on to the close-up section of Railway Mischief.
Alrighty, everybody, here's your close-up look at Railway Mischief. And before we get started, I just want to say I apologize if I don't sound too enthused. I'm just really tired right now. I've been filming close-ups and menu tours pretty much all day. This is like the 5th one I've done in one consecutive day. So, yeah, but Railway Mischief, we're back to good Thomas content with a very simplistic front cover. Thomas and Friends, Railway Mischief, and again a very eye-catching font. Thomas on the front with Gordon covered in mud, as well as Thomas covered in mud, and they're running over some muddy tracks. Yeah, this poster art's not the best. It looks like it was thrown together in about 5 minutes. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas and Friends logo, Railway Mischief, portrait of Thomas distributed by Lionsgate. On the back, Cinders and Ashes. Whoa. UPC code, blurb about what's on the disc and such. Thomas, again with the same face from the front cover. And Scruff back there. Bonus features include Soda Hide and Seek game, All You Need Are Friends, music video, fun and activities with Driver Perkins, and Guess Who puzzles. Link to the Thomas and Friends website and text specs down on the bottom. If you're wondering why exactly my cellophane is ripped right here, I bought this used off of eBay. It was like $3. It came from one of those sellers that have like tons and tons of old DVDs and such. It's also ripped up here on the front, or no, it's just a little cut in the plastic around it. But yeah, I bought this from the sellers that have like huge warehouses and overstock of just different types of DVDs and Blu-rays, and they don't use actual pictures of their products in their listings. So I wasn't sure what shape this was going to come in. So yeah, it's not a huge, like, setback, I guess you could say, but it's very noticeable. Open this up. Did not come with an insert. And your disc is a squished up version of the poster art. So that concludes the close-up. Let's go ahead and jump right into the menu tour for Railway Mischief. Alrighty, everyone. Here's your menu tour for Railway Mischief. You can kind of see that, I guess. But hey, we're back to good content for Thomas and Friends. Yeah, Season 17 is really good, guys. But the menu's still the same. You still have the same 4 options, and it's still stock standard. So I don't have a lot of good things to say about the menu here. I do, however, have a lot of good things to say about the stories. You know, Gordon Runs Dry, Kevin's Cranky Friends, Scruff's Makeover, Wayward Winston, Steamy Stafford. Language selection is exactly the same. So, bonus features. The Soda Hide and Seek game, we've already done this game. It was on one of the previous releases. I feel like it was on like Rescue on the Rails or something like that. All You Need Are Friends music video. I've never actually heard that song before. And Guess Who puzzles. So to give you guys some content here for the menu tour so I don't make it horrendously short, which last week's menu tour was really long, let's look at the Guess Who puzzles. Those are fun.
Can you guess who this is?
Yo, it's Mark Morgan. Not the character, the narrator. I don't know. It looks like... I'm gonna say it's Boko.
Because Boko's painted yellow, right? Nah, it's Kevin. Totally Kevin. If it's not Kevin, I'm jumping off a bridge. Yeah, it's Kevin.
Did you guess? It's Kevin.
Ha, guess what? I'm not jumping off a bridge today because it was Kevin. Haha. Oh, that's Scruff. Totally Scruff.
Keep guessing.
I love how these have, like, the standard, like, puzzle putting together animation. Like, the pieces don't go in any other directions than when they're animated to. And yeah, it was right. It was Scruff.
It's Scruff.
I'm probably going to cut these down in editing because I'm not saying a lot. Well, that's Bert the Arsdale Engine. Yeah, that's who it is. I feel like I know who this is. It's probably, what's his name? The Galloping Sausage, I think is who he is. Nah, it's Gordon.
Did you guess?
I'm not that dumb.
Golden.
I love how he says, Gordon! So anyway, that's the menu tour for Railway Mischief. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Railway Mischief is kind of rare, hard to find, not really all that common, I guess you could say. I don't know why. I'm surprised more fans didn't buy this when it first came out because, like I said, this is the renaissance of Thomas. This is where I got good again. But it's not really all that easy to find. It took me months to finally find a Railway Mischief copy that was in somewhat good shape, or one that wasn't way too expensive. Online retailers is your best bet, but you're probably going to have to wait a while. They might have gone down by the time this video comes out, but when I'm filming this video, the prices right now are insane. Like $15 for one of them. Like, Jesus Christ, guys, come on. I'm not paying that. Would you pay that? You shouldn't pay that. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Man, I have hyped up Railway Mischief throughout this entire HMR. This is where Thomas gets good again, right? To an extent, yes. These episodes are all better written than anything that Sharon Miller crapped out, or anything that her writing team crapped out. From the starting story of Gordon Runs Dry, the engine's dialogue feels more natural. There's less of a narrating presence narrating their every move. They speak like actual characters. Their dialogue, again, feels more natural. Gordon Runs Dry, I think, is one of the most underrated stories of the entire new series. I don't think people talk about this story as much as they need to. It's a very simple premise, but it works so well. Kevin's cranky friend, I also really like. This is where the whole concept of two characters who you don't think would interact with each other, with Kevin and Cranky. Two cranes who have never spoken to each other in their life, have never met, are now thrown into this situation where they have to work together to fix Brendam Docks. I also relate to Kevin's cranky friend a lot, given that the docks is overcrowded and Cranky seems to be the only guy that's actually working. I relate to this on a personal level. If you guys don't already know, I work at UPS, and sometimes it feels like I'm the only one that's working up in my area when I just have this mountain of packages that's coming towards me that I have to sort. I relate to Cranky on a personal level, and I wish I had a Kevin to help me. But hey, they're paying me a buttload to work there, so I can't really complain. Scruff's Makeover, an interesting episode, wasn't really anything special. It's cool to see that Scruff and Whiff are still a part of the series, I suppose. Wayward Winston is the best episode on Railway Mischief, and it's one of my absolute favorite Thomas stories ever. Wayward Winston is such a good balance between realism and comedy. Again, Wayward Winston is one of the most underrated Thomas stories ever. Nobody talks about this story anymore, and they should, because it's hilarious. And it has that realism that everybody cries about. You know, the tracks are bent. It makes sense that Sir Topham Hatt would go and inspect the work on the rails. It also makes sense that signalmen would mess up Thomas's route while he's chasing Winston, because it's a real functioning railway and the signalmen don't know that Winston's out of control. The realism that all the Railway series buffs cry about. It's here, and no one talks about it. Also, it's funny. Everybody gives credit to the newer writing team for, making Thomas comedic. Thomas was comedic from season 17 onward. Wayward Winston proves that. This is a hilarious story. The shot with Winston rolling away from Sir Topham Hatt, and you see his back, and you just hear him say, faster, faster, as he's rolling down the hill, and Sir Topham Hatt is screaming, no, Winston, come back! It kills me every time I see it. Again, Wayward Winston, my favorite on this, and one of my favorite Thomas stories ever. And Steamy Stafford is the worst episode on this release. Steamy Stafford is just kind of really dumb. Why would Stafford want to be a Steamy? It doesn't make sense. I don't know. It's really a tie between Steamy Stafford and The Lost Puff for worst story of season 17 for me. It's Steamy Stafford. The Lost Puff is hilarious. There's also one more thing I want to comment on before I say whether or not I'm going to recommend this. The animation. Everybody harps on Ark for their first year of animation. Like, oh, it doesn't hold up at all. It sucks. It's better than Nitrogen. I noticed a difference right off the bat with Ark the first time I saw these stories. I was like, man, the animation looks brighter. It doesn't look as dark and sad as Nitrogen's animation did at times. Now, I'll admit, Ark's backgrounds do have room for improvement here. The animation is not, at 100% like it is nowadays. I'd say it's around 80-85% there, but for their first outing, this is very impressive. I've said this in the past, but Hero of the Rails does not hold up CG animation-wise. It looks like a 2002 computer graphic. This, however, will hold up 8 or 9 years from now. I firmly believe that. The backgrounds might not, but the engines themselves and the locations, the buildings, all of that will hold up 8 or 9 years from now, unlike Hero of the Rails where nothing holds up. Animation-wise, the story is still good. So coupled with Steamy Stafford and the glaring animation inferiority, I'm still going to recommend Railway Mischief because of the fact, again, this is where Thomas got good again. These aren't the best of Season 17, but Season 17 gets better as we move on in the timeline here. And thank God that this new writing team came on to fix Thomas. And thank God for the new narrator. Mark Morgan is so much better than Michael Brandon. And, by the way, Mattel, middle finger to you for booting Mark Morgan off of the show. Anyway, Green Arrow for Railway Mischief. I've talked for too long here. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? Well, for the Walmart exclusive version with the really cool slipcover, 10 to 15. That's pretty rare, but for just a regular old run-of-the-mill 2014 print, then your best bet is probably 5 to 6, maybe 7. But don't pay what people are asking nowadays for it. Don't pay that. So that was the HMR on Railway Mischief. Very underrated release. Not a lot of people talk about this one. Not a lot of people say that, hey, this is where Thomas got good again. They really credit that to King of the Railway, which makes sense to an extent. King of the Railway was what got a lot of fans, including myself, interested again in the show, but it all started with Railway Mischief, and this one isn't really remembered as fondly as it should be. But remember how I said with GoGo Thomas that we ended out an era? Yeah, I forgot Animals Aboard is next week, and Animals Aboard is more of the same CGI schlock that we've been getting for the last, 3 months. And even better, there's stories we've already seen. It's a repackage of stories. I'm crying. It hurts. Okay. Keep it together, man. Keep it together, Lego lover. There's one more bad release, and then it's smooth sailing with nothing but good until we get to Tale of the Brave. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. See you next week for Animals Aboard. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. And it all starts here with Railway. So I cannot say Railway without saying Whale Ray. What the hell? Anyway, Green Arrow for I just cannot say this. Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Today's episode is on an era I had hoped we'd never have to come back to again. It's on Animals Aboard. I have no enthusiasm for this. I'm sorry, I have none. However, I am recording this on a brand new microphone. I have recently upgraded my phone from my old Samsung Galaxy S6 to the Google Pixel 2. And I am using a different voice recording app that's on the Pixel 2. So if this sounds any different, that's why. Hopefully it sounds better. I have it set to the highest audio quality that I can possibly get out of this phone. So hopefully it sounds 100 times better and 100 times sexier. So with all that said, let's go to the history section for Animals Aboard. So Animals Aboard was released back in September of 2013, and apparently, according to my source, it has gotten 2 reprints. One in 2015 and another one in May of 2016. Wow, Universal, what is wrong with you? Why are you bringing back this piece of shit release? Pardon me, family show, but this release is bad. Like, it's very, very bad. Preview for my thoughts in the ending section. Anyway, let's go ahead and move on to the close-up section of Animals Aboard.
Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up look at Animals Aboard. Last week we were back with good Thomas content, and now we're back with bad Thomas content. Thomas and Friends, Animals Aboard, Thomas and Percy up there with a lot of animals around it. We looked at Railway Mischief last week, and I mentioned how simplistic that poster art was. While I may not care for the content that's on this disc, this poster art is amazing. It's so vibrant. It really catches your eye. I'm going to be honest about that. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas' Friends, Animals Aboard, Portrait of Thomas, distributed by Lionsgate. On the back, come right along for some wild rides on the rails. UPC code, blurb about what's on the disc, there's all of it. Bonus features, Hear the Engines Coming, music video, and Determination song and music video. So you get 2 music videos on here. There's not even a game on here, that's nice. Thomas up there with a squirrel, a rabbit, another squirrel, a bird, and a bird flying near him. So, link to the Thomas and Friends website along with text specs at the bottom. Open this up. Did not come with an insert. I bought this new from Target, which I believe this was a Target exclusive for a while. I'll have to research that later on. Again, it comes with hooks in the case. That's odd. I believe GoGo Thomas did the same thing a few weeks ago when we took a look at that release. Animals Aboard, there's your disc. It is a squished up version of the poster art. So that's your close-up look at Animals Aboard. Let's go ahead and jump right into our menu tour of Animals Aboard. Alrighty everybody, here's your menu tour for Animals Aboard. You can't see that a lot there. There's a little bit of it. But if you could see it, you could probably tell that the menu card is different than what's on the cover art. I mean, we just transitioned from the close-up, so you should remember what the cover art looks like. If you don't, then you're going to fail the quiz and you're going to fail my class. But yeah, this card is different, so that's nice that they actually changed the card. I'm trying to be enthusiastic about this, but Animals Aboard sucks. I'm just going to say it right now, it sucks. Episode selection, Percy's New Friends, Thomas and the Pigs, Henry's Good Deeds, Thomas' Tall Friend, and Buzzy Bees. I think I'm going to mention this in the last segment of the HMR, but we've already seen those episodes on previous releases. This is nothing more than a cash grab. There's no new content on this. Language selection, stock standard stuff, Thomas looking at some pigs. Bonus features. We don't even have a game to play this time around. We've got Hear the Engines Coming, which is a really creepy song, especially at the beginning, where the dude is whispering into the microphone, and I was like, what is this, ASMR? I don't like this. Determination, which is an older song from the newer model era, I think. But yeah, this menu tour is a little shorter because we don't have a lot to look at. Like I said, there's no new content on this DVD. It's all repurposed stories and repurposed bonus features. So that's the menu tour for Animals Aboard. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we're back from a close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? You shouldn't. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, thank the Lord above. Number 3, should you pick this product up? No, because this is a blatant cash grab release. Animals Aboard is one of the most blatant cash grabs I've ever seen in my life. This release was so unnecessary. Why? We've already seen these stories from previous releases. 3 of them are from Season 13, one's from 14, and one's from 15. The newer CGI stuff, Season 17, is in full swing right now. Fans are rejoicing over how good that is with Railway Mischief. Last week, we didn't need Animals Aboard. This is basically like shooting a home media collector in his ball sack with Animals Aboard after we had just gotten the greatness of Railway Mischief. Think of it like this. Railway Mischief is like a prime steak dinner, all right? It's like the best steak that you could ever have in your life. And then the next night you go out and have McDonald's for dinner, which translates to Animals Aboard. Animals Aboard is basically McDonald's on a disc. I'm having trouble formulating my thoughts right now on Animals Aboard, because Animals Aboard is awful. It's terrible. No, you shouldn't buy it. I'm not as offended by this as I am by Up Up and Away, because Up and Away's stories are just so senseless and so that Animals Aboard, it's a cash grab. I can't really get too mad about a cash grab, but at the same time, though, you just had that really good steak, and now you're going to McDonald's the next night. Like, oh, how the mighty have fallen. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? You shouldn't. So same answer as number 1. Number 5, what price should you pay? You shouldn't pay anything for this, because you shouldn't buy it. I'm not giving you a price. Ha, suck it. That's the HMR for Animals Aboard. Hopefully this one's a quickie, because I hate this release, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. I hope I never have to talk about it again, except in a collection video. I'm ashamed to say that I own it, but I have to have everything, so... Alright, so next week we're jumping right back into good things with King of the Railway. Go ahead and preview my thoughts on it. I really like King of the Railway. I'm not sure why a lot of people look back on it and are like, oh, that special is so bad. Tale the Brave is so much better. Well, I'm going to be explaining to you next week why that statement is wrong. I'm kidding. I personally don't share that thought, and I'll be explaining that next week. So... I'll see you all then. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. May I present to you Sir Lego Lover 117, collector of Thomas and Friends Home Media. Ta-da! Hello! I don't know what that intro was. Hey everybody, welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Today's episode's on King of the Railway. That was really fast. How did I say that? How did I say that without stuttering? I don't know what's up with me right now. It is really late. I don't have school tomorrow, so let's do this. Don't know why that information was necessary. This is going to be a bad one. Anyway, that senseless intro out of the way, let's go ahead and jump into the history section of King of the Railway. So King of the Railway was first released back in September of 2013 on both DVD and Blu-ray. However, King of the Railway did get a universal reprint, I believe somewhere around like 2015, 2014 maybe. I'm not too sure about the dates. Well actually, it's a funny story. My friend, Matt, HTJT Hero, the Japanese Train, he found a copy of King of the Railway at his local Walmart a couple years ago, and he was like, hey man, do you want it? And I was like, yeah, I don't have King of the Railway. And then he never sent it to me. I'm not even sure if we bought it. If he did, I guess he forgot to send it to me, and personally, I kind of forgot that he had it if he bought it. But then I got King of the Railway in a lot off of eBay, and it's a Lionsgate print. It's not a universal print, so it has a slipcover and all that cool stuff. So I was like, hey, Matt, if you did buy it, you can keep it. And he's like, okay, I bought it, and I'm going to keep it. I was like, all right, cool, dude. So that's how I know it got a reprint, because I saw it. I saw it with me own eyes. Unless Matt, like, did, like, some clever, like, Photoshop while he was in the Walmart that he was in, that he found the King of the Railway in, then I got duped. So with that story out of the way and the history section out of the way, let's go ahead and move on into the close-up section of King of the Railway.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at King of the Railway. One of the best Thomas specials, maybe? I mean, I'm not really sure. A really, really good Thomas special, but really not one of the best, but I still really like it. All new movie up there on the top, Thomas and Friends, King of the Railway, the movie. Still don't know why they need to put the movie under all of the special titles. I mean, they've been doing that since the Great Discovery, and I think it's stupid, to be honest. Thomas on the front cover there with Stephen right next to him, one of the strongest new characters ever introduced into Thomas and Friends. And the best thing about this is the fact that it's embossed. So I could just rub my hand on Thomas's nose right there, and I can feel it. I can poke his eyes out. I can touch Stephen's face right there too. I don't know what this has turned into, but I really like this poster art. It's really, really nice. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas and Friends, King of the Railway, the movie, Portrait of Thomas, distributed by Lionsgate. On the back, it's the Royal Event of the Year. UPC code right there, blurb. Meet new friends Stephen, Millie, Connor, and Caitlin. So there's Thomas, Stephen, and Millie, but no Connor and Caitlin. And the Earl of Sodor, right there. Your bonus features include The Search for the Lost Crown, which is a game. It's going to be a great day. Music, video, Searching Everywhere, which is also a music video. Working Together, which is a music video. And Guess Who puzzles. So you get 3 music videos and 1 game, and some Guess Who puzzles on there as well. Link to the Thomas and Friends website, as well as tech specs on the bottom, along with an FBI warning. And, as per usual with these specials, slipcover. So, it's exactly the same underneath, except up here it says feature-length movie, while on this, it says all-new movie. That really is a big difference there. Other than that, it's pretty much all the same. Yeah, pretty much all the same. Open this up. We do have a pamphlet to look at here, as well as an advertisement to subscribe to the Thomas and Friends magazine. Get a few issues of that free. I've never done that, so I'm going to put that there. Here's your pamphlet. Same poster art as the front, except there's a red outline around it. Inside, advertisements for the wooden railway products tying into King of the Railway. And if I'm going to be honest, the wooden railway sets that tied into King of the Railway were really good. Like this castle set, this is really spectacular. And then this mine, this like Stephen at the mine set, I really like this too, even though it's just a figure 8, but it's still really cool. Take and Play advertisement as well. I was never into Take and Play, so I didn't really care for that stuff. Trackmaster stuff was also pretty good. You've also got some books, you know, because they want the kids to read nowadays. Mega Blocks. And an advertisement for Thomas and Friends apps. And if we fold this up and take a look at the back, it's another one of those advertisements for Thomas being a part of the Little Big Club, which you can catch at your local Hard Rock Hotel, which I don't have one of those locally, so I'm willing to bet that you don't either. Here's your disc, squished up version of the poster art as usual, and still has hooks, which I still find very odd. So that is your close-up view at King of the Railway. Let's go ahead and jump into our menu tour of King of the Railway. Hey everybody, welcome to the menu tour for King of the Railway. You can barely see that. Again, I'm filming all these menu tours on the exact same day, and my dog is barking downstairs, so this menu tour is off to a great start. Anyway, this menu has already started off looking way more professional than a lot of the other menus in this series over the past year. We have animation for the menu. Yay, and it's in widescreen like this movie is. Yay, we won't see the TV series take on a widescreen aspect ratio until the tail end of season 17, so there's something to look forward to. Yeah, I really like this menu design. It's really cool and engaging. We have play, scenes, setup, and extras. New things to say. Wow, I'm so excited. Yeah. Scenes. What are the scenes we have? They're just 6 scenes because the movie is only like an hour, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Rheneas is looking a little awkward there in scene 6. Oh, wait, no. There's a next feature. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. We have 12 scenes, guys. Wow, that's a lot, actually. To the main menu. Accidentally pushed back and not main menu. Setup. What do we have for setup? English 5.1 Dolby Digital. English stereo, French stereo, and Spanish stereo. Those are different than what I usually say in the menu tours because I usually just say English, Spanish, and French. But now, if you have a Dolby Digital surround sound system, you can watch this in English 5.1 Dolby Digital surround sound. Isn't that cool? Extras. What do we have? The Search for the Lost Crown. It's going to be a great day. Searching everywhere and working together. Those are all music videos. And Guess Who puzzles. So, we're going to play the Search for the Lost Crown game and see if it can hold up against the amazing Biff Bash Bosh game, which is basically just bowling with barrels. I've referenced that in, I think, every single HMR since Sticky Situations, but that's just because that game is amazing.
The first clue is, if your steamer isn't steaming, go to this place so Victor can get you back on track. Is it Sodor Steamworks, Ulfstead Castle, or Brendam Docks?
Alright, so I think we're given clues and we have to go to different locations. So, if your steamer isn't steaming, go to where Victor can fix you. Victor works at the docks, right?
Correct. Victor fixes engines at the steamworks. Here's your next clue to help Thomas find the crown. After a long day's work, where should you and the steamies go to sleep for the night? Tidmouth Sheds?
Wellsworth Sheds with Edward and Philip. Oh wait, Edward's dead, never mind.
The Earl of Sodor needs help to rebuild Ulfstead Castle. Where should you go to find lots of rocks? In the country? You were right. Rocks are found at the Blue Mountain Quarry. And that's where the crown was hidden.
Well, that game was kind of simple. It was okay. It was kind of a stock standard kind of game. I expected a special, nonetheless, to have a better game than that. Kind of disappointed with that, to be honest. But I'm not disappointed with this special, because this special, spoiler alert, I think it's better than Tale of the Brave. But we'll get into that when we head on back and into the 5 main questions, as always. Do you guys like that segue? I sure did. Okay, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? If it was a few years ago, I'd say check your stores because it got reprinted, but it's not. It's 2018, so I'm not sure. I'd say online retailers. eBay's mainly your best bet. Amazon probably has it, but Amazon probably doesn't have it for a good deal. Watch, as soon as I put this HMR out, Universal is going to reprint it, and it's going to immediately put this out of date. You watch, it'll happen. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I kind of teased last week that I have strong feelings about King of the Railway, and I do. I really like this special. I think it introduces some of the best newer characters of the newer CGI Thomas generation, that being Stephen, the Earl of Sodor, and to an extent Millie. Millie's alright. Connor and Caitlin were kind of unnecessary, and they really did nothing in this special, but they became more relevant over time. Caitlin even got her own story this season. Same with Connor, except he was a co-star in Bill or Ben. But just in context of this special, Connor and Caitlin really did nothing. But Stephen and the Earl are some of my favorite newer characters. The Earl is just so fun. He's like that old grandfatherly character who just loves everything and will give you anything you want for your birthday. Like, oh, here you go, son! Have a castle for your birthday! Like, oh,
Thanks, Granddad. His dynamics with Sir Topham Hatt, he is so hilarious, and Sir Topham Hatt is sometimes so stone cold serious, and Sir Topham Hatt just kind of has to go along with what the Earl's planning. It's a fun dynamic. Stephen also has a really cool basis. I love the fact that Thomas and Friends went back in history and said, hey, let's introduce a character who's an older steam engine. And we got Stephen. He's a Stephenson's rocket. Yeah, I know there's a Stephenson's rocket model in Thomas and the Great Railway Show or something that looks very similar to it, but I don't care. I don't read the Railway series. This is the first time it happened. So, Stephen, Earl, somewhat Millie, she has Lady's Whistle. That's a cool little Easter egg. Already, King of the Railway has better, newer characters than Tale of the Brave does. Also, King of the Railway feels more coherent. A lot of people say that, King of the Railway just feels like 4 episodes smashed together. There's nothing connecting it. Well, actually, there is. There's the through-line plot thread of the Earl's Castle, and that is the plot thread that brings all of these separate stories together. The castle is the main focal point at the beginning and the end of this movie. And everything that's in the middle of this movie works towards building up that castle. I'm trying to stop myself from talking about Tale of the Brave here because I don't want to spoil that HMR. Spoiler alert, I don't like it very much. So we're just going to continue talking about King of the Railway. This feels more coherent than a lot of people say, at least to me. The castle is what keeps everything together. And also, this movie is nostalgic for me. This movie was what got me back into seeing Thomas and Friends. I can remember back in like November or so of 2013, me, a little youngin' Lego lover, who was only about 14 at this time, he had just gotten onto Skype, and he had just made friends with a few folks in the TWRC, and one of them, I think it was it Jake? I think it was Jake. He said, hey dude, have you seen the new Thomas movie? I'm like, no, I don't watch the TV show. That's right, I pulled an MPS, I stopped watching the TV show. But then he said, dude, you gotta check it out. It's actually really good. And I was a little apprehensive. I don't think I had seen Blue Mountain Mystery yet, so I didn't know that the older stuff could actually be good. I'd seen Day of the Diesels, and I didn't really care for it, but I wasn't watching like the regular show at this point, so I didn't know Season 17 was good. I didn't know King of the Railway was good. And after I think I saw the UK version of King of the Railway first before I saw the US dub. I loved it. I was like, this is what I want Thomas to be. This is good. The dialogue feels natural. The engines aren't speaking like robot babies, to quote Vinnie Smith there. Everything feels like the Thomas universe. And that's what I like in these Thomas movies. I want it to feel like the Thomas universe. Something that I think the later movies have kind of strayed away from. Journey Beyond Sodor. Look, I like Journey Beyond Sodor, but it doesn't feel like the Thomas universe at all. Anyway, King of the Railway. It's a good movie. I recommend it. It's not my favorite of the specials. However, I do enjoy watching it every now and then. And also, before I move on, just the poster art. The poster art is amazing, and the DVD slip cover is so nice and elegant. I wish I had my hands on the Blu-ray, though, with the slipcover. That would complete my life. But at the time of this recording, I don't have the King of the Railway Blu-ray yet. Who knows? I could have bought it, like 2 months later and then inserted it into the close-up, so then this makes no sense. So if I did do that, then fooled you. I do have the King of the Railway Blu-ray. But if I didn't, then when I eventually get the King of the Railway Blu-ray, expect a supplemental on it. There's one of two ways this could go. So number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. I personally bought mine in a lot. It had some things I didn't need, and it had another thing that I did need, so it was worth it. And number 5, what price should you pay? This release isn't that rare. You can find rips of it on YouTube, so you really don't even need to buy the DVD. In fact, that's what I did. For a while in 2014, I had stopped buying the DVDs, and I was perfectly fine with just having all of the specials as rips on my computer. But then I realized I like physical media, so then I started buying the DVDs again. And now look at me! I've created a YouTube series off of it! Yay! Anyway, going back to prices, the Blu-ray, people try to sell it for like $30. It's not worth that. I'd say the Blu-ray is worth like 10, 15, and then the regular DVD version, if you can find it with the slipcover, probably worth about the same, but if you can find it without it, then probably 10. So that's the HMR on King of the Railway. Once again, not my favorite Thomas special, but it probably makes it in the top 5. I'm gonna be honest, it's probably number 5. So next week we have a Christmas release! Woo, isn't that great? It's freaking April and we're talking about Christmas releases. That's because they do one for every season now. Like they've been doing since season 13, I believe. But before we go, I want to mention one thing. Guys, I don't normally pimp out my other content on HMR. HMR is kind of the series that stands by itself. I don't really talk about the extra videos I put out on Thursdays. And if you guys only watch my channel for the HMRs, you probably don't know I put out extra content on Thursdays. This stuff ranges from Thomas Wooden Railway reviews, to Roblox, to what our Skype calls are like, to Let's Plays, to whatever video I feel like putting out. That's what Thursdays are for. And I really hate doing this. I really hate like asking you guys to watch something, but this Thursday is when the first story from my remastered season 1 of my old Wooden Railway series, that's right, I used to do a series called Thomas and Friends Engine Adventures, is going to air. The first story of the remastered season 1 is going to air this Thursday. It's called Fergus Takes the Express. I would really appreciate it. Sorry, I just took like 10 minutes to say appreciate. I would appreciate it if you guys went over and gave it a shot. I would appreciate it if you guys gave it at least one view. Because I worked really hard on this remastered season 1. This has been like a year and a half of production, and I'm finally glad that it's over, and I'm finally glad that you guys are getting to see this. So I really hope that you can find it in your heart. You can find it in your precious time. Just hop over on Thursday and check out that story. I think it's really good. I think it's one of the best stories I've ever written personally, and I hope you guys check it out. I really do. I don't want this series to bomb, like get like 100 views and that's it, and just completely fail. So it feels like I put in all that effort for nothing. Give it a watch. Give it a watch. It's me, for Christ's sake. If you like HMR, I think you'll like my series. It has pretty much the same humor. I mean, it is me writing it after all. So that's it for this HMR. Again, I don't like advertising on this on HMR. Like I said, HMR is kind of like the series that stands on its own, and the Thursday videos kind of piggyback off of HMR, but I have a larger viewer base for HMR, and that reflects in the view count. So I just want you guys to know that I put out extra stuff on Thursdays, and it would really make me happy if you watched the first story of Remastered Season 1. You don't even have to watch the whole series, just episode 1, and then see if you like it, and then maybe check out episode 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and so on. Again, I really don't like advertising on this show, but I don't want this to be for nothing. I worked really hard on this series. I think it's one of my best creations, and I hope you guys like it too. So next week, Santa's Little Engine. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. And my dog is barking downstairs, so this mini tour is off to a great start. Max! Shut up! Number 2 is this product. Yeah. I had a stroke. Hang on. Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This is a supplemental that many of you have been waiting years for me to make. It's taken me quite a long time to collect all of the Thomas & Friends specials on the Blu-ray format, which is shocking considering there aren't many of them on the Blu-ray format.
But the one that always eluded me was King of the Railway. For years, I've had people send me links in my comments saying, hey, here's King of the Railway on Blu-ray, you should buy it. Or someone else in the comments saying, hey, when you going to buy King of the Railway on Blu-ray, you asshat? That one's not a joke. Someone actually did say something to that effect a few years ago, and it's been in my head ever since, because I just thought it was so funny. Someone was so angry that I didn't have King of the Railway on Blu-ray. I'll be honest, it wasn't on the top list of priorities for me. And that's really the same thing with Thomas and Friends on home video to begin with. I'm older now. I'm an adult. I don't think about why it's so important that I need to have King of the Railway on Blu-ray as opposed to paying off my monthly credit card bill. It's funny how your priorities change as you grow older. Regardless of that very sad fact, King of the Railway on Blu-ray was always in the back of my mind. I should probably pick that up at some point and do a supplemental on it. I can't live with this DVD forever, even though this DVD does have a slipcover, and it's very nice. But King of the Railway doesn't look that great on DVD. I mean, it looks okay. It's actually been a while since I've watched it on this format, but I remember it not looking the best. And I'll be honest, ever since I got that comment calling me an asshat for not having King of the Railway, I thought to myself, maybe I'll just never buy it. Maybe I'll just piss everybody off by never buying King of the Railway on Blu-ray. I do have a bit of a sadistic side of me, and that guy almost ruined it for everyone, but as luck would have it, I did find a copy on eBay, and the time just felt right. So without further ado, here it is. King of the Railway on Blu-ray. Finally, the last piece of the Thomas and Friends Blu-ray library that I needed to complete my collection. Unfortunately, without the slipcover, but I don't know why, but this slipcover, Tale of the Brave with a slipcover, Misty Island Rescue with a slipcover, like all those earlier specials are really hard to find with their slipcovers. I guess kids bought them and then they threw them away like a bunch of godless heathens. You have the Blu-ray disc logo up there at the top, Blu-ray plus DVD combo pack, feature-length movie, King of the Railway logo, Thomas and Stephen there on the front. I still really like this poster. It is just, wow, so good. The spine, hit logo, Thomas Friends logo, King of the Railway, portrait of Thomas taken from the front, distributed by Lionsgate down there at the bottom. The back features your tagline, "It's the royal event of the year," along with your barcode, blurb about the movie. There's Thomas, Stephen, Millie, and the Earl there on the back. Meet new friends, Stephen, Millie, Connor, and Caitlin. Funny enough, Connor and Caitlin aren't pictured here on the back, but okay, you do meet them in this special. Your bonus contents include the Search for the Lost Crown game. It's great. It's going to be a great day. Music video. Searching everywhere. Music video. Working together. Music video. And some Guess Who puzzles. Link to the Thomas and Friends website, tech specs and legalese down there in the bottom, along with your "Don't you dare copy this" FBI warning there, because apparently you can get sent to jail for like 5 years for making copies of Blu-rays. Even if they're your own personal backups, you could still get sent to jail for that, which is so dumb. Anyway, I'm going to pop this open. This part is really what drew me to this whenever I saw it on eBay, but we'll take a look at that in a minute. Your DVD is a squished up version of the poster art, and your Blu-ray is a squished up version of the back art. Interesting there. But there's your Blu-ray disc. Oh, God. Here's your pamphlet that was inside the case. Again, this thing was what drew me to this auction, because all of the other King of the Railway Blu-rays I found online didn't have pamphlets included. And I really like this one because it's got the advertisements for the Thomas Wooden Railway Castle set and the Stephen Mine set and everything. It just, man, this takes me back to 2013. Same thing with the Take and Play advertisement and the Trackmaster advertisements. I mean, we don't get merchandise like this anymore. We had no idea how spoiled we were back in the day. Then we got some books for King of the Railway, some Mega Bloks advertisements. I still think that's weird. Visit the iTunes App Store for new exciting Thomas and Friends apps. Thomas has an app now. That's so weird to me. On the back, I have an advertisement for a On the back, we have an ad to win a 6-day all-inclusive family vacation for 4 at the Hard Rock Hotel in Cancun. Okay. You can go to Cancun with Thomas. That's fun. Okay, enter before March 1st. Ah, man, it's expired. Dang it. How am I supposed to go to Cancun with Thomas now? That's not the only thing that drew me to this auction, though. It's this little piece right here. This is a advertisement for the Thomas and Friends magazine. Subscribe now and save. Thomas has his own magazine. Each collectible issue of the Thomas and Friends official magazine features trackside tales, engine fun facts, a poster, a workbook, and much more. The reason that this is so interesting is because you don't see this in a lot of releases nowadays, and a lot of people, when they bought this Blu-ray, they would have either mailed this in or threw it out. You have an ad there, save up to 49% off cover price. So yes, you can subscribe for 1 year or 2 years. Hey, 2 years for $32.93? That's actually not that bad for magazines. And you can fill out all your information, and it's a little prepaid thing there on the back. Mail this order card enclosed in envelope with payment to Thomas and Friends Magazine, P.O. Box 6196, Harland, Iowa, I think, 515931696. Did I just dox the Thomas and Friends magazine? Oopsie! You can also order by scanning this QR code with your smartphone. And then look, you can get a free issue only if ordered online. That's crazy. So yeah, this is kind of a rare little piece here. I don't know a lot of other members of the fandom who have King of the Railway on Blu-ray that kept this little piece of advertising history there. Look at those two, side by side. This is a day I never thought would come. I'm making such a big deal out of a silly Thomas the Tank Engine movie on Blu-ray. Like, oh my gosh, everything's come full circle. Let's go on a philosophical journey together about the meaning behind picking up King of the Railway on Blu-ray. And how, like, childhood innocence is no longer a thing. I don't know. Since we've already done a menu tour on the DVD, and the DVD that's included in this Blu-ray combo pack is the same one that's included in this version over here, we're not doing a menu tour of that, but we do have a menu tour for the Blu-ray disc of King of the Railway. Alrighty everyone, here's your menu tour for the Blu-ray version of King of the Railway. This menu is pretty similar to the DVD version. In fact, I think this might be the same clips that are on the DVD version, except now they're just in glorious high definition. So we have play, scenes, setup, and extras. Take a look at scenes here. We've got numbers and screenshots for each of the scenes. We scroll over. There's 12 in total. And it's about right. I guess 11 if you don't count the credits, so that's about right. This movie runs like, what, 50 minutes? So 12 scenes, that works just fine. Setup, we have a 5.1 mix for English. We also have a stereo mix, which is literally just like a 2.0 mix. It's kind of the lowest quality sound that you can get. Spanish stereo and French stereo, and for your subtitles, we only have English, and you can turn them on or off from this menu. The extras menu has the Search for the Crown game, It's Gonna Be a Great Day, music, video, Searching Everywhere, music, video, Working Together, music, video, Guess Who, puzzles, and trailers. So in the original home media review for King of the Railway, we played the Search for the Lost Crown game. It's also included on the DVD. So if you want to see how that game plays out, go back and watch that original HMR episode. However, I will play some footage here for you. So those of you that are naysayers and refuse to actually buy Thomas on Blu-ray, you can see just how good this footage looks. I mean, just look at the detail here. Look at the detail in Spencer's model with this full 1080p image. here. And this night scene just looks so good. Okay, actually I was wrong. This movie runs about an hour and 2 minutes. My apologies. With that being said, though, folks, that wraps up your supplemental for King of the Railway on Blu-ray. I finally have it. The last Thomas Blu-ray that I needed, and probably the last Thomas Blu-ray that we'll ever get here in the United States. It's been
Hello everyone, welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Today's review is on Santa's Little Engine. As I said last week, it's friggin' April and we're talking about Christmas still. Christmas was like 4 months ago. Let it go already. But nope, we still got more Christmas stuff to do. Just wait until we catch up to modern day, where we'll be covering 2 Christmas releases in 2 weeks' time. That being Christmas on Sodor and Thomas's Holiday Collection. Yeah, that'll be a back-to-back thing. Look forward to that. So let's stop advertising for the not-too-distant future. Let's go ahead and jump right in to the history section for Santa's Little Engine. There's not much history on Santa's Little Engine. I can only find one date of when it was printed. It was released in October of 2013. So once again, we're not following the tradition here. Okay? Lionsgate, I know this was 5 years ago, but listen to me. Alright? This is getting out of hand. You've got to release things in December that deal with Christmas. October is Halloween. You can't have kids mixing up Christmas and Halloween. Santa Claus doesn't come on Halloween, and the spooky jack-o'-lantern doesn't come on Christmas. Freaking Thailand got it right. Thailand's release of Santa's Little Engine was released in December. Come on, guys. I think that's the first time we've mentioned Thailand on the show, but alright. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Santa's Little Engine.
Alright, boys and girls, or just boys, because there are no girls that watch this show. Maybe, I'm not sure. We're going to take a look at Santa's Little Engine today. Yay! Fun times, even though it's not Christmas anymore, but doing a Christmas release. Yeah, I'm not sure why I threw that. Anyway, let's take a look at it here. Thomas and Friends logo appeared at the top. Santa's Little Engine in a very eye-catching font. The eye-catching fonts are back. That's cool. You've got Thomas as a reindeer with Sir Topham Hatt as Santa Claus in the sleigh right here. It's a very nice cover, actually. There's Olmsted Castle in the back as well. Hit Entertainment logo on the side, if my camera will focus. Okay, there we go. Thomas and Friends logo, Santa's Little Engine down there. You've got a portrait of Thomas from the front as the reindeer, or Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. Distributed by Lionsgate on the bottom. Thomas Friends logo again, making tracks for Christmas cheer. Thomas covered in snow along with Gordon, covered in snow as well with his snowplow. I think, yeah, that's a snowplow. UPC code right there. Your blurb about what's on the disc. Bonus features include Sir Topham Hatt's Frosty Friend game and Guess Who puzzles. Link to the Thomas and Friends website, as well as tech specs, FBI warning, all that good stuff down at the bottom. Take off our slipcover here. It is not embossed, and it makes me mad that it's not. It's exactly the same artwork on the sides as well as on the slipcover. Nothing has changed. Open this up. We do have a little pamphlet here, and our disc is a squished up version of the poster art. I just hit the tripod. My apologies. I forgot there's several in here. Here's our advertisements for Christmas themed wooden railway stuff. You know, back when the wooden railway wasn't dead. So the Snowy Mountain figure 8 set. This is a really cool set, actually. I've never seen this in person, but this looks really awesome. I have seen this in person, though, the diesel fueling station, and I kind of want to pick one up for myself. It looks really useful. Snowy Tunnel and Santa's Little Engine, which is based off the story Santa's Little Engine. Keep digging inside. Some advertisements for Thomas and Friends social media and apps, and some books, but nobody reads books anymore. And on the back, another advertisement for Thomas the Tank Engine being in the Little Big Club at the Hard Rock Hotel. And you have an advertisement behind that for Mike the Knight. And there's nothing on the back, it's just white. But Mike the Knight. Hey, Mike. Mike 123. I had no idea you were a knight, man. How's that show doing? Oh, it's canceled? Sorry. So that's the close-up on Santa's Little Engine. Let's go ahead and jump right into our menu tour for Santa's Little Engine. Alrighty, everybody. Here's your menu tour for Santa's Little Engine. We have our same 4 options as usual. Play, episode selection, language selection, and bonus features. What episodes do we have on this Christmas-themed release? Santa's Little Engine, No Snow for Thomas, The Frozen Turntable, which I really like that episode. Spoiler alert for the recommend section, but that one's really good. The Missing Christmas Decorations, which is again another good one. And Snow Tracks. That one should sound familiar. We've already seen Snow Tracks on a season 13 release, because that is a season 13 story. We'll talk more about that in the recommend section and all that stuff. Language selection, English, Spanish, and French, with a very comical picture of Sir Topham Hatt screaming. I guess he's screaming. He's either screaming or he's singing. Guess Who puzzles and Sir Topham Hatt's Frosty Friend game. So, let's play this game, shall we? I'm going to go with easy because I'm a wuss.
Catch the snowflakes and build the snowman before the snow piles up.
Okay. So you move the hat around and try to catch snowflakes, I guess.
So close, but the snow fell too fast. Well done. You've got the bottom of the snowman built. Now, let's catch more snowflakes.
Okay, so you push like the enter button, and then the hat lights up red, and you catch snowflakes that way. This is an interesting game.
The snowman is complete. We're almost finished. Let's keep building. The snowman is coming along. The snow is falling faster now. Let's catch the falling snowflakes. What a fantastic snowman! Sir Topham Hatt and the children of Sodor appreciate your help.
Well, that game was different. It wasn't, anything too special, but it was kind of fun. I find it interesting, though, how the game is in widescreen, but the menu is in full screen, if you notice that. So that is the menu tour for Santa's Little Engine. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions, as always.
Alright, so we're back from a close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? I actually picked mine up in a half-price books. I just went one day randomly after school and was like, hey, Santa's Little Engine, complete with slipcover. Why not pick this up? It was like $4. So if you have a half-price books near you, maybe it'll show up there. But if not, online retailers. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Santa's Little Engine has some pretty decent stories on it. That's the best way I can talk about these stories. They're decent. They are entertaining at face value, but when you really think about them, there's not much there. Like, the main story on here is Santa's Little Engine, and it's a very simple plot of the Earl wants Sir Topham Hatt to be Santa Claus, but he doesn't know how to drive a sleigh. Stretch this out for 8 minutes. The episode was fine. No snow for Thomas. That was, harkening back to the olden days when Thomas hated wearing his snowplow, and that one was all right too. It wasn't, particularly interesting. The missing Christmas decorations and the frozen turntable are two of my favorite Christmas-themed stories, and the frozen turntable isn't even really Christmas-themed. The missing Christmas decoration starts off really well. I really like the characterization of Diesel 10. He's a villain, but he's not, shockingly terrifying, piss-your-pants scary kind of villain. He's your generic mustache-twirling villain for a children's cartoon series, and I thought he was characterized very well here. And then the rest of the Diesels, it was fun, it's a fun story. The frozen turntable, though, I don't know. This episode's probably one of my favorites of season 17. I think it's because it's not a Christmas-themed story where, like, every other story that's in winter takes place during Christmas. This one is just a winter-themed story. It's winter on the island and the turntable gets frozen. The engines have to go and find somewhere else to sleep. And then, of course, it's Gordon who ends up, tricking everybody. And then he gets stuck in the shed because the turntable gets frozen again. And it turns. And I don't know. I just really like the frozen turntable. I was really surprised re-watching it the other night for this HMR. It's such a good episode. I don't know what it is. I just really like it. This release also features a kind of weird story. We get snow tracks, which, if you recall, was first seen on Splish Splash Splosh. Snow Tracks was originally narrated by Michael Brandon. However, apparently Mark Morgan was given a big old fat check to redub Snow Tracks. So now Mark Morgan is heard as the narrator. We still have the same dialogue. None of it's been changed. It's the same script. But now it's Mark Morgan reading these stupid-ass narrator lines. It was kind of not necessary. You could have just had 4 episodes instead of gone through the extra effort to get Mark Morgan to go into a studio and, record these lines. But I guess it's cool. It's a neat little bonus thing. I had no idea that Snow Tracks was re-narrated the first time I watched this. With all that being said, I think I would recommend Santa's Little Engine. It's a perfectly fine Christmas release. It's certainly not as good as its sequel, The Christmas Engines, because that just has better stories on it. But Santa's Little Engine, at face value, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? Well, I paid $4 for mine. With the slipcover, though, releases tend to gain value as time moves on. So I'd say probably like 10 for the release with the slipcover. Without it, I'd say it's probably worth the same amount. So that's the HMR on Santa's Little Engine. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. It's nothing too special. No one really remembers it. And to be honest, do you really need to remember this? I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's nothing horrible. It's better than all of seasons 13 and 16. Or seasons 13 through 16, not just seasons 13 and 16. 14 and 15 are bad too. Next week is when our Lord and Savior, Doc the Great Western Engine, returned to us. It is the Thomas Way. This is also one of the most nostalgic season 17 releases to me, but I'll tell that story next week. I'll see you all then. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Number 2 is Can I stop having consecutive strokes? Okay? Jeez. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to yet another episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on The Thomas Way, aka one of the first newer CGI DVD releases that I picked up way back in the day. But I'll tell that story later on. Let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of the Thomas Way. So the Thomas Way has a pretty short lifespan. It was only released once in December of 2013. I've already ranted about this enough in past HMRs, but come on, guys. I mean, Santa's Little Engine was released, during the summer or something? I can't remember the exact date. And the Thomas Way released in December. Switch them. It's really not that hard. Just switch them around. Come on, seriously? Is it really that difficult? Anyway, avoiding going off on a rant about that, let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of the Thomas Way.
Alrighty, everybody, here's your close-up look at the Thomas Way. That was my bad attempt at a Mark Morgan impression. It will get better as the series goes on. Thomas and Friends logo with Harold the helicopter right next to it. The Thomas Way in yet another very eye-catching font. Thomas front and center with Caitlin, Duck, Gordon, and Percy next to him. Full steam ahead to great adventures in a red bar down here at the bottom. Once again, very nice poster art. The side has our hit logo, Thomas and Friends logo, the Thomas Way, portrait of Thomas taken directly from the front, distributed by Lionsgate. On the back, Thomas and Friends logo, taking charge and staying on track with a UPC code next to it, your blurb about what's on the disc. There's Thomas, Percy, and Stafford. Your bonus features include the lift and load crane game, and you also have some Guess Who puzzles. You also have a bonus story, Luke's New Friend. This is the first time we've seen this in the US, at least I believe so. The concept of bonus stories really hasn't been explored much with US DVD releases. Thomas and Friends website link down there at the bottom along with your tech specs. We open this up. There was no pamphlet. I bought this new when it first came out, so there was no pamphlet. You also got a disc, which is a squished up version of the poster art as per usual. So that's your close-up look at the Thomas Way. Let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour for the Thomas Way. Alrighty everyone, here's your menu tour for the Thomas Way. Art card and poster art are exactly the same as per usual. We have our same 4 options over here. Not going to read them this time because I read them last week. And let's be honest, you guys already know what the 4 titles are. I'm sure you could recite them from memory. I know I can. The Thomas Way, The Switch, Percy's Lucky Day, Calm Down Caitlin, and The Lost Puff. Main menu, language selection is going to be the same 3 options. Oh no! It's actually different. We only have English and Spanish. They've completely axed French from this release. That's interesting. That's some cool artwork with Luke and Millie right there, facing off against each other. Bonus features include our bonus story, Luke's New Friend. Interesting how it's in the bonus features menu and not in the story stops menu. Lift and load crane game and Guess Who puzzles. So we're going to play this lift and load crane game as I usually do to elongate these menu tours, therefore giving me more ad revenue. Let's do it.
Just another day on the island of Sodor, and Thomas the Tank Engine is busy moving loads around in his freight car. Thomas would like your help unloading the boxes he's pulling by using Cranky the Crane to unload them. After Thomas rolls to a stop, choose the arrow underneath the box and the crane will pick it up. Each time you help Thomas unload his freight, you're helping him get the job done. Are you ready to help Thomas?
So it's an interesting setup so far. Here comes Thomas. What's he got for us today? Oh joy, it's a blue crate from the beginning. That's cool.
Choose the correct arrow underneath the box that you want to...
It's the first one. Duh. The angle that Thomas is at does not line up with the tracks, like, at all. He looks like he's lopsided. Maybe it's just my eyes, but he looks like he's lopsided.
Choose the arrow underneath the box. Correct. Here comes the crane.
Who is this narrator? He's not anybody I've heard previously, but he sounds way too enthusiastic to be narrating this game. I mean, I admire his enthusiasm, But, like, dude, you sound way too enthusiastic to be on a Thomas DVD narrating a game. Is it going to be in the... Yeah, the last one. Notice how the packages were blue, red, and green, as a reference to Thomas, James, and Percy, I assume. Yeah, load that freight, or pick up that freight, whatever you're doing. Now get out of here, Thomas, you little scamp. Oh, there's another one. Dang it. I thought we were done.
Choose the arrow underneath the box. Correct. Here comes the crane.
So how many levels of this are there exactly? I don't want there to be like 15 levels. If this next one isn't the last level, then I'm leaving. I don't want this to go on too long. This is very monotonous work. I'm not having any fun. Yeah, nope, we're done here. Yeah, that game, that wasn't too good. That was actually kind of bad. It was just very monotonous. Like, you did the same thing over and over again. I don't even know how that would be cool to a kid. So anyway, that's the menu tour for the Thomas Way. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions, as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Can't really find this in stores. I haven't seen this in stores since beginning of 2014, actually, is when I picked this up, so I'd say online retailers is really your best bet. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? The Thomas Way is an interesting release, given the fact that it has some interesting episodes on it. I, for one, really enjoy the title story on the Thomas Way. It's great to see a classic character like Duck taking the spotlight of his own story, rather than just being a cameo in, what was it? Henry's Hero. That's where Duck came back. I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, Duck is one note in the newer series. Yeah, but so is every other CGI character that they brought back from the classic series. I mean, what the writers do, and I've noticed this with Duck, I've noticed this with Oliver, I have noticed this with every new reintroduced character. The writers take one element from that character's history from the model series, and they basically just make that their one character trait. For Duck, it's him talking about, the Great Western Way, which, if anybody remembers this, in Pop Goes the Diesel, the narrator states that Duck talks endlessly about being Great Western. So, I don't know what everyone's complaining about, because that's been a character trait since the very beginning, and I don't see how people haven't noticed that. I'm personally not a huge fan of how Duck just keeps talking and talking about the Great Western Way. I can kind of deal with it, I guess. This whole discussion was just kind of pointless. It was just really for me to point out that this character trait has been around since the classic series, when Duck was hailed as one of the greatest characters of all time. But if I can praise something about Duck, hey, we got a classic model image of him in the Thomas Way. He appears in some weird photo from his background time on the Great Western Railway. I'm not sure if that's a CGI model or not, but that sure as hell is the model face. The other stories on here are interesting. I think The Switch is a really cool story, actually. It's something we hadn't seen in the Thomas universe up until now. 2 engines swapping jobs and going to different locations and seeing how the other one works. That's genius, actually. Bill and Ben make their reintroduction here in Percy's Lucky Day. It was great to see them back. The Lost Puff, I would say, is probably the worst episode on this release. And it's really not that horrible. It's just kind of weird. I mean, I like Paxton a lot. I think he's a really interesting and funny character. I just don't see why we needed a whole episode around him being stupid. I haven't talked about this in previous HMRs either, but when the CGI series started with Splish Splash Splosh, way back in 2013, basically the way that the release was structured, it would start off with the intro, then go into a Mr. Perkins segment, which was Mr. Perkins on some sort of wild and crazy adventure in the Knapford Station engine driver's common room, and then it would cut to a story, and then it would cut back to Mr. Perkins, cut to a story, and it would continue with that until you reach the credits. The format of that has changed. It's no longer a Mr. Perkins segment broken up into 4 parts, there's now only 1 or 2 Mr. Perkins segments on each release, which includes Mr. Perkins Reads the Railway series, which is a pretty cool featurette, and Mr. Perkins sends a postcard somewhere on Soto or reads another Railway series book. That happens more often when we get to the newer CGI stuff. But then you also have other segments, like Sir Robert Norramby's Trivia, where Sir Robert Norramby talks directly to the audience and asks trivia questions about some clips that he shows you. Or you have Sir Topham Hatt saying, "Calling all engines," and he shouts out some of his favorite engines on Sodor. I can't remember what the engines were on the Thomas Way, but I know in future, if it wasn't on the Thomas Way, he calls out Harvey for being a crane engine and basically just shouts a character out for being cool. And then you also have music videos that are interspliced in the middle of the story. So the format has changed, and I think that was a welcome change. I really do. I think that the Thomas releases were kind of getting stale with the whole story Perkins, story Perkins, story Perkins credits. That format got really old. I think that these new segments provide a more, I wouldn't say educational experience, but they provide a more one-on-one experience for children with the characters on screen because they're talking directly to you. It's kind of reminiscent of the old Shining Time Station stuff. Actually, it's not really that reminiscent because the Shining Time Station people didn't talk directly to the audience, but you could say it's kind of like that. So, with the pretty good stories and with the format change, yeah, I say that you should pick up the Thomas Way. Is it really necessary? No, but it does mark a change in the Thomas and Friends video marketplace and how the releases are structured. So, yeah, I'd say you should pick it up. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Probably eBay. Amazon, I haven't checked prices on Amazon, so it might be really expensive, but eBay is probably your best option. And number 5, what price should you pay? I don't think this had a slipcover. I haven't seen any images of it with a slipcover, so $5. So that's the HMR on the Thomas Way. Once again, a pretty average release. I know I said I had a story for how I found this. The story is basically just, hey, I went to Target one night in 2014, and I found this on the shelf, and I was like, hey, the series is good again. I haven't bought a new DVD in years, so I went ahead and purchased it. And that copy has been in my collection ever since. So next week is on a kind of also average release. I mean, I remember it being pretty good, and I remember loving it back when I first bought it. It's Spills and Thrills. Kind of a ripoff of Spills and Chills. But hey, the kids nowadays, they're not going to know what Spills and Chills is. They only know Spills and Thrills. So anyway, that's next week. I'll catch you all then. Thank you all for watching. As always, good night, everybody. What's up, fam? Welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. I don't know why I said fam. This intro's already off to a good start, isn't it? Today's episode is on Spills and Thrills. Hi, you thought I was going to have a skit where I said, this one's on Spills and Chills. Oh, wait, it's Spills and Thrills, guys. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not predictable, okay? I don't want to be predictable. I want you guys to be surprised by my content. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump into the history section of Spills and Thrills. For those of you who don't know, I'm trying out a weird mic setup here. I have a legit desk chair now, and I can't lean back in it without the audio sounding quiet, so pray for me that this mic stand doesn't fall over. Okay, so Spills and Thrills was only released once in March of 2014, and I actually have a pretty funny story about this. Back when I got back into Thomas and Friends DVD collecting, it was back at the beginning of 2014. I had just picked up the Thomas Way in either January or February, and I was like, yeah, I kind of want to get some more DVDs. So I went to another Target for some reason. This is back before I could drive, so I guess my family was there for some reason. I picked up, I think it was Muddy Matters, what was the other one? Wobbly Wheels and Whistles, and Spills and Thrills. It was the very first day that it came out on DVD. It was March 4th, 2014. And I was one of the first in my friend group to actually get my hands on it. I remember there was a rumor going around that Spills and Thrills had season 18 content on it, which was proven false when I popped it in my player and showed it to my friends. I was like, guys, look, it's season 18, but they quickly corrected me and said, no, that's season 17, because I wasn't watching the airings that were posted on YouTube regularly like I do now. So that's my story, and that's the history section on Spills and Thrills. Let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section on Spills and Thrills. Redundancy. It's an American staple.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Spills and Thrills. Sounds very similar to Spills and Chills, one of the releases from yesteryears. 6 new never-before-seen adventures, which is kind of true. These hadn't been seen in the U.S. at this point. They were all brand spanking new. We got Cranky up there at the top, spilling some fish off of his, weird pallet thing, and it falling onto James. But before we get to that, you've got Spills and Thrills in a very eye-catching font right there, except it's kind of off to the side. It doesn't take up the entire half of this case. It's actually very subdued. But yeah, there's James with a bunch of fish on him, and Thomas looking very entertained by it. He's like, haha, James, screw you, man. And James is like, shut up, Thomas. I hate my life. That's your poster art. It's very engaging. Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas' Friends logo. Spills and Thrills on the side. Portrait of Thomas taken directly from this image, distributed by Lionsgate on the back. All aboard for Spills and Thrills with Thomas and his friends. Thomas, it's unrealistic, he's jumping the track. My apologies, just had a bit of a Railway Series fan freak out there. I'll try to contain my realism. Thomas jumping the rails there. Meet New Engine Porter, which is very similar to the Meet New Engine Stafford and Scruff, except it's on the back instead of the front. Your blurb about what's on the disc and such. Bonus features include Biff Bash Bosh is back! Holy crap. We saw that on Sticky Situations, which I hated that release, but the only thing that made it good was Biff Bash Bosh, and now it's back! I forgot it was on this. Oh, we get to play it again! GoGo Thomas karaoke music video and Guess Who puzzles. Thomas and Friends, link to their website right there. Text specs down there at the bottom. That's a slipcover. It's exactly the same underneath, except it doesn't have that little yellow bar. 6 never-before-seen adventures. You get to see more. This little part up here, you get to see that, where it was cut off by that yellow bar. Everything else is pretty much exactly the same. You even get this. Except, no, wait, there's actually something different. Meet New Engine Porter. Meet Porter. Huh. Weird thing to change. We open this up, however. We have a pamphlet about merchandise relating to Spills and Thrills with Take and Play before it was killed and rebranded as Adventures. And the Thomas Wooden Railway line. Porter, Duck, Bill and Ben with Celebration Saltine Hero Sticky Spill, and James's Fishy Delivery. That set, I kind of like that set. It's actually not terrible. It is an overglorified figure 8 set, but if I found it at a Marshall's or a TJ Maxx, I'd probably buy it. It's nice. And Trackmaster, most people call it Trackmaster 2, which is what it technically is. So, yeah, this is when everyone was speculating, oh, what's Trackmaster 2 gonna look like? And it turned out to look like crap. Thomas Shoes. Didn't expect to see an advertisement for Thomas Shoes available at Target. Interesting. Real Big Train, Real Big Smiles. Day Out with Thomas advertisement. Thomas Bubbles. Thomas Shirts. And books. Something I recognize. And Thomas the Tank Engine at the Little Big Club for the Hard Rock Hotel. We've seen that advertised many a time before. There's your disc, squished up version of the poster art as per usual. So that, ladies and gents, is your close-up. Let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of Spills and Thrills. Alrighty, everybody, here's your menu tour for Spills and Thrills. And guys, before we actually jump into the menu tour, we've hit a pivotal moment in Thomas and Friends home media history. If you notice the menu, it's taking up my entire widescreen television here. That means that we have finally hit the era in which the TV series goes widescreen. It's not just the specials anymore that are widescreen. The TV series as well, if you recall. Let me just pull them out over here. They're sitting over here on the bed here. Santa's Little Engine and The Thomas Way, all of these Season 17 stories, including the ones on Railway Mischief as well, they were all full screen. However, now, with Spills and Thrills, the entire series is now being brought to widescreen in its glorious, glorious format. Thomas has finally entered the modern day. Widescreen in terms of the TV series, it only took him about, 3 years, but whatever. We've got our same 4 options here. Episode selection, what do we have? Away from the Sea, The Smelly Kipper, No More Mr. Nice Engine, Gone Fishing, Thomas's Shortcut, and The Afternoon Tea Express. I pretty much love all of those stories. Spills and Thrills is pretty nostalgic for me. It was one of the first new DVD releases that I picked up. Language selection, English, Spanish, and French. French is back for this release. If you recall, last week French was missing from the Thomas Way, and that's actually a screenshot from Wayward Winston. You can tell because her top hat looks a little disgruntled there, and Thomas is pulling rock cars when he was chasing Winston in that episode. Bonus features include Biff Bash Bosh, it's back baby, karaoke music video, GoGo Thomas and Guess Who puzzles. We are going to play some Biff Bash Bosh, god dang it.
Player 1, it's your turn now. Looks like there is a big shipment of apples stopped on the tracks at Sodor Steamworks. When the meter you see is all the way to the top, choose Enter on your remote to go full.
Yeah, buddy, strike. Oh, I have missed this game. This is one of the best DVD games I've ever played.
Now it's Percy's turn to bash some barrels.
Alright, come on, Percy. Let's see what you can do. Oof.
6 barrels all Biff Bash Bosh right off the track.
Dude, we might actually have some competition here with Percy. Alright, we gotta wait till it goes all the way up to the top. But we might actually have some competition with Percy. I mean, geez, he biffed all of those over. Yeah, buddy.
Great work. You just biffed 6 barrels over.
It's 12-6. Here we go. He said barrel.
Biff Bash Bosh. There go 4 barrels. Knocked right over. Full steam ahead.
It's 12-10 now. Let's see if we can get an even bigger lead.
It's your turn now. Great work. You just biffed 6.
And another strike right up in here. 18-10. Let's do
It's
this.
Percy's turn to bash some barrels. Biff Bash Bosh. There go 2 barrels. Knocked right over.
Oof, Percy, 12-18. Come on, man. You are losing.
With a total of 18 barrels.
Yep, we won.
Well done. Thomas Biff Bash Bosh the most barrels.
It was all downhill for poor Percy there. He just couldn't hang on to the lead. So that's your menu tour for Spills and Thrills. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? You cannot find this in stores. I have not seen this in stores since that fateful day back in 2014, so I would say online retailers. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? Nope, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I said last week that the Thomas Way was just kind of an average release. I mean, the episodes were good, but they weren't great. I kind of feel the same way about Spills and Thrills, but I think I like it more than the Thomas Way, and maybe it's because of that nostalgic connection I have to it, being the first in the friend group to actually get my hands on it. I don't know, I feel like I like it more. I don't think that the episodes are necessarily better, but I just kind of like it more. For one thing, it actually has a slipcover, which is a lot nicer than releases that don't have slipcovers. One complaint about the slipcover, though, it's not embossed. It kind of feels a little cheap, but I still feel nice whenever I slide out my DVD to put it in the player, like I did when I watched it for this review. I also really like the poster art for this. The poster art is amazing. It's very dynamic, it flows very well, and it really catches your eye, especially with that font. I guess I should talk about Porter. Porter's interesting. He was kind of unnecessary, but also necessary as well, because how was Salty able to run the entirety of Brendam Docks all by himself? Like, seriously, he's the only engine that works at Brendam Docks? So, giving him a pal to hang out with and play off of in later seasons, that kind of works, actually. It's world building, is what I would say. Also, Harvey came back in this release, and he looks pretty good. His voice is interesting. I never pictured him as an Irish person, or an Irish train. Is that Irish? I think that's an Irish accent. I'm not just an engine. I'm a crane, too. Definitely Irish. Maybe he's Scottish. No, I'm sorry, peoples of other countries. I get my accents mixed up. I'm a dumb American. My apologies, but it's either Irish or Scottish. I'm leaning more towards Irish. I'll have a potato and a beer. Now it doesn't sound Irish at all. When did this suddenly morph into what's Harvey's accent? Home media reviews. What else do I want to say about Spills and Thrills here? You can tell I don't script these. I just come up with thoughts off the top of my head, which is not a very professional thing, but hey, it has worked for close to 100 episodes now, so sue me. Oh, here's something I could talk about. This features 6 stories on it, which we haven't seen in a long time. I don't count the Thomas Way having 6 because one of them's a bonus story. This has 6, and 6 is going to be the norm for the rest of Thomas's lifespan on DVD, which isn't really that long, considering that we haven't had any new DVD releases at the time of recording this, which is January of 2018. Wow, I dated this episode. How could I not mention the pivotal moment that Spills and Thrills gives us for Thomas and Friends on DVD? Spills and Thrills is the first release to feature Thomas stories in the widescreen aspect ratio. You have no idea how much of a pet peeve it was every time I would pop in a new DVD release that I had just picked up, and it was full screen. And I'm like, yes, this was totally worth my money. 4 crappy stories that they cropped into 4x3 and slapped onto a disc and said, here you go. Yeah, that was totally worth my money. No, it was not. I'm kidding. But seriously though, Thomas and Friends in widescreen looks absolutely amazing. I love just the scope of it all, especially with Ark's animation. It was really meant to be seen in widescreen. I don't know why it took them so long to stop cropping the stories into 4x3. Did they think people still had full screen televisions in 2014 or 2013 or 2012 or any of those past years? No, widescreen pretty much took full effect in the early 2010s. Everyone had gotten rid of their full screen TVs by then. I'm shocked it took Thomas this long to finally get into the widescreen aspect ratio. Now, of course, this is for the series. The specials have always been in widescreen format. They have not changed their aspect ratio since The Great Discovery, which The Great Discovery, looking back on that DVD release, it looks kind of weird being in 4x3. Like, hey, it's a special, but it's the same aspect ratio as the TV series, so it's not really all that special, but it's still good. Widescreen, and that makes this release important. So yes, I'm going to recommend that you pick up Spills and Thrills, because this release is an important one. Also, the stories are pretty good, and the bonus features are also very good. It features Biff Bash Bosh, which is basically the Jesus Christ of Thomas and Friends DVD games. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? eBay. Haven't checked Amazon prices. Probably never will. You can check them for yourself, though, but I'd recommend eBay, and you're supposed to do what I tell you. And number 5, what price should you pay? Slip-covered version, $10 to $15. Automatically, slipcovers add $5 or $6 of value to a release, in my humblest opinion. Without the slipcover, though, 5, 6, 7, anything like that. Just don't overpay. That's the HMR on Spills and Thrills. Talking about it makes me want to watch it again, and that's how you know that it's a good release. When you talk about it with someone, or in my case, my YouTube audience, and it makes you want to watch it again. That's how you know it's good. So anyway, next week is the actual first Season 18 release. Season 17 basically has 3.5 of its feet in the grave, and Season 18 is just being born. Next week we're talking about Trouble on the Tracks. Not the Thomas & Friends computer game, which I have a Let's Play for. No, it's the DVD release that I pre-ordered on iTunes. I'll tell that story next week. Thank you guys so much for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. God. I need some water. I never have water when I record these. What is wrong with me? Hello everybody, welcome back to yet another episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. You have no idea how tired I am of saying that. I have recorded, this is my third episode recording in one night, so yay, I'm already sick of saying that. Also, I am recording this episode on a new microphone setting. I'm still tweaking this audio software that I have on my Google Pixel 2. The first couple of HMRs I recorded with this phone sounded a bit off to me in the editing room, so I'm still tweaking it. Let me know in the comments if this sounds any better, because I will not be re-recording it if it sounds like crap. I'll release it if it sounds like crap. That's a joke. If it sounds like crap and it's illegible, then I will re-record it. But if it sounds pretty okay, I might keep it with this setting. But, you know, trial and error. So, this release is on... This episode, tell how late it is, this episode is on Trouble on the Tracks. Once again, not the Thomas PC game. That game is trash. Actually, it's okay. I haven't played it in a long time. But in the Let's Play, I basically said it was trash. So, history section. That's what's up next. Let's move into that. So Trouble on the Tracks has a pretty brief history. It was released once in April of 2014, just a month shy of Spills and Thrills. We got Trouble on the Tracks, which is kind of interesting. That's one of the shortest release times between DVDs. So history section's done with. What's next? Close-up. That's right. Close-up section. Let's move into that for Trouble on the Tracks.
Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up look at Trouble on the Tracks. No, this is not the PC game from way back in the 2000s that I've also done a Let's Play on. This is a brand new DVD for the US in 2014, leading up to Tale of the Brave. Thomas and Friends, Trouble on the Tracks. Thomas with some trucks behind him looking very mischievous. This one looks like he got bashed in the head with a sledgehammer. This one kind of looks the same. He's got one eye that's a little wonky. This one just looks like, why am I here? And then there's Thomas on the front like, yeah, chaos behind me, it's great! No, it's actually not. This poster art's pretty simple, but I like it. The side, Hit Entertainment logo. Thomas and Friends, Trouble on the Tracks. Portrait of Thomas taken directly from the front, distributed by Lionsgate. I apologize if this is going in and out of focus. I'm losing the natural light right now. I hate daylight savings time. And the sun is currently going down, so I gotta finish this close-up fast before I run out of sunlight. Thomas and Friends, Railway Mix-Ups and Slip-Ups is the tagline. There's your UPC code and your blurb about what's on the disc. Thomas jumping the rails again, and he's doing it too. This is unrealistic. This is inaccurate to the Railway series. Another Railway series freakout, a reoccurring bit from last week. My apologies. I will contain my realism, and I will keep the inner Oliver Duck in me inside. We'll wait for it to refocus before I continue. Bonus features down there at the bottom. The Earl's Quiz and Guess Who Puzzles. What is the Earl going to be quizzing us on? We'll find out in the menu tour. ThomasandFriends.com link and your tech specs at the bottom. There was no pamphlet. I bought this new off of Amazon. Trouble on the Tracks disc, squished out version of the poster art, and this did come with a slipcover. I'm pretty sure I have seen images of this with a slipcover, and since I bought it off Amazon, it didn't have a slipcover, and I didn't buy it new in the store, so bad me. So that is your close-up. Let's go ahead and transition into the menu tour for Trouble on the Tracks, as the sun slowly disappears behind the house behind me. Alrighty, everybody, here's your menu tour for Trouble on the Tracks. Again, glorious, glorious widescreen. I love it so much. If only this was in HD, but it's not because it's DVD, so... Oh, can't wait till we get to Thomas on Blu-ray. Anyway, play, episode selection, language selection, bonus features. What episodes do we have on here? Thomas the Quarry Engine, Not So Slow Coaches, Flatbeds of Fear, Disappearing Diesels, and Toad's Adventure. I pretty much vividly remember the hype around Trouble on the Tracks after season 17 was so good compared to what came previously. Everybody was hyped for season 18. I'm pretty sure I actually pre-ordered this on iTunes back when I used to use iTunes. I don't use that anymore. I don't like Apple. Language selection, English, Spanish, and French. Once again, French is back. Hopefully it sticks around. I still really wish I could watch Thomas and Friends in Hungarian. Please give it to me at some point. Bonus features, the Earl's Quiz and Guess Who Puzzles. I'm curious about what this Earl's Quiz is. I don't ever play these games or anything whenever I buy these, so a lot of these are my first impressions. So let's see what the Earl's Quiz is.
Well, hello. The Earl of Sodor here.
Oh, it's literally just the Earl's segment from when you play all of the stories in synchronization. If you don't already know, with these newer CGI DVDs and such, when you click play all and all of the stories play in synchronization, you get these little commercials, interim things that play in between the stories. For instance, there's one where Sir Topham Hatt names some of his favorite engines and why he likes that engine and such. There's the Earl's Quiz, where he shows you a clip from a previous story and he asks you some questions about what exactly did you just see. There's also some Mr. Perkins segments where he's in a signal box and he reads the Railway series. That was a big thing back when that first showed up. Everybody was going nuts. Mr. Perkins reading the Railway series, woo! And it was cool. I'll admit, I'm not the biggest Railway series fanboy, but it was cool to see him read the older stories. And on that note, I guess that's your menu tour for Trouble on the Tracks. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Okay, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Online. Bought mine off of Amazon because I missed it in stores, because I was a big dum-dum, and I pre-ordered this on iTunes. Matter of fact, I still own it on iTunes. The hype for Season 18 was big back in the day, especially since my boy Oliver was coming back. I was extremely hyped to see my son, Oliver, return on screen, and I hoped and prayed that they did him justice. And did they do him justice? Yeah, they did. So yeah, I owned this digitally, so I skipped it on DVD, which was kind of dumb, so I bought mine off Amazon about 2 years later. So, Amazon, yeah. I think its price is still good. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? Nope, it's not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? We already know I'm going to give this a green arrow, but let me explain why. Stories on this, pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Season 18 had a pretty strong opening. I think Thomas the Quarry Engine is the best episode on this release. Yes, it is very similar to a certain Thomas and Friends special known as The Adventure Begins, which would come out the very next year. It's also similar to the episode in the classic series where Thomas almost runs into the buffers. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. It's not Thomas in Trouble. It's something else, but it's late. I don't want to remember it. If it pops in my head later, I will scream it out to high heaven. But yeah, it's very reminiscent of that, but I still really like it. Not So Slow Coaches was a very fresh idea. I think it kind of reminded me of The Switch or something like the Afternoon Tea Express, where there's actually like new story ideas being developed, and they're actually like smart and railway realistic in a sense. I mean, I hate how they used Charlie in that episode, but Charlie, I guess Charlie's fine. He's still a big fat idiot because he shunted Annie and Clarabelle behind Caitlin, but, you know, he was used to his fullest extent, I guess, and his joke made me want to die. Flatbeds of Fear, I think, is like a bad episode. I don't like Flatbeds of Fear. In fact, when I was watching Trouble on the Tracks for this, I skipped Flatbeds of Fear because I don't like that episode in the slightest. I don't know why. It's just a dumb concept. Like, I get that Henry is the fraidy cat, and that's how Mattel wanted to characterize him in the Steam team, back when Henry was in the Steam team. But it's just 8 minutes of Henry running around saying, "The flatbeds of fear." I don't like it at all. And the rhyming? Did we have to bring back the rhyming, Andrew Brenner? Did you really run out of ideas, pal? Because I could have provided you some. It involves engines with guns. Call me sometime, if you haven't been fired. Disappearing Diesels I also like. It pretty much teaches, like, a pretty good moral that isn't, like, overhandedly shoved into the kids' faces. Like, even though someone's mean to you, you can still be nice to them. And heck, they might even be nice to you back. Or, you know, just be a good person. And then, of course, Toad's Adventure. You know what? I changed my favorite. Toad's Adventure is my favorite because it features 3 of my favorite things on this planet. 1, a pretty good Thomas action scene. 2, humor with Dowager Hatch. Me, my, moo. Yeah, that's hilarious. And the fact that Thomas even cringes at it, that's a win in my book. And 3, my son, Oliver. He's here. He doesn't have a big role, but he is here. And he mentions his escape, which was pretty awesome. And also, Toad is kind of adorable with his voice. Although I pictured him being more stately, like, "Oh, thank you, Mr. Oliver." I think that's from, you know, the George Carlin narrated stuff. But, you know, his voice just kind of fits him, really. And then Oliver sounds like this for most of the time. And it actually kind of suits him, too. But I kind of prefer the George Carlin version. "Well, I'm Oliver. You think I can't manage," said Oliver huffily. "Gordon knows better. He says I'm sagacious." I kind of prefer that Oliver voice better, but the CGI one, it's pretty good. It kind of sounds similar to Duck. Sorry, there was just a long pause there. My head was itching because I have been wearing this hat for so long, and I have not taken a shower yet, so my scalp is going nuts. You didn't need to hear that, but I'm going to keep that in. I ain't cutting that out. Oh, my throat is so dry. Anyway, then not much else to talk about with Trouble on the Tracks. Bonus features are fine, I guess. I don't know why the Earl's Quiz is listed under bonus features, because that is integrated into the release itself. But yeah, Trouble on the Tracks. I recommend it. It's nice, I suppose. You know, I was kind of complaining about the older CGI stuff being monotonous to do HMRs on because they were all just bad in their own way. Kind of feeling the same way with this newer stuff. I mean, I was all excited to get to season 17 because it was something different, but they've all been really good so far. I just don't really have much to say. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm phoning it in throughout this, but I just don't really have much to say on a lot of these stories. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's kind of making me miss the bad releases, because at least I had something to say about those and something to rant about. But here, yeah, the releases are good. I'm not complaining that they're good. I just wish I could come up with more things to say about them on the fly. Maybe I should start writing scripts for this. Nah, we're almost 100 episodes in. There's no way we're writing scripts for this. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. I recommend Amazon myself. And number 5, what price should you pay? This version had a slipcover, and it kind of makes me mad that I don't have the version with the slipcover. The non-slipcover version, $5. Slipcovered version, $10-15. Alright, so that's the HMR on Trouble on the Tracks. Sorry things got a little off-handed there with the talk about things being monotonous and me just kind of going through the motions here. But, hey, I like this series. I'm going to keep doing it. But if the content starts to get a little boring, please tell me, and I will hit myself in the head with a brick. Not on camera, though. You all have to visualize it, and I won't actually do it. I'll just put in a sound effect of a brick hitting a head. Here's the story, okay? Tonight I was just sitting on my computer just watching The Office, but then I realized, oh crap, I need to record for some HMR because I haven't done that in a while. So I begrudgingly stopped watching The Office, rolled my chair into my closet, sat in my chair, contemplated life for a little while, and then I started recording without any passion. So, lesson learned. Record HMRs when you're actually in the mood to. Don't force yourself to do it. These are all personal notes to me. I'm not saying you all should record HMRs. Do not rip me off, or else I will hit you in the head with a brick. So next week is on an interesting release. I actually had no idea that this release was even a thing back when I first started collecting. It's on Engines to the Rescue, which is technically the final Season 17 release. If you would ask me, hey Lego lover, what's the final Season 17 release? Back in like 2015, 2016, I would have told you, oh, it's Spills and Thrills. And then you would have asked, well, what about Bill or Ben? Not Now Charlie, No More Fire Engines, and all those other Season 17 episodes that didn't get released on DVD. I would have said, well, sorry, I guess they never were released on DVD. Guess what? They were. And you can find those on the Engines to the Rescue DVD and during the Engines to the Rescue DVD HMR, which is next week. And I also forgot to mention that this is the last time that we'll ever be seeing the Lionsgate logo on a Thomas and Friends DVD release, because next week we switch distributors. Lionsgate lost the license. Next week, Universal is the one who picks that up and runs with it, and we'll be seeing Universal from now on. I'll also mention this next week because I'll forget that I already mentioned it here. I've rambled on long enough. I wish I had a brick so I could hit myself. Engines to the Rescue is next week. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Today's review is on Engines to the Rescue. Possibly the hardest mainstream DVD release I had to acquire to complete my DVD and VHS library. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Engines to the Rescue. So Engines to the Rescue, much like a lot of these CGI releases, had a very short lifespan, as it was released only once in September of 2014, which is quite interesting. This was available in a exclusive 2-pack, which I believe was exclusive to Walmart, if I'm not mistaken, with Tale of the Brave on DVD. And Tale of the Brave came out a week later, September 16th, and Engines to the Rescue came out September 9th. Another little factoid before we move on here, when this was released by itself, you got a free digital copy of Tale of the Brave with it, Also, another fact, this was the first DVD to be distributed by Universal. It was not Tale of the Brave. This came out before Tale of the Brave. If I said that last week, that Tale of the Brave was the first product distributed by Universal, I was wrong. It's this one. And another fact before we move on, this was actually a UK release as well. There was a DVD in the UK also known as Engines to the Rescue. However, that was released back in 2004, so that's the first Engines to the Rescue that came before this one. So enough about my interesting facts, let's move on to the close-up section of Engines to the Rescue.
Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up look at Engines to the Rescue. This poster art, it's okay, we start off with Thomas and Friends logo up here at the top, Engines to the Rescue down below it. And it's pretty simple actually, it's pretty much just Flynn and Belle over there on some tracks, and then Thomas, kind of coming off the rails there. Again, pretty simple, but not horrible either. It kind of reminds me of the Journey Beyond Sodor cover, at just how simple and photoshoppy it looks. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas and Friends logo, Engines to the Rescue, portrait of Thomas from the front, DVD logo. Wow, Universal. I know that we've seen this logo in the past on some reprints that we have looked at. However, this is significant because we have changed distribution houses. That's right, Thomas and Friends has now switched over to Universal full-time because I think Lionsgate, they either lost the rights or they wanted to sell them. One of those two. Either way, we are now under Universal's roof. So, interesting times are on the horizon. Thomas and Friends logo again. Help is on the way. Alright. UPC code there. Harold, who looks interesting. He looks kind of odd there. Very serious. Your blurb about what's on the disc and such. Thomas there with Belle and also Flynn again. Your bonus features include Hey Hey Thomas, which is a music video, Working Together Again, which is the reprise of that song from King of the Railway. That's also a music video. And Guess Who Puzzles. So there's no game on here this time around, so we don't have anything to play. And your tech specs and such with the link to the Thomas & Friends website down at the bottom. We open this up. It's not an eco case per se, it's a thicker plastic. However, it is still particularly weak. You can see that my copy is actually bending inside of itself. There's actually a kind of a bulge. You can't see there. But yeah, the plastic is still very cheap, and I'm still not a fan of this. Look, I'm literally bending it like this. I really don't like that. There's your disc, squished up version of the poster art. We actually have some protection for the disc underneath there, unlike with the Eco case. Alright, now obviously I don't have that huge box that included Tale of the Brave back when Engines to the Rescue first came out. This was a Walmart exclusive, as I mentioned in the history section. It came in this giant set that also included Tale of the Brave back when that first came out. I don't have that box. I bought this off of eBay, so I don't have that box to show you. So, with all that being said, let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of Engines to the Rescue. Alrighty everyone, here's your menu tour for Engines to the Rescue. And the menu is actually different this time. We don't have the same 4 options. It's also not on this side or this side. It's on the bottom this time. This is actually reminiscent of special menus. You know, like for Legend of the Lost Treasure or Great Race or any of those coming up soon. This is what the menus will resemble, or like the past specials like King of the Railway or Blue Mountain Mystery. This is what the menus look like, and I'm glad that they've actually changed it up. We have play all episodes, bonus features set up, and previews. Interesting. We haven't had the previews as an option in ever. I almost said in a long time. We never had that ever. Episodes. What episodes do we have on here? Pretty much all of the remaining Season 17 stories that were not released prior. We have Too Many Fire, Engines, The Phantom Express, Bill or Ben, one of the best of Season 17. Oh, Charlie, why are you in this menu? Henry's Hero, and Not Now Charlie. So we're back to 5 stories for this release. But,
again, these are the last batch of Season 17 stories that were not released previously, so they didn't have a sixth one. You can also play all from the episodes menu, and the menu is actually changed as well. You actually have pages once again. Throwback to the classic series age when you had pages of stories. Bonus features include Hey Hey Thomas and Working Together Again, which is they're both music videos, and Guess Who Puzzles. You've also got Thomas racing on the tracks with leaves running around him. I am really liking this menu so far. It's actually really cool and dynamic. Again, there is no game, so we cannot elongate this menu tour, so we don't have anything to play this week. Setup, or what this is about, spoken language, English, and Spanish. That's pretty much all you have for setup, and Henry is giving his whoa face, like Neo from The Matrix. Whoa. Except Henry does more emoting than Keanu Reeves. Back to the menu. I think previews will just start playing the trailers, so we'll see. Yes, it just starts playing the trailers. The trailers that I saw in here, you have one for Spills and Thrills, which is this one here. And you also have one for Day Out with Thomas. You also have some other trailers for other Universal properties, which I'm not going to show because I'll more than likely get copyrighted. So head back to the main menu. So that's pretty much it for Engines to the Rescue. This actually has one of the best menus I've seen in a long time, and that's interesting. Coming from me, who has criticized the menus in the past for all being exactly the same, but this one is different, and I like that. So, with all that being said, that's the end of the menu tour. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions, as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? You can't find Engines to the Rescue in stores anymore, much less in that giant box with Tale the Brave. So, online retailers, mainly eBay. I remember I looked for weeks to try to find an Engines to the Rescue. I got a whole bunch of UK Engines to the Rescues in my feed back then. Actually, I have a funny story about that. When I first purchased an Engines to the Rescue DVD, I paid about $6 for it. But I waited a month and the seller never shipped it. I don't know if the seller was just trying to scam me. eBay didn't say the seller was away or not, but it just sat saying paid, was never shipped out, so I had to get eBay to step in and refund my $6. So I can't remember the seller's name, but if I could, I would tell you not to buy from them because they're probably scummy. But then about a week later, I found the copy that you saw in the close-up section, so I think I paid $7 or $8 for that. So number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Engines to the Rescue to me has always felt like kind of a forgotten release. I had never heard of it before doing research to try and see which releases I still needed to complete my Thomas and Friends US home video library. So there's that to prove that it was a forgotten release. It also has some forgotten episodes on it because the majority of Season 17 was already released in the US, and Season 18 was already kicked into high gear last week with Trouble on the Tracks. So I guess Mattel said, oh crap, we forgot to release the rest of Season 17. Do we have enough content for a DVD release? Cool, go ahead and slap it onto a disc and move on. That's not to say that this release is lazy. It definitely has some effort put into it. It just feels like the forgotten son that no one really remembers all that much. Which is sad to say because this has some of the best episodes of Season 17 on it. Henry's Hero, Bill or Ben, even Not Now Charlie. I actually really liked Not Now Charlie, and I hate Charlie. I've hated Charlie since Season 13. But I really liked that episode because he wasn't an annoying little bitch. The Phantom Express is pretty alright. It's kind of funny to see Percy and, to an extent, Steven go nuts because of James really, scaring the crap out of them. That's a trait that's used in Tale of the Brave that I'm not too big of a fan of, but we'll say that for next week. And then Too Many Fire Engines, a story that was dedicated to making fun of Sharon Miller's writing. That's pretty good, I guess. I mean, it's a huge island. Of course, you'd need more than 2 fire engines. I'm not sure why you need to ask that question, but I'd say, yeah, I would recommend Engines to the Rescue. It's not a high recommend. It's also not a low one. Just a regular old mild one. Number 4. Where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? As I stated beforehand, I paid about $7 or $8 for this. It's actually, I think, worth more than that, because there are not a lot of copies on eBay right now, so I'd probably say upwards of 15 to 20. I mean, really, this release is going to gain value in later years. Also, if you find it in that 2-pack with Tale of the Brave, that's worth probably at least 30 or 40. I mean, just because of the box by itself, that adds about $20 to $30 worth of value to this. I remember I saw one 2-pack on Amazon, I think it was, and it was new, it was sealed, it was $80. There was no way I was paying that. 30 to 40, I guess is what it would be worth. I wouldn't pay that much for it, but that's what it was worth. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the HMR on Engines to the Rescue. Again, sort of a forgettable release, and it's sad because this includes some of the best of Season 17 on it. You can't remember them all, and not all of them can be memorable. Next week is the HMR I know you guys have been waiting for. I have hyped this up for the past couple weeks. Tale of the Brave is next week, and I know I've said multiple times on this very show, I don't like Tale of the Brave. At the time of this recording, I have not rewatched Tale of the Brave, so my feelings of hatred are still festering inside of me. But who knows? Maybe when I rewatch it, probably tonight after I get done recording this, maybe I'll like it just a little bit more. I doubt it, though. I really didn't like it the last time I watched it, which was about a year ago. So, that HMR is next week. Thank you guys for watching this HMR this week, and good night, everybody.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This supplemental is on Engines to the Rescue. If you recall, back in the original HMR for Engines to the Rescue, I talked about how this DVD was a Walmart exclusive when it first came out, and it was in a 2-pack with Tale of the Brave. And I mentioned how rare that 2-pack is, and especially rare to find it in its original box. And how rare Engines to the Rescue really is, because not a lot of people bought that 2-pack. Well, here's just a little refresher of what Engines to the Rescue looks like. In case it's been a while since you rewatched that first HMR. It's a really good release, honestly. I really enjoyed it. And to my knowledge, Engines to the Rescue has not been released since that 2-pack in 2014. So you're probably thinking, hang on a minute, Lego Lover. Did you find the 2-pack? I did, and not only did I find the 2-pack, I found it new. This is it here. I'm going to have to zoom out a little bit here. This is that 2-pack from Walmart. I bought this off eBay for about $18. I'm not sure who the seller was or why they had this, but they have it, or they had it, and I bought it. So this is that 2-pack. Probably one of the rarest Thomas & Friends DVD 2-packs here in the U.S. So here we go. Thomas & Friends Limited Edition 2-pack. Walmart sticker up there. All new movie on digital HD to watch on Vudu and on your favorite devices. An exclusive 5-episode DVD. The Walmart sticker is covering it up. You've got your Engines to the Rescue poster there. Only at Walmart sticker. Tale of the Brave poster. And then a little notice down there at the bottom. This movie is a digital HD version only. And that's true. There is no physical copy of Tale of the Brave in this pack because this came out before the physical copy of Tale of the Brave. Here's the side. Hit logo. Thomas Friends logo. Edition 2-pack. DVD. Universal. The back. Engines to the Rescue. There it is there. It's the same back as on the DVD. And over here, got your Tale of the Brave back. Digital HD. There, doesn't mention any bonus features or anything because there's not a physical copy here. And then it gives you your 3 steps to redeem your code for Tale of the Brave on Vudu. Other side, the same. Top, limited edition 2-pack. Bottom, same thing. Now, I wrestled with this for a while, but I came to the conclusion that I gotta open this. I gotta take the shrink wrap off. I gotta see what's going on inside. So that's what we're gonna do here. I know a lot of you are probably screaming at your screen right now, "No, Lego lover, don't open it, it's rare!" And my response to that is, I know it's rare. I bought it because it was rare. But it's my collection, and I'll do what I want with it. Besides, it's not like I'm going to throw the box out or anything. I'm going to keep the box, obviously, because it has collector's value. Sorry, I'm opening this up off screen here. Got it right on the seam, so this should be easy. Very carefully. Plus, as you could tell, the box is really not in that great a shape. It's bent up here, so I'm going to try my best to not destroy it further. There we go, right on the seam. Very carefully there. There's the shrink wrap. That's off there. I will be pulling this Walmart sticker off of the shrink wrap when this video is done to actually put on the case. So that'll be there for future generations to behold. There's DVD underneath there. So you open it from the side. What I'm assuming here. There we go. Okay, so on this side is where your digital copy code is. Ooh, it's on like a cardstock. That's thick, man. Jeez. All new movie on digital HD with ultraviolet to watch on Vudu tonight on your favorite devices. Tell the Brave. No discs included in this package. It really screams at you that this is a digital-only version. There are no discs. So we'll turn it around on the back. How to redeem. Step 1. There's your code. All the Thomas movies have been pulled off of their digital service providers. My copy of Tale of the Brave on Vudu doesn't even show up anymore, so you guys can have the code. It's useless. Step 2. Watch Thomas and Friends Tale of the Brave immediately. So, cool. I didn't expect this to be on such a thick piece of cardboard there. So let's put that back in its little holder there. And we'll fold that back up. There we go. Now on the other side is where you can access your Engines to the Rescue DVD. What I'm assuming. There it is. Pull that out there. There it is. Brand new in the shrink wrap. Same package and artwork and such as this version here. Now, unlike this box, I will not be opening this Engines to the Rescue. This is going to remain in the shrink wrap because it's just so awesome that I have a shrink wrapped version of this. It's brand new. So we're going to go ahead and put that. Well, actually, let me show you the inside. It's pretty much just all cardboard. This large box was really unnecessary for this. Maybe they just wanted to seem like it was cooler than it actually was and gave you a little bit more frills and such for it. But honestly, the whole box is pretty useless. But it's cool to have nowadays because of home media collecting. So I got really lucky to find this at such a cheap price. Honestly, $18 for this pack was far below what it was going for on other places like Amazon. I mean, Amazon has this listed for like $75. Like, I'm not paying that for this. But $18? That's a steal. Especially brand new in the shrink wrap. Who else can you say has this 2-pack? With the box, I should say. Some people probably bought this 2-pack back in the day, but who else can you say actually has it in the box? So this was really awesome to find. It's an awesome addition to the Thomas & Friends Home Media Library. I hope you guys enjoyed seeing me feature this on the show. With that all being said, that's the end of the supplemental. Thank you guys so much for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Tale of the Brave, a special that I have hyped up for the last couple of weeks saying that I don't really care for all that much. Have my feelings changed? I have now recently rewatched the movie, and as a matter of fact, it's been about 15 minutes since I've rewatched it as I'm recording this HMR, so this one's going to be interesting. It's not really a live reaction type thing, but it's pretty much an instant reaction after I had just finished watching the film. So, have my feelings changed? We'll find out later on. Until then, let's go ahead and jump into the history section of Tale of the Brave. So, Tale of the Brave's initial release, which we talked about last week in Engines to the Rescue, was on September 16th, 2014, and that was the Blu-ray and the DVD only release. I think I mentioned this last week, but this was available in a 2-pack along with Engines to the Rescue. However, the Blu-ray version was not available in that 2-pack. It was only the single DVD release that was available in that 2-pack. The Blu-ray you could just buy by itself. And I cannot find any other dates of when it was supposedly reprinted. My guess is maybe it was reprinted in like 2015 or so. I'm pretty sure that's when I picked up my DVD copy, was in 2015. So possibly that was a reissue because mine didn't have a slipcover when I bought it. However, I did find a date of when this aired on television in the US, which was November 3rd of 2014, which is, I guess, a little bit interesting. Really not much else to discuss with the history here. Let's go ahead and move right on to the close-up section of Tale of the Brave.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Tale of the Brave on DVD and on Blu-ray. Yes, finally, we have the Blu-ray included in the same video file because I actually do have Tale of the Brave on Blu-ray now. I'll tell the story of how I found it during the ending session. It's actually quite interesting. But let's take a look at my DVD first, which I purchased back, I believe, at the beginning of 2015. I think I found this in a Target, and I had just started recollecting all of the old specials that I used to have just stored away on my computer because I wanted them on physical media. So, feature-length movie up there at the top. Thomas & Friends logo with Tale of the Brave, the movie. Still don't know why they have to keep calling it the movie after everything. You've got your poster art of Thomas rushing towards the camera with Percy behind him and James behind him as well. I actually really like this poster art. This doesn't reflect my feelings on the special or anything, but the poster art's really nice. It's engaging. On the side, you have your hit logo, Thomas & Friends logo, Tale of the Brave down there on the side. Gold portrait of Thomas, DVD logo, Universal once again. Thomas and Friends logo, True Courage, True Friendship. UPC code right there. I almost read the blurb. I'm off today. There's your blurb about what's on the disc. Thomas and Gator on the back there. That's an interesting choice. Meet new friends, Gator, Marion, Timothy, and Reg. So that mentions all the characters down there by name. Bonus features include Let's Be Brave and Monsters Everywhere, which are both music videos and Guess Who puzzles. So there's no game on this either. That's interesting. Last week with Engines to the Rescue, we also didn't have a game, so we don't have to play one this week. Thomas & Friends website link down there at the bottom along with your tech specs. We open this up. We do have an insert in here. It's, strangely enough, it's the size of the Blu-ray. This doesn't fit in the case. I guess they just didn't have the money to create a new insert for the DVD, so they used the Blu-ray one instead, which is nice because I don't think my Blu-ray came with this. So you got advertisements for Tale of the Brave merchandise, Trackmaster, Take and Play, kind of did those backwards. Wooden Railway also gets its own page. Thomas & Friends books themed around Tale of the Brave. You've got an advertisement for Day Out with Thomas. Thomas & Friends Good to Grow. I don't know what that is. Is that yogurt? Applesauce? I have no idea what that is. I've seen those in Kroger, but I've never purchased one because I'm not 5. Some information about Thomas on social media. and some apps. We've seen that advertisement before, and again the advertisement for Thomas the Tank Engine, who's a part of the Little Big Club at the Hard Rock Hotel. You also have this little insert here where you can mail to get a free issue of the Thomas and Friends magazine, which I obviously have not used because it's still in here and not mailed away. I don't really care for that magazine, so I don't need to use it. So it's a nice little collectible here. We take a look at the disc, squished up version of the poster art as per usual. And again, just like last week, it is not an eco case, but it's still very weak plastic and I don't like it at all. So that's the DVD version. The Blu-ray version is pretty much exactly the same in terms of poster art, except you have Blu-ray plus DVD plus digital HD ultraviolet copy, and it's also in a Blu-ray case, so it is shorter and stumpier. You also got the hit logo on the side, Thomas and Friends, Tale of the Brave, the same portrait, Blu-ray plus DVD since this is a combo pack, Universal. HD picture and theater quality sound. You did not get that on the DVD version because this is not HD picture and it's not theater quality sound. That's nowhere near HD. This is full 1080p HD and I love it. Same picture of Thomas there, except it cuts out Gator because it needs to have room for this, for your digital HD ultraviolet thing. Down here at the bottom telling you that you can instantly stream and download your digital copy. And I personally do use ultraviolet. I have a Vudu account and I use it fairly often. Oh, there's Gator. He's on like the TV, computer, tablet, smartphone, all that stuff. Bonus features, exactly the same as on the DVD. There are no exclusive bonus features, at least not listed here. UPC code, same quote from the DVD and the same blurb, I'm assuming. You also have the Meet New Friends button right there. Tech specs and stuff down at the bottom, as well as the Thomas and Friends website link. You open this up. You do have your digital download copy code. I've already used my code, so don't bother trying to steal it, but that's what it looks like. There's your DVD, which is exactly the same as included in just the regular DVD release. Your Blu-ray is pretty much the same, although your logos are shifted over to one side to make room for the big Blu-ray on the bottom there. This is what all Universal Blu-rays look like, except they don't have any artwork on them. They're usually this reflective gray color, almost exactly like what the Thomas and Friends DVDs look like nowadays. But yeah, and this is not a eco case Blu-ray either. This is a thick Blu-ray case, and I really like that. So slide that back in if it'll sit. So that is your close-up on both the Blu-ray and the DVD. I also want to mention, if you bought these new in stores back in 2014, they both came with slipcovers. I missed out on the slipcover with the DVD. I think this is a reissue version, and this one I found new, but it just didn't have a slipcover. So anyway, let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of Tale of the Brave. Alrighty everyone, here's your menu tour for the Blu-ray version of Tale of the Brave. I don't have the DVD with me, so when we do the DVD tour, I will open this up and show you that the Blu-ray disc is inside of the player. We'll be taking a look at this DVD when we do the DVD menu tour right after this, but as far as I can tell, they're the same menu. So, don't know why I had to specify that. I just wanted to let you guys know. So, this has the standard Universal Blu-ray menu, which is pretty much these options over here: play, chapters, setup, bonus features, and previews. Every single Universal Blu-ray release has this setup and these options. So, chapters include 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, look, you even get a little time bar down here at the bottom to show when you're popping into the movie. That's cool. 5, 6, 7, and 8. So, I also really like, I think I mentioned this with, was it Blue Mountain Mysteries menu? I think I mentioned this, but I love Blu-ray menus more than DVD menus because you still get, you know, clips playing in the background, and it's very coherent, I guess. Setup includes spoken language, which you have English, which is 5.1 surround sound, English 2.0, which you find on most DVDs. Spanish and French is back. With Engines to the Rescue, we didn't have French. Subtitles.
just English. So you can turn those off or on. So, button sounds off, on and off. I guess that means buttons on your remote. If you want to click something on the menu, I guess that's what that means. I'm not sure what that means. Or you can resume movie. So that is your setup. Bonus features include Let's Be Brave and Monsters Everywhere, which are the two songs from this special. Both are not very good. Guess Who Puzzle. Previews, I think this will just start playing the trailers from the beginning. And I was right. Yes, these are the exact same trailers that you'll find on Engines to the Rescue, which include Spills and Thrills, Day Out with Thomas, some Curious George thing, the 27th Beethoven sequel, and I think that's it. There's also some car racing thing. I didn't watch any of these trailers. I just kind of skipped them as I was going into the Blu-ray. So, yeah. That is your Blu-ray menu tour for Tale of the Brave. Let's go ahead and transition into our DVD menu tour. Alright, so now we transition into the DVD menu. There's your proof. The DVD is in the player right now. The Blu-ray is back in the case. So, we have the same options from the Blu-ray. Play, scenes, bonus features, setup, and previews, except scenes has now been changed to chapters. I assume we'll have the same scenes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, and 8. Yep, pretty much the same scenes. The background images, montage, is still the same from the Blu-ray. It's not in the same order, but they do include some similar shots. Actually, it might actually be in the same order, but it's just lower quality. Bonus features, exact same bonus features from the Blu-ray. Let's Be Brave, Monsters Everywhere, both are music videos and Guess Who puzzles. Like I said, nothing is exclusive to the Blu-ray, which kind of makes me sad because that would actually give you more bang for your buck for buying the Blu-ray, other than the excellent picture quality and audio. Setup, pretty much the same. English 5.1, English 2.0, Spanish and French. Previews, pretty much the same trailers you got on the Blu-ray as well as Engines to the Rescue. I'm not going to select that because it's just going to start playing the previews automatically. So, yeah, not much has changed with the Blu-ray and DVD. The menu on the DVD is more dynamic, meaning that it has more images. That's interesting. The special just started playing and the montage ended, but it shows a screenshot of the bottom of the trailer, or the bottom of the poster, not the trailer. It shows this when it starts playing. Interesting. I haven't watched Tale of the Brave on DVD in a while, so I didn't know it did that. But, yeah, not much has changed between the Blu-ray and the DVD, except for, you get little extra pages, with your scenes and stuff, little extra screenshots and stuff like that. However, with the Blu-ray, it was all in one continuous image and such, which I like better on Blu-ray, because it just looks better. It's better presented that way. So that's pretty much it for the menu tour for Tale of the Brave. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alrighty, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? If you're lucky, you might be able to find this in the store, actually. I know my Target for the longest time has had at least 2 or 3 DVD-only copies just sitting around on the shelves not being purchased. So I'd say check your local Targets, more than likely. They might have one. If you really want to find a copy, kind of cheap, but also kind of quickly, I'd say eBay and Amazon. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm going to say no to this, because I don't think there have been any recent reprints. 2015 is not really all that recent. 3 years ago? Yeah, not really all that recent. Wow, I'm just thinking back. It's been 3 years since 2015. 2015 was such a good year, man. Avengers Age of Ultron, Star Wars The Force Awakens. It's been 3 years since then. Man, time flies. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Alright, here we go, boys. We're going to listen to old Uncle Lego Lover give one of his classic racist rants. Or actually, no, not racist rants, just rants. Not really. When I finished Tale of the Brave, I instantly thought to myself, wow, that was not as bad as I remembered it to be. I actually kind of enjoyed it this time around. I think this is my 4th or 5th time seeing it. And I gotta say, I didn't hate it all that much. I still don't really like it, though. Here's the thing with Tale of the Brave. I don't find this movie entertaining. And my biggest sin with any kind of media, film, television, music to an extent, especially with rap, if I don't find it entertaining, if I don't like watching it, if I'm not invested in any of the characters, or if I'm not just having a damn good time watching the film, I'm not gonna like the film as a whole. That's the biggest sin any kind of media can have in my eyes, is it cannot be entertaining. I'll go ahead and give you an example here. Avengers Age of Ultron is a very bloated, kind of messy movie in terms of plot. But I have a damn good time watching that film every time I see it. I love that movie because of just how fun it is. Yeah, the plot's a bit messy. Yeah, there's way too many comic book characters in that movie. But it's still so fun to watch. And I can ignore all those kind of obvious plot holes because I have fun watching it. Tale of the Brave, I cannot ignore the plot holes because of the fact that I don't have fun watching it. I don't care about any character in Tale of the Brave because most of the time they act like total idiots. From the first shot in Tale of the Brave to the intro, I really enjoyed it. I was like, wow, I actually don't remember this intro to Tale of the Brave being this good. With the whole setup of the dinosaur footprints up in the clay pits and Bill and Ben saving Thomas in a really cool action scene, I thought to myself, wow, this is really cool. But then I remembered it goes nowhere. A lot of people say that King of the Railway feels like separate story ideas thrown into one film. Yeah, to an extent it does, and I can admit that. No matter how much I like King of the Railway, I can admit it feels like 3 separate stories kind of smashed into one movie. Tale of the Brave, however, those seams are so much more noticeable to me. I can tell that the Thomas and the footprint storyline mixed with the Gator and Percy love storyline and the James being a total ass to Percy storyline are 3 separate stories that could have been their own separate stories in the TV series just by themselves, thrown into this movie that don't mix together very well. They mix, but it's very clumpy. The Thomas storyline I really feel like could have been cut from this movie. The only thing that it does is pretty much sets up what happens at the end of the movie. You know, the big avalanche scene at the clay pits. Yeah, sure, it tries to tie in with the Gator and Percy storyline throughout, and sure, you could make the argument that, oh, well, Lego Lover, because the Gator storyline had Percy learn to be brave, he went to the clay pits and the avalanche had to happen. And if you didn't have the Thomas storyline, you'd just be complaining because the clay pits come out of nowhere. I guess you could say that, yes, but it ultimately could have been cut in my eyes. Also, James comes out of nowhere being a total dick in this movie. James is more of an asshole in this movie than any other James story I've seen. This is James in Journey Beyond Sodor level assholiness. Assholiness. Trademark me. That's my one quote. Play that at my funeral. I mean, it's worse than Journey Beyond Sodor in my eyes. James is just a total douche to Percy, just making fun of him relentlessly. I can think of an example of James being a total jerk to Percy and it actually working. Jack Frost in season 6. James was kind of teasing Percy about being afraid of the snow monster, Jack Frost, and all that, but at least James wasn't, actively trying to make Percy, piss his pants or anything, like James does in this movie. At least James wasn't being a total ass in Jack Frost, and he got his comeuppance at the end. Here, James actively tries to scare Percy out of his pants. It's a total ruining of James's character. Yeah, he's vain, yeah, he teases, but he doesn't outright try to just completely destroy his friend's self-esteem. Why? Why did you make that choice, Andrew Brenner? That doesn't make any sense. Also, that leads to another problem. Why is there the scrap monster? Why is that, like, a perfectly positioned monster in the scrapyard with the scene with Reg? Why is that even a thing? How does it not fall over? Like, it's just a whole bunch of logical questions I was asking throughout this movie. And, oh, Lego Lover, you like Journey Beyond Sodor. Logic's out the window for you. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Maybe I'm being a total hypocrite saying that here, but I could not stop questioning that. Now, give credit where credit is due. Timothy, Marion, and Gator. All pretty strong characters. Timothy and Marion especially. I like Timothy better than Boko. Sue me. Marion, hilarious. She's kind of annoying here, but this was our introduction to Marion. She gets better as the series goes on, especially in season 18 and in Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure. And Timothy, I just like him better than Boko because I think he has a better presence than Boko. I know, right? Oh, Lego lover, you like a CGI character more than a classic series character. Heresy. You probably support the killing of Edward and Henry. No, I don't, but that doesn't mean I can't like Timothy better than Boko. I don't really like Boko all that much. And no, it's not because of his somewhat no personality. It's because he's overrated. But this isn't a Boko versus Timothy discussion. This is a discussion about Tale of the Brave. And the animation. Wow. Once again, I was watching the movie, and I was thinking to myself, wow, the animation, it's really good. Why do people think that this is bad? Like, Ark was great from the beginning. I'm stretching for good things to say here. The classic series references are kind of nice, even though they're kind of overhanded. Oh, bother that telephone, you know. It was nice to hear them, though. Honestly, I'm thinking about this now, and I think the main problem I have with Tale of the Brave, besides the fact that it's not entertaining to me, is the fact that I don't like Percy. I don't like Percy at all in this movie. He is a total idiot. I'll give you an example. If you haven't seen the movie, spoiler alert, which if you haven't seen it, what are you doing? Multi-Green Thunder. Percy makes a choice in this movie when his friends don't believe him that he saw a monster, which why would he even think that monsters are real? But that's besides the point. Percy makes the choice to abandon everything on Sodor and go and live with Gator on some faraway land. He makes the choice in 2 seconds. This completely life-changing choice that would alter everything Percy has come to know. He just says, screw it. I'll do it. I get that could be seen as, oh, he's making an impulse choice. But it's a stupid choice. And a choice that I don't think Percy, if he was smart, would actually make. God, I miss the days of seasons 2 through 5 Percy, when he was actually smart, when he knew what the heck he was doing, when he was actually cheeky, when he wasn't just Thomas's follower and supposedly Thomas's best friend. He's really not. It's just, I don't like Percy in this film. Every choice he makes is moronic. Also, the action scene with Cranky at the docks was kind of pointless. Like, what was he gonna do? I get that it's implied that he was trying to hold the boat. He has a driver inside of him, I would assume, so he can't bring the boat back. It was just, it was a cool action scene, I guess, but it was climax number 1, and it really didn't make any sense. Climax number 2 is the clay pit action scene, which if I was invested in any of those characters, I would have actually cared about James and Percy, but I didn't care about either of them. Also, how does Rox lift Percy off of the rails? Wouldn't he just be engulfed and probably killed? Climax number 3 is the one that I'm actually invested in because I like Gator. I actually don't want to see him go at the end. So, out of the 3 climaxes in this movie, climax number 3 actually worked. It was a nice tender moment. But then it's completely ruined by that stupid Let's Be Brave song. The music in this movie is not very good either. I don't like Monsters Everywhere. It sounds too not Thomas. It sounds like a Winnie the Pooh song, now that I'm thinking to myself. And then Let's Be Brave. It's just annoying. Makes sense that one was made by Eggplant. Our Tale of the Brave is actually not too bad. I actually kind of like that one. It's kind of touching. I mean, I kind of seduced a woman with that song. So, yeah, the first girlfriend I ever had sang that song to her. It wasn't awkward or anything. She kind of dug it. I hope she doesn't watch my channel anymore. So anyway, music, not very good. Plot was okay at best, but it wasn't very good at all. The animation, very well done. Gator, Timothy, and Marion, all the new characters, very well done. But the existing characters, Thomas, Percy, and James, they are not treated well at all in this special. This special really has no main character. And I guess you could say that with King of the Railway it didn't have a main character, but at least King of the Railway did its best to balance out Thomas, James, and Percy's appearances and made them likable. Here, I don't like James. I think Percy's an idiot. Thomas is alright. Fine. At least he has a reason to be working at the clay pits with his branch line being closed down. So those are my thoughts on Tale of the Brave pretty much. I haven't really talked about the release all that much. The special features on this are lacking. There's only 2 music videos and Guess Who puzzles. No game or anything. Of course, the games were kind of abolished with Engines to the Rescue. The games just kind of stopped. But the Blu-ray picture quality, it's astounding. Thomas in HD looks amazing. I will never pop in my DVD of Tale of the Brave again. I will always watch the Blu-ray. However many more times I actually watch the Blu-ray, because I don't ever want to watch this again for a while. So picture quality, amazing. The transfer, amazing. And now you all are probably wondering, will Lego Lover recommend this or not recommend this? I kind of had my arrow decided right after the movie was finished. I had made the choice that I would not be recommending Tale of the Brave. And talking about this now, knowing that I have a lot more positives about this film than I had originally thought, if I had not rewatched it prior to recording this HMR, I probably would have said, no, fiery red arrow, disgusting, burn in hell, Tale of the Brave. Like, I hated it that much. But now rewatching it, I realize I don't hate it as much as I would, but I still can't bring myself to say, yeah, you should see it. No, I cannot recommend Tale of the Brave. It's just not good in my eyes. Yeah, it's not horrible or terrible like Misty Island Rescue or Calling All Engines, but it's not good. I can see why people would enjoy Tale of the Brave because of, oh, Percy has a character arc. And hey, if Percy's your favorite character, you probably love this movie. I don't. But hey, if Percy's your favorite character, yeah, I'm sure you'd love Tale of the Brave. But I can't see how people don't think that the choices Percy makes in this movie are so moronic, to the point where I was punching myself in the head. Also, Percy's character arc in this movie, it doesn't stick. In season 19, he's right back to where he was. Of course, that's an inherent flaw with Thomas itself, you know. James is vain. He learns not to be vain. Next story, he's being vain once again. Gordon is pompous. He learns not to be pompous. Next story, he's pompous again. That's an inherent flaw with Thomas itself. Character arcs really don't stick. So I can't blame that entirely on Tale of the Brave. But it is a dig that I can take at it. It's a low dig, but I can take it. I can hit Tale of the Brave with that. Again, it's a low hit, but I can still hit it with that. But no, I do not recommend Tale of the Brave. I know a lot of you are like, oh, Lego Lover, how could you not recommend this? Go back and listen to what I said about it. Those are my thoughts on it, and I don't think they'll be changing anytime soon. I remember back when Tale of the Brave first came out. The first time I saw it, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was better than King of the Railway, and it was probably my new favorite special back then. But Tale of the Brave is one of those specials, in my eyes, where if you re-watch it more than once, the enjoyment factor goes down, and the criticisms make themselves more prevalent. Rewatchings kill Tale of the Brave in my eyes. Will I ever watch this again? I'm not really sure. Maybe. I've actually been thinking about doing some kind of like really big retrospective where in one vlog I sit down and watch all of the Thomas specials in synchronization from Calling All Engines to Journey Beyond Sodor. Just all of them in one sitting and just mini review them all. I don't know. Would you guys like to see that? Tell me in the comments. I might do that this summer. Maybe for that, but I don't see myself ever casually watching Tale of the Brave again after this. I think this is my last time. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. Actually, before we move on to number 5, I have a funny story about where I found my Tale of the Brave Blu-ray. I usually buy Thomas Blu-rays off the internet because I can never find them in stores. But interestingly, with Tale of the Brave, I found the Blu-ray in a store, but it wasn't a store that I expected to find it. I found Tale of the Brave on Blu-ray in a Kroger. If you don't know what Kroger is, first of all, that was the previous employer that I had before I worked at UPS, and they sell groceries. Priorities there are groceries, food items, but they also have some electronics and also some movies on DVD and such. At least the Kroger I worked at only sold DVDs, and when they sold Blu-rays, they were like $30 a piece. But I saw Tale of the Brave at another Kroger which is actually out by UPS. I think I was in there buying some, like, face soap or something. And they had a whole section that was Blu-rays slash DVDs. And I found Tale of the Brave there for $6. And they had about 10 copies. I just yanked it off of the shelf and said, what? Why is this here? I mean, I'm obviously going to buy it, but why is this here? I don't know. It was just a little fun thing. So now, number 5, what price should you pay? For the DVD version, it's really not all that rare, $5. Blu-ray version, $10 really. Slipcover on the Blu-ray, $15. None of the copies that were at the Kroger had a slipcover, by the way. I wasn't stupid and didn't buy one that didn't have a slipcover. So that is the HMR on Tale of the Brave. Again, it's not horrible, but it's not very good either. I personally do not care for it. I have nothing against anybody who does like it. You can like what you like. I'm not here to stop you from liking what you like. I just personally do not care for this in any way, shape, or form. So I know there are a lot of people who love Tale of the Brave, and I know that you all are furiously typing on your keyboards telling me how I'm wrong and how I just don't understand this movie and how it's so much better than I'm giving credit for. Go right ahead. Try and tell me why I'm wrong and I don't like Tale of the Brave. I welcome those. In the meantime, though, for those of you who don't care about that, next week we are taking a look at the Christmas Engines. Yay! Another Christmas release. In summer, or at least close to summer, because that makes total sense. Christmas Engines next week. Thank you guys for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on the Christmas Engines. Before we get started, I'm going to try to make this episode shorter than last week's. I have not did the Tale of the Brave HMR at the time of this recording. However, just looking at the raw audio for that HMR, it's almost a half hour long. If that HMR is not a half hour long, I will be surprised. But I'll try to make this one a little shorter, a little more concise. I had a lot of thoughts on Tale of the Brave last week. Probably my most controversial review for home media reviews, but I'm okay with that because the opinions that are stated here are my own, no matter how controversial they may be. So, the Christmas Engines. Let's go ahead and jump right into the history section. So the Christmas Engines actually has 2 dates for the US. However, one's for the physical release, and the other one is for the digital HD. The digital HD of the Christmas Engines came out on October 14th, and then the physical release came out on October 28th of 2014. I'm not even going to rant about, put the Christmas releases on December, because it's clear to me now that that's never going to happen, especially now that Thomas on DVD is kind of dead. At the time of this recording, we haven't gotten any new DVD releases since Thomas's Holiday Collection and Journey Beyond Sodor on DVD. So, I think we're circling the drain here, folks. But, who knows? There could be something new that comes out by the time this HMR airs. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of the Christmas Engines.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at the Christmas Engines. Starting off here, Thomas & Friends logo up at the top, the Christmas Engines directly below it in a very Christmassy looking font. However, I would have preferred if they would have had Christmas in green, or like the and Engines in green. I love Christmas in red. I said Christmas. Merry Christmas, Merry Chrysler. I would have preferred if they would have had it green, or red, green, red, but, it's fine how it is. Santa Claus up there going past the moon with his reindeer, and Thomas and Percy looking up in awe because, Santa's real, even though, spoiler alert, he's not. I really like this poster art. It's very, very nice. And it's embossed. I can feel the can feel the etchings in the etchings in Thomas's snowplow, and I can feel his face and all that. I love when slipcovers are embossed. It shows that they actually put effort into this. The side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas Friends logo, the Christmas Engines, portrait of Thomas in gold, DVD logo, Universal down there at the bottom. Back, Thomas Friends logo again, on track with Christmas cheer. Got your UPC code showing through the slipcover there, blurb outs on the disc. Thomas covered in lights with a tree behind him. Bonus features include It's Christmas Time, which is a music video, and Guess Who Puzzles. Again, third week in a row with no game. That's weird. I'm honestly kind of missing those games now, even though most of them stunk. Your link to the Thomas Friends website and tech specs and stuff down there at the bottom. So, slide up the slipcover there. Again, it is embossed. It's exactly the same poster art side underneath, except, you have more. These are the actual tech specs. This was just copyright information. I guess that they didn't want to put the specs on the slipcover, so they just put it on the actual DVD case. But that's pretty much the same. There was no insert. I bought this new. You also have your disc, which is a squished up version of the poster art. And again, that cheap plastic. I wish that companies would go back to actually using the hard plastic that they used back in like 2004, 2005 when people actually cared about DVD releases. Look how far we've fallen. I mean, it's better than the Eco case, but still, it's so weak, and I don't like it. So that's your close-up. Let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of the Christmas Engines. Alrighty, everyone, here's your menu tour for the Christmas Engines. I complimented Engines to the Rescue a few weeks ago on its options and how it changed things up. But here with the Christmas Engines, we are right back to the same 4 options, same format and all that. It's exactly like the poster art, the menu card here. Play, episode selection, language selection, and bonus features. What episodes do we have on the Christmas Engines? Oh, we're back to 5. Once again, I guess 5 will be the norm from now on. Funny, I remember it being 6. It's either 5 or 6 that's the norm for these things. Last Train for Christmas, Long Lost Friend, Duck in the Humbug, Duck in the Water, and The Perfect Gift. Duck in the Water really isn't a Christmas episode per se, but it takes place during winter, and I guess they only made 4 Christmas-themed stories for Season 18. Language selection, English, Spanish, and French. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's the back card, or back part of the poster on the DVD. Interesting. Bonus features, there is no game. It's Christmas time, sing-along music video, and Guess Who Puzzles. We have not had a game in a while. I know I said this during the menu tour, or at least I think I did. I'm kind of missing the games, as bad as they were, and some of them were pretty bad. I kind of miss having something to do during these menu tours rather than just, go around the menu and show you those things. But, yeah. I don't think we'll see another game for a long time, at least with how it's looking. So that's your menu tour for the Christmas Engines. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions, as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Online retailers. I bought mine off of Amazon. Surprising, I know, right? Mine came with the slipcover after I bought it off Amazon. I know, I was shocked too. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Actually, it was reprinted for Christmas, I think in 2016. Universal actually brought it back that year. It was either 2016 or 2015, so that was kind of cool, but not for Christmas 2017. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Yes, actually, you should pick up the Christmas Engines. I like these stories. I think these are some of the best Christmas stories Thomas & Friends has to offer. Last Train for Christmas has a lot of heart to it. I actually really felt for the passengers that had to get home for the holidays, and the fact that Sodor basically has the most extreme weather conditions ever. It's either really snowy, really, really hot, or really rainy over there. I mean, Sodor is like the Bermuda Triangle with extremes. Last Train for Christmas is a very heartfelt and very good story, and I think it's the best story from Season 18. I know Roman's TWR Empire will agree with me on that. The other stories are also really, really well done. Long Lost Friend is really cool, bringing Gator back for the holidays. It's kind of a silly premise, Oh, I can't find Gator. Well, Gator's at blah, blah, blah. Oh, Gator just left. He went to
this place. And it just chases them around Sodor. And then at the end, they finally reunite, so it's nice. The Perfect Gift is one I'm not really too big of a fan of. I mean, it's okay. It gives Reg some much-needed character after he was basically non-existent in Tale of the Brave. He had one scene and maybe 3 lines of dialogue. Dunk and the Humbug is a really good one. Duck in the Water. I always forget that one's on this release. It's really not a Christmas-themed episode. It's more of like a late fall, early winter themed story, but it's actually really good too. I really like the comedy in it. Also, the irony of Duck's name being Duck and he's in a water. Or he's in the water. So, irony in its basic form, but I find it funny. So with all that being said, yeah, I recommend the Christmas Engines. It's really good. It's one of the best Christmas-themed releases ever, and I enjoy watching it every holiday season. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? Regular version, 5 to 6. Slip-covered version, 10 to 11. Alright, so that's the HMR on the Christmas Engines. A really, really good Christmas release. I don't have much to say about it because I like all the episodes on it, and I don't really have any other thoughts on them other than that. Except for, Last Train for Christmas. Has a lot of heart to it. I really enjoy watching it. And I really enjoy watching this every holiday season. I started this tradition last year, where I watch every single Thomas Holiday release. That's good. I don't watch, Merry Winter Witch or anything like that. That have quality stories on them every year. So, last Christmas I watched Ultimate Christmas, Santa's Little Engine, Christmas Engines. I can't remember if I watched Thomas's Christmas Carol or not. I might have forgotten that one. I know I watched Tinsel on the Tracks, and I know I watched Christmas on Sodor. Maybe I did watch Christmas Carol, and I just forgot about it. I don't remember a lot about that one. That'll be an interesting one when we get to that HMR. So anyway, next week features some of the best stories from Season 18. I'll be saying that a lot because Season 18 is a really good season. Next week, we're talking about Signals Crossed. So I'll see you all then. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone! Welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Today's review is on Signals Crossed. Does it sound like I'm really far away? That's because I am. I don't know how that's going to sound in the editing room, but we're going to roll with it. I don't know what that intro was. As previously stated, today's HMR is on Signals Crossed. Let's go ahead and transition into the history section of Signals Crossed. So Signals Crossed is yet another interesting case of a release hitting a digital platform before hitting physical media. Now, this is common with most feature films. However, it's not common with Thomas. I believe this has happened once in the past. I think this happened with Trouble on the Tracks. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think it happened with that one. If it wasn't with that one, it was with something else. I know it happened with Tale of the Brave. I know the digital version of Tale of the Brave came out a week before Tale of the Brave on DVD and Blu-ray. With Signals Crossed, the iTunes release, at least that's what my source says, I guess that means all digital platforms or maybe just iTunes. That version released on November 11th of 2014. And the physical version came out a few weeks later on December 2nd, 2014. Very, very interesting. I'm not sure if Dinos and Discoveries, which, spoiler alert, is our next episode of Home Media Reviews after this one, I think that physical media release came out prior to Signals Crossed on DVD. I'm not sure. I haven't done research for that one yet at the time of this recording, so please don't scream at me in the comments if I'm wrong. So anyway, let's go ahead and transition into our close-up section of Signals Crossed.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Signals Crossed. Thomas and Friends logo up there at the top with clouds in the background. Signals Crossed, I really like this logo that someone created for this. This is amazing. I love it. Thomas up there on the front with Toby, which makes sense. Toby's the main character in Signals Crossed, and this is called Signals Crossed, so it's also a really good story. I really like Signals Crossed, the story. The release, we'll save that for the end. He's not technically jumping the rails, but he's applying his brakes pretty hard, and that doesn't make any sense on why there's like a hill at Knightford and all that, but I guess that they want to make it engaging. Mix-ups and slip-ups on the railway. Really, really like this poster art. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas and Friends, Signals Crossed, portrait of Thomas now in silver, DVD logo, Universal down there on the bottom. On the back, Thomas and Friends logo again, got a signalman waving a yellow flag up on a post, UPC code, blurb, Timothy and Thomas on the back there. Your bonus features include 2 more songs, the roll call song and Searching Everywhere, and Guess Who puzzles. 4th week in a row with no game. What's going on? Where are the games? Where did they go? Did they just not make them anymore? I'm actually surprised that we don't have a game on here. Link to the Thomas and Friends website, tech specs, and the like down at the bottom. We open this up. Oh look, there's the outline for the eco case. If this was an eco case, this all would be punched out. But it's not. Still that weak plastic that I've been complaining about for the last few weeks. Disc, squished up version of the poster art. There were no inserts. I bought this new when it first came out. So that's your close-up. Let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of Signals Crossed. Alrighty everyone, here's your menu tour for Signals Crossed. There's actually a lot that's changed with this menu card. I'm surprised. It's not exactly the same poster art as on the poster here, but the font has changed. That's my biggest thing. The font has, I think it's changed. Does that look changed to anybody? That looks changed to me. Toby is also happier in this than he is on the front cover. Play at, and the, oh god. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. Whenever I start moving the stupid cursor thing, or the arrow, the release starts playing. It really, I do not like that at all. Episode selection, language selection, bonus features, and play. You already know those 4 options. Signals Crossed, Marion in the Pipe, Duncan and the Grumpy Passenger, No Steam Without Coal, one of my favorites from Season 18, and Thomas and the Emergency Cable. All these episodes are pretty good. At least from what I remember. I have not rewatched this at the time of recording this. Language selection, same 3 options as always. Man, I'm just looking at this close up, and this quality is not great. It doesn't show up much on the camera, but if you're looking at these in person, you can definitely tell that they're not putting a lot of effort into the picture quality on these things. Bonus features, roll call song, and Searching Everywhere, and Guess Who puzzles. Again, there is no game. So I guess we will never get a game, at least not for the next couple weeks. So that's the menu tour for Signals Crossed. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Can't find Signals Crossed in stores anymore. It's been 4 years, close to 4 years, since that release hit store shelves. So I'm going to say online retailers. I'm really sick and tired of saying that, but it's true, because honestly, I can't find Thomas DVDs in stores all that much anymore. I mean, the only ones I'm still seeing nowadays are Journey Beyond Sodor. I mean, I haven't seen Christmas on Sodor or Thomas's holiday collection since last Christmas. However, I did see a Dinos and Discoveries copy at Toys R Us, rest its soul. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm going to say no. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Signals Crossed has some of the best Thomas stories from Season 18 on it. In particular, No Steam Without Coal is a very well done story. It's one of my favorites from Season 18. Might be one of my favorites from the newer CGI era in general. It is just so well written. Marion and the Pipe is a very fun, kind of pulpy, kind of fluff episode of Thomas and Friends. It's not particularly serious. It's not particularly overly goofy, but it's a fun watch, and it's kind of easily forgettable, but it's a fun watch the first time you see it. Duncan and the Grumpy Passenger. I do believe this was Duncan's reintroduction into the CGI era, since we never saw him in Blue Mountain Mystery, because, if you didn't know, his real-life counterpart that lives on the Tally Flynn Railway,
he was in a shed being repaired, and the modelers from Nitrogen Animation could not get his dimensions or anything like that because he was busy being remodeled and repaired, so they couldn't do it, so Duncan was not in Blue Mountain Mystery. But he's back here. He is exactly the persona I would think he would be. He's more of his Season 8 persona than his Season 4 persona. Season 8, he took on more characteristics of Sir Handel just being an outright ass, while Sir Handel kind of morphed into a Duke-like character when he came back. Or maybe not Season 8, maybe like Season 9 or 10. I'm not sure. When did the narrow gauge engines appear? After Season 7? I forget. Were they in Season 8? I'm actually not sure. I'm a bad Thomas fan. But anyway, Duncan and the Grumpy Passenger. Good episode. And I'm not bothered by Duncan's render. I think he looks fine. Thomas and the Emergency Cable and Signals Crossed sort of feel of the same quality to me. Signals Crossed, I feel, was not a good story for Toby. Mainly due to the fact that that's against Toby's character. Toby is not young and naive. However, it would kind of make sense, given the fact that Toby's line doesn't deal with Knapford, I don't think. He's more in the rural area of Soda rather than the metropolitan, like Knapford Station City area. So, I guess it kind of makes sense that he doesn't know about Knapford Junction. It's just kind of weird seeing Toby take on, like, this weird youngster role where he's actually more of like Edward's age. I don't know, Signals Cross is just a weird story for Toby. I feel like it would have served better for an engine like Percy. And then Thomas and the Emergency Cable, it's fine. It's pretty much how I feel like with Signals Crossed. It's fine. It's fine, you know? It's kind of silly when, you know, the man pulls the emergency cable because he thought he saw a bird. But, you know, that actually could happen on a real railway. And I'm sure it's so much better than that god-awful travesty Journey Beyond Soda. Am I right, guys? Oh, that joke is dead, and I'm beating the horse to a pulp. The whole release of Signals Crossed itself is good. It's very good. And I think because of No Steam Without Coal, this holds a special place in my heart because I just love No Steam Without Coal. I don't know why that episode is just so good in my eyes. So yes, I recommend Signals Crossed, in case you couldn't tell. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. Please don't kill me. I don't have any other suggestions. I mean, eBay, maybe. I don't know. Something other than Amazon. And number 5, what price should you pay? $5 to $6. Signals Crossed isn't really all that rare. It's been a while since it was printed, so you might not be able to find a copy all that quickly, but you shouldn't overpay for it. And that, folks, is the home media review on Signals Crossed. Kind of weird how I said that this includes some of the best of Season 18, but the only story I really praised was No Steam Without Coal. I mean, Duncan and the Grumpy Passenger, yeah, I guess you could say it's one of the best of Season 18, but yeah, I kind of take back my statement from that. I mean, it's not a bad release by any means. It just, No Steam Without Coal is the best episode on here. So, folks, next week, as previously stated in this HMR, we'll be taking a look at Dinos and Discoveries. I'll see you all then. Good night, everybody. So, enough about that. Let's go ahead and transition into our, I almost said menu tour. God, I've been doing this for close to 3 years now. Well, over 3 years at this point. How do I still screw that up? Hello everyone, welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on Jurassic Park, one of my favorite Steven Spielberg films of all time, one of my top 20 films of all time, not my top 10, but top 20. It's great, it's amazing, it's... What? What do you mean I'm not reviewing Jurassic Park? Oh, okay. That makes sense. This review is on Jurassic World, the first worthy sequel to Jurassic Park. It was amazing. I saw it in IMAX 3D. It was awesome. It was... What do you want now? What do you mean this isn't on any Jurassic Park stuff? This is about dinosaurs, isn't it? Oh. Okay. Thanks, Dave. Are we still on for lunch? Okay, you're buying. This home media review is on dinos and discoveries. Did you like that intro? Let's go ahead and transition into the history section of dinos and discoveries, aka the title that I cannot say without stuttering. So I was actually wrong last week when I talked about Signals Crossed. Dinos and Discoveries was actually the first release for Thomas & Friends for 2015, as this came out on March 3rd of 2015 here in the US. So again, I was wrong. So if any of you lambasted me in the comments last week for my inaccurate information, more than likely I removed your comment. And secondly, I told you not to do that. And third, I apologize. Let's go ahead and transition into the close-up section of dinos and discoveries.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at dinos and discoveries. This title is impossible for me to say without stuttering, so I'm going to try to say it as less as I need to. That didn't make any sense. Thomas & Friends logo, dinos and discoveries down below it. Thomas and Samson down there on the front with the Earl's Dino Park in the background. Timothy pulling the rainbow trucks, along with Emily saving the world. A world of wonder to explore down there at the bottom. Hit logo on the side, Thomas & Friends logo, dinos and discoveries down there on the side. It's blue, interestingly. I kind of like that. Thomas portrait, DVD logo, Universal logo at the bottom. The back includes a head of a dinosaur, along with Thomas Friends logo, UPC code, a volcano, a roar into adventure with a blurb about what's on the disc. You've got Thomas running through the dino park. Bonus features include Hey Hey Thomas, which is a music video and Guess Who puzzles, and Meet New Engine Samson. You've also got a link to the Thomas Friends website, along with tech specs down there at the bottom. This up, there are no inserts. Your disc is a squished up version of the poster art. I also would like to mention I bought this second hand, but if you bought this new, you could have gotten it with a slipcover. So that's the close-up. Let's go ahead and transition into the menu tour of Dinos and Discoveries. Alrighty, everyone. Here's your menu tour for Dinos and Discoveries. Go ahead and get this over with before the sun goes down and I lose all my natural light. Play, episode selection, language selection, bonus features, episode selection. What episodes do we have? Marion and the Dinosaurs, Millie and the Volcano, Timothy and the Rainbow Car, Samson at your service, Emily saves the world, and Samson sent for scrap. Hey, we're back to 6 this time. I guess it alternates between 5 and 6 episodes per release. So, language selection, English, Spanish, and French as per usual. Ooh, you even get the option to play it in this menu if you want to change the language selections. Bonus features include a music video and Guess Who puzzles. Once again, there is no game. This menu tour was kind of fast because I've been filming these all day and I kind of get burned out by the time I get to my final few, which Dinos and Discoveries is part of that final few. So that's your menu tour. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? I mentioned last week in Signals Crossed that I found a copy of this in a Toys R Us. I've actually found several copies of this in a Toys R Us, but as we all know, Toys R Us is dead and buried now. If you still have one open in your area, I'd go pretty soon, because it's probably going to be 6 feet under here pretty soon, just like mine. So I would say online retailers is your best bet. However, if you still do have a Toys R Us open, which is very rare, especially now, since, we're in June, they announced their bankruptcy a while back, and a lot of their liquidation sales have ended, and a lot of stores have closed in the past couple months, I would go pretty soon to look. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm going to say those copies I found at Toys R Us were overstock, and say no, this is not still being printed. Number 3, should you pick this product up? When I first saw some clips for Dinos and Discoveries, better yet, when I saw the trailer, I was not enthused. I was not happy, because these episodes looked very, very bad. Back in ye old Skype group, that's still a thing nowadays, but it's nothing like it was back then.
everyone in the group was very, very, not pissed, not like Journey Beyond Sodor pissed, but very confused and kind of angry because it looked like we were taking a step back. It looked like we were going back to stupid Nitrogen era Sharon Miller storytelling techniques. And it looked like Samson was just gonna be a terrible, terrible character. And I remember in a video where I was talking about Samson, it was actually one of my train convention item showcase videos. I said that I did not like Samson's character. That was a quick judgment because I don't think I'd seen the episodes by then. These episodes aired in the UK before they actually hit US home media formats, so I saw the UK versions before I ever saw the US versions, so I don't think I had seen the episodes by then, but that was a snap judgment, because it turns out I really like this release. Now, not every story on it is a home run. I think Emily Saves the World is bad. I do not like that episode at all. It's implausible, it's very stupid, most of all, it's not entertaining to watch. It's my main problem I had with Tale of the Brave, if you remember my thoughts on that movie. It's just I have so many logical questions about Emily Saves the World that I don't have fun watching it, therefore it is not entertaining to watch. The other episodes, however, I really like. I like the 4 stories that feature Samson. I remember the Unlucky Tug said something about the Samson stories being like a Railway series book. That actually was really cool, and I'd actually kind of like to see that. Hey, Chris Audrey, you want to come back for one last story, after Railway Series Book 43, I Hate Women? But pretty much all 4 stories that feature Samson I really like. I especially like Samson Sent for Scrap. I remember the first time I watched that episode, I was just on the floor laughing so hysterically, because it was just, wow, he's being so stupid. Look at what he's picking up. It's funny. That was when I was a bit younger. I was 2015. So I was, March of 2015? I would have been 15 at the time, so I would have thought that was hilarious. Meanwhile, 18-year-old Lego lover doesn't really think it's all that funny anymore, but it's still pretty fun to watch. And again, I really like all the Samson stories. Timothy and the Rainbow Truck, interesting story. Kind of like a sequel to No Steam Without Coal. Bill and Ben play a trick on Timothy. Timothy goes on a wild goose chase. It's kind of fun, I guess. It's entertaining at the very least, and I kind of enjoyed watching it. So yes, I recommend that you pick up Dinos and Discoveries. Are these stories a must-see? No, not really. But the Samson stories are very well done for what they are. Timothy and the Rainbow Truck is a fun little fluffy watch, and Emily Saves the World is very, very bad. So, 5 out of 6 stories being good ain't bad. But yes, I do recommend that you should seek this out. It's not really a strong one. It's pretty much kind of a mild one, kind of a lower recommend, but you should still try and see these. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1, except for the Toys R Us thing, because I'm kind of going back on that now, because Toys R Us is dead! R.I.P. Toys R Us, I'll miss you! I'm glad I got your last pop exclusives while I could. And number 5, what price should you pay? Well, slipcovered version, as per usual, adds about $5 to $6 worth of value, at least in my eyes. So probably about 10 or 11 for the slipcovered version, 6 or 7 for the just bare version like I have. It's funny, I bought mine in a lot from some Russian dude off of eBay. That was actually one of my first eBay purchases back when I got my own job and my own bank account. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the HMR on Dinos and Discovery. Next week is an HMR I'm sure you've all been waiting for. I haven't hyped this one up nearly as much as I did with Tale of the Brave. But that's because there's really not much to hype with this one. What we're covering next week is a very, very good special. Not the best special, but a very, very good special, and gave fans a new sense of hope that yes, the franchise can once again be like the classic series. We're talking about The Adventure Begins next week. So with all that being said, thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Dave! Come on, Dave, let's go to lunch. Come on, I'll buy you Subway. Dave, you work for me. I'm your boss. You have to do what I tell you. Come on, we're going to lunch right now. I don't care if it's midnight. Hey guys, just doing this little insert here for The Adventure Begins HMR. This is episode number 100. Wow, 100 episodes of this show. Actually, if you really take a look at all of the HMRs I have made in the past 3 years, including supplementals. I've actually made more than 100. This is the 100th regular episode of HMR, so I hope you enjoy it. It just so happened that it lined up to be Adventure Begins, which is actually kind of convenient because The Adventure Begins is really good, spoiler alert. So thank you guys for 100 HMRs, and here's to 100 more. Enjoy the review. He's a really useful engine, you know. All the other engines, they'll tell you so. He huffs and puffs and whistles, rushing to and fro. He is the really useful engine we adore. Sorry, that song's still stuck in my head. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Today's review is on The Adventure Begins. Yes, the penultimate Thomas special, kind of, that a lot of people like and some people actually don't like. I'm not sure why. Needless to say, when this film came out, it hit the fandom by storm. I actually remember old little young Lego lover was going to the store day of release to pick this up. Anyway, let's go ahead and transition into the history section of The Adventure Begins. So the history of The Adventure Begins is a bit more complex than you might think. Oh wow, this was released the same day as Dinos and Discoveries. Oh crap! I remember this now! Damn it, I didn't mention this last week with Dinos and Discoveries, but The Adventure Begins could actually be purchased in a 2-pack with Dinos and Discoveries that I skipped out on because I didn't need Dinos and Discoveries back then because I already had the UK versions on my computer digitally. How did I forget this? I remember a lot of people went after me on Twitter because I said, I skipped the 2-pack because I didn't need it. Anyway, when this was originally released on March 3rd, this was a Walmart exclusive, but it was a timed exclusive. On May 11, 2015, this aired on PBS Kids on Valentine's Day 2017. Huh, interesting. This was actually reprinted for a nationwide release, so you could find this anywhere in 2017, which was interesting. Because I remember seeing copies of The Adventure Begins in Meijer long before 2017. I actually saw copies of this in 2016 without slipcovers, which I'm pretty sure Walmart owns Meijer because Meijer and Walmart have very similar setups, and also Meijer has similar checkout software to what Walmart has. Pretty sure Walmart owns Meijer. Maybe it's the other way around. But if you guys don't have Meijer where you're at, it's basically like Walmart, except a little nicer. They have some better selections when it comes to different sorts of home items. You might be able to find a copy there. I've already skipped ahead to question number 1, but I really don't care. We're going to keep this in. Let's go ahead and roll out to the close-up section of The Adventure Begins.
Alrighty, everyone. Here's your close-up look at The Adventure Begins. Start off here at the top. All new special feature in a blue bar up there. Thomas Friends logo. The Adventure Begins. Gordon, Henry, and James back there in the background, along with the windmill. Thomas front and center, of course, along with a book in the background. It's kind of like the Railway series in that way. You know, you've got Edward is a cheery little, whatever the rest of that says, working with his friends, blah, blah, blah. And then whatever that's from. Tracks just kind of floating in midair with the book in the background. Only at Walmart. This was a Walmart exclusive back when it first released back in 2015. And actually, slipcovers with the only at Walmart sticker on it are actually kind of rare nowadays. I have not seen one in a long time. But anyway, this poster art is magnificent. On the side, Hit logo, Thomas and Friends logo, the dark blue background for The Adventure Begins. Thomas portrait DVD logo, Universal logo, as per usual. We've seen that so many times here in the past. Thomas and Friends logo. The big story of a little blue engine is your tagline. UPC code peeking out through the slipcover there. Blurb about the movie Oh, I forgot to mention, this isn't The Adventure Begins the movie. It's just The Adventure Begins. I cannot believe I didn't realize that till now. But, yeah. Thomas being painted down there on the back, or polished, I guess. He's not really being painted. Along with Sir Topham Hatt in his, hey, great pose. Trademark, copyright me. Bonus features include a bonus story, Old Reliable Edward, as well as 2 music videos for Really Useful Engine and Troublesome Trucks. Tech specs and stuff down there at the bottom. Actually, no, copyright stuff, because this is a slipcover, but it's not embossed. It kind of makes me mad, but it's nice that it does have a slipcover. If we take that off, here's the DVD case underneath. There is no Walmart sticker. However, it does just say special feature, not all new special feature underneath. Other than that, though, and the tech specs on the back here, everything else is pretty much the same compared to the slipcover. We open this up. There's our disc. Real quick here, we'll take a look at that. It's a squished up version of the poster art, but you also get this nice little, it's kind of thick, it's kind of a thick booklet. This was, of course, released in 2015, back when Thomas and Friends was turning 70 years old, so you've got a 70th anniversary little tagline here, a world of friendship for your little engineer. So, open this up. Thomas is pulling into a station near you. Dad with Thomas advertisement. Look inside for products and offers in the world of Thomas and Friends. So it's like a product guide that you get in here. Ooh, meet the STEAM team. Thomas, Percy, Gordon, not Henry, James, Emily, not Edward, and should not be Toby, because Toby does nothing. Yeah, those should be Nia and Rebecca, which sucks. Hashtag Edward is Deadward. Flip this over here. Thomas shirt, Thomas shorts, Thomas underwear. It's a little weird. And Thomas hats. Here's some Thomas jammy jams, or pajamas. I don't know why I said that. And a little Thomas bed. Sweet. You know? Thomas birthday cake. I don't think I'm the only member here in the community that's had a Thomas birthday cake in their life. I mean, how exactly could I be? Everyone grew up loving Thomas. You know, you had to have had a Thomas and Friends cake at some point in your life if you're a real Thomas fan. Also, Percy and Thomas cupcakes. And a James cupcake. And also you got some bikes. Cool. Has your child ever wanted to visit Sodor? Thomas Land. Oh, hey, this is back when this was being advertised. I think Thomas Land was just announced back in 2015. It's open nowadays, but I think it was just announced back then. Another advertisement for Thomas and the Hard Rock Hotel. That applesauce crap or whatever it is. I still have no idea what this is that we saw a few weeks ago with, I think it was Tell the Brave. And some coupons for some Pampers, diapers, pull-ups, whatever. You get $1.50 off. So if I ever have a kid, oh wait, no, sorry, expires. This expired in 2016. Dang it, can't use that. Can't save my $1.50. I did not get my money's worth. Thomas and Friends on social media, as well as Thomas and Friends apps. Weirdly enough, this was all like clothes and bikes and apparel and stuff. There was no like toys or anything in there, which is interesting for a product guide to completely not have any toys in it. However, that's still cool that they included that here, and it's a nice quality booklet that's included here with The Adventure Begins. So that's your close-up. Let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of The Adventure Begins. Alrighty, everyone, here's your menu tour for The Adventure Begins. So we have our same 4 options as per usual, and of course the special starts playing right as I start talking. So, play, scene selection, all that good stuff. Oh, it's scene selection. It's not episode selection this time, because this is a movie. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 2 scenes less than Tale of the Brave, which is interesting. I think this one is shorter than Tale of the Brave. I think Adventure Begins clocks in at around 45 minutes. So I think Tale of the Brave is close to an hour. Language selection, English, Spanish, and French. Same as per usual. Bonus features. Here's where our bonus story, Old Reliable Edward, is stored, as well as our 2 music videos. Funny enough, there are no Guess Who puzzles on this. I guess the Old Reliable Edward bonus story took that spot. You can also view the trailers. See that down there? From this menu. So that's pretty much it for the menu tour of Adventure Begins. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alrighty, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Like I stated earlier in the history section, if you don't have a Meijer near you, you're kind of screwed. But if you do have a Meijer near you, check there. I've seen a lot of copies that have just been shelf warmers. However, they don't have slipcovers, but you're still getting this amazing quality film. Call it a film. It's 45 minutes. Doesn't technically qualify as a film, but saying it's a special is kind of weird, so I'm just going to keep calling it a film. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I know, the reprint of this was relatively recent, as I've come to find out, but I'm still going to say no. Because Mattel has pretty much focused their efforts on not printing Thomas DVDs anymore. I mean, the only recent Thomas DVD that has come to my head was the reprint of Team Up with Thomas that had the Valentine's Day slipcover on it. I did not purchase that because I hate Valentine's Day. But that's the only recent reprint or release that I can actually think of that I've seen in person. So I'm going to say no to that. I'm pretty sure that Mattel is kind of just given up on Thomas on home media. It's summer of 2018, and at the time of this recording, we haven't gotten anything new. Nothing. We should have had at least 2 or 3 releases by now, but we've got nothing. Nothing new. Of course, by the time this video goes up, we'll probably have had at least one new release that'll render this little segment here kind of pointless. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Okay, compose yourself. Let's not gush too much about The Adventure Begins, because this movie's not perfect. Pretty damn near close, though. The Adventure Begins, man, it is a nostalgia throwback to the good old days of Thomas and Friends. It is, I won't say it's a masterpiece, but it is very, very good. I pretty much love every character in this movie, and it actually really works because there's only 5 main characters in this movie. Edward, Gordon, Henry, James, and Thomas. And Henry's not really a main character all that much. He doesn't come in until towards the end of the story, or towards the middle. He doesn't become important until the end. So there's really only 4 main characters for us to focus on, and that allows us to be able to flesh out Thomas, Edward, Gordon, and James as characters in a way we don't really get to in the normal series. Because in the normal series, everybody's a main character. But anyway, I love the characters in this. It's so entertaining to watch, and it's so cool to be able to see these events that we, as older and more jaded Thomas fans, grew up watching as kids in the classic series format, seeing them retold in CGI in a fluid motion. I love how they started off with Edward and Gordon. That was something else. I actually didn't expect them to start with that. I expected them to start with just Thomas being there on the island. Maybe his introduction was hey, Thomas is here, and yeah, there's no Edward and Gordon. But no, they started with Edward and Gordon, which is great, because it makes sense, because in the Railway series, Thomas wasn't on the island yet when Edward and Gordon was written. Also, they referenced the frickin' Northwestern? I'm not a Railway series buff, but even I can respect that. That is awesome. There's just so many things that I love about this. James being black, that's such a nice detail that was omitted from the classic series because of money. It's just so cool to see that on screen now. James was black. Wow, that's canon. Speaking of canon, however, one of the problems I see with The Adventure Begins is which actually happened in terms of the Thomas continuity. Thomas and Friends has never been great with keeping continuity. Some people claim that the entire series is one big timeline. Some others claim that seasons 1 through 7 is their own thing, seasons 8 through 12 is their own thing, and some claim that the CGI era is its own thing. But the CGI era references things from the classic series. It's weird. We don't have a Pablo Hidalgo or a Lucasfilm story group, which if you don't know who those people are, they are the ones who spearhead all of the Star Wars stories that are being written and produced for film and TV and stuff like that, to make sure it all makes sense. We don't have a story group like that for Thomas and Friends. So Thomas and Friends' continuity is basically one big fustercluck. So that begs the question, which actually happened? Did The Adventure Begins actually happen, or did Thomas and Friends Season 1 actually happen? Because The Adventure Begins changes a lot about Thomas and Friends Season 1. They are different in a multitude of ways, especially in the ways the stories are told. And also Thomas being green, James being black, all that good stuff. But like I said, that begs the question, which is canon? I like to think that the classic series is its own thing. Some events from the classic series did happen in the CGI series, and when the CGI stories reference those classic series stories, that brings them into my own personal canon for me. But to me, the classic series and the new CGI series, those are two separate canons, and whenever the CGI series references something like, let's say, Thomas referencing Thomas and the Jet Engine and Emily Saves the World, then now Thomas and the Jet Engine has now been brought into the canon of the CGI series. The first half of Season 1 did not happen in the CGI era sense. The Adventure Begins happened in the CGI series, but in the classic series, the Adventure Begins is non-existent. That's just the way I look at it. That's my own personal canon for Thomas and Friends. You guys don't have to follow that. You can have your own personal canon as well. But in my eyes, that's the best way to line up the two series, at least to me. I'm thinking about this right now. The only issue I have with The Adventure Begins is just the foreshadowing is really in your face. Like, James has wooden brakes. Do you smell something burning, James? No. Foreshadowing, because he's totally going to catch on fire at the end. Look, this movie's made for kids. I can understand how kids would not be able to pick up on that all that much. I mean, they might be able to. Kids are smarter nowadays than ever. But to me, it was really in your face and really unneeded. Dude, that crash, though. James's crash. The whole chase was awesome. The music was awesome. And the crash, it's so visceral. And it's actually kind of violent for a Thomas and Friends film of this caliber. It's amazing. It's amazing. Whenever I hear those remixed versions of the classic series themes, like Gordon's theme, Edward's theme, the Runaway theme, it's waves of nostalgia. It makes me want to cry. I'll never forget the first time I ever saw this. When the end credits started playing, it was Really Useful Engine and Railway Series illustrations popped up on the screen. I almost shed a tear. It was just waves and waves of warmth and nostalgia. Just, man, it was like the ocean just coming down on top of me. Just, the feels. The Adventure Begins is so good. I also have kind of neglected to mention here that we've also hit a milestone. It is at this point in the series that the original voice for Thomas, Martin T. Sherman, has left the series, and we now have a new voice actor stepping into the role, Joseph May. And James's voice actor has also been changed. I don't think Carrie Shale left the series. I think he's still in the voice cast. I guess they just wanted to shuffle the voice actors around. So James now has a new voice. He sounds more in line with his classic series voice that George Carlin gave him. He doesn't sound like he has a sinus infection anymore. Whereas, he sounds like this. Oh, pussy, you're so scared. Please, someone, call the engine doctor. My septum is too deviated. I can't breathe. Like, that's what he sounded like. However, that does also beg another question. If you want to watch the CGI series in the order of which the events took place, you would obviously watch The Adventure Begins first. So if a kid saw The Adventure Begins first and then said, okay, I'm going to watch Season 17 now because Seasons 13 through 16, those are garbage. Those didn't happen. Then they watch Season 17, they're like, whoa, why Thomas and James's voices changed? This is weird. Then they get to 19, and they're back to what they were in The Adventure Begins. It's weird, and it's a flaw due to the fact of when the movie was made. That has nothing to do with the story or anything. It's just coincidental of when the movie was made, but it does pose a problem for if you want to go back and rewatch the series in chronological order. Like I said, though, don't watch Seasons 13 through 16. Those seasons are garbage, and they didn't happen. So I think I've gushed about The Adventure Begins enough here. Obviously, I'm going to recommend this. It is a glowing green arrow for the Adventure Begins. But I also want to mention, who's the guy who sings Really Useful Engine and Troublesome Trucks? He's good. I like his voice. He sounds like he's doing the poor man's Johnny Cash impression. I don't know. He never seems to hit those high notes. Like I say, he seems to be doing his Johnny Cash impression, but I don't know who he is, but dude, you should sing more songs for Thomas and Friends. I think it's one of the Hartshorns, if I remember reading the credits, but correct me in the comments and tell me who it is. I'm pretty sure it's one of the Hartshorns. But anyway, to wrap this up, glowing recommend for the for The Adventure Begins. See this movie. Buy this movie. Find some way to monetarily support this movie, because we need more content like this. We need The Adventure Continues, Mattel. There's sequel bait in this. You set it up. Don't just leave it dangling. Don't be like Dredd. Don't be like Dredd and not give us a sequel. Come on, Hollywood. Give us a sequel to Dredd. Dredd was so awesome. When did this turn into a home media review of Dredd? Okay. Question number 4. Where should you pick this product up? Meijer. Because then you'd actually be giving your money to Mattel. So you could tell them, yeah, I want more content like this. I want the Adventure Continues. Why aren't you giving it to me? And for the 3rd installment, The Adventure Ends, where everyone gets scrapped. It's the darkest and edgiest of the Adventure trilogy. And number 5, what price should you pay? Any price is acceptable for The Adventure Begins, as long as it's not over $20. Really, any price is acceptable for this. So that is my home media review for The Adventure Begins. I also forgot to mention there's actually a bonus story on here that adds to the bonus features. It's Old Reliable Edward. And that story, pretty good. Pretty good. I wouldn't say it's the best. It's a very good story. I really enjoyed it. Thomas is a cheeky bastard, which he always should be, and I love seeing that. And it's also cool to see the idea of a bonus story come back onto a Thomas & Friends home media release. The last time we saw that was The Thomas Way. So obviously you guys can tell I'm a big supporter of The Adventure Begins. I love it. However, it's not my favorite Thomas special. It is number 2, however. My favorite Thomas special we'll be getting to in a couple of weeks. But for now, next week, we'll be taking a look at the first season 19 Thomas & Friends release, Whale of a Tale. Season 19, man. I don't remember it all that well, but I remember a lot of people not having a lot of fond feelings towards season 19, but we'll see what my thoughts are next week on Whale of a Tale. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Even though the main series is on hiatus till 2024, that doesn't mean that I don't have stuff to cover here on the supplemental side of things. My good buddy Dan sent me a whole bunch of stuff to cover on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews, and some of it needs to be covered in a supplemental setting. So here we are. Our first supplemental is on The Adventure Begins, a movie that only got one release over here in the United States. It was released exclusive to Walmart on DVD only once back in 2015. Although there are reports that it was reprinted later on in the year in 2015 just without the slipcover. But the gist of it is this was released only in 2015 and then pulled off of store shelves unceremoniously, which stinks because The Adventure Begins is a great movie. It should have got a Blu-ray. It should have got a wide release, not just a Walmart exclusive DVD, but I digress. 2015 was a long time ago, and we can't change the past. However, there are multiple ways to see The Adventure Begins. You can watch the US dub on the US DVD. This is my original print from 2015 with the slipcover as well as the Only at Walmart sticker still intact on it. There it is underneath with the nice thick booklet talking about the 70th anniversary of the Thomas & Friends franchise. That was just a quick refresher for you if it's been a while since you've taken a look at your Adventure Begins DVD. As Master Yoda once said, no, there is another. There's a UK variant of The Adventure Begins, and Dan was so gracious to send it to me.
here is that DVD. This is The Adventure Begins from the UK. It's kind of hard to tell which is which at first glance. For one thing, the US one has a slipcover, the UK one doesn't. I don't remember if the UK one ever got a slipcover. The one that Dan sent me doesn't have one. The biggest giveaway, though, is the fact that the UK one has your UK ratings there on the bottom, and the UK doesn't have Walmart. I don't think, at least. This wasn't a Walmart exclusive in the UK at all. But the poster art is the exact same. It even has all new special feature up there at the top, just like it does on the US slipcover. The spine is pretty much the same, and so is the back. Yeah, based on the first two books of the Reverend W. Otter's classic Railway series, a blurb about the release, your bonus content there, same photo of Thomas and Sir Topham Hatt, although we now have this giant white thing here where your UPC code is and your ratings. And if we take a look inside, there's no booklet, but your disc is virtually the same, except now we have UK ratings there on the side. So with a brand new copy of The Adventure Begins, that means there's a brand new menu tour coming your way in just a few seconds. Alrighty everyone, here's your menu tour for the UK variant of The Adventure Begins. Again with the UK making their menus different from the US's variants. It's not just the poster art with your options at the bottom. We actually have clips from the movie playing over here in a Steam Cloud. A classic Steam Cloud. It's in the same shape as the Thomas logo up there. We have play feature, select a scene, bonus features, and turn your subtitles on or off. Let's take a look at select a scene. Okay. We have 4 scenes in a 45-minute movie. Now, I can't remember how many scenes the US version had, but I know it was more than this. We have important engine, very busy, working together, well done. That's a bit disappointing. Your bonus features, though, are not disappointing. We have a bonus episode, Old Reliable Edward, which I believe was also on the US variant of this as well. So it's always cool when you get bonus episodes included on a movie release for Thomas. I think this was the only time that this ever happened. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the only time we ever got a bonus Thomas episode on a movie release. It just randomly took me back to the main menu. Sing-along song, really useful engine. Sing-along song, troublesome trucks. Sing-along song, best friends express. Yeah, that doesn't sound too great. Really useful engine and troublesome trucks, though. Those are classic songs. Best friends express. Okay. Kind of a short menu tour, I know, but there's really not much else to talk about here aside from the picture quality, which I took a look at the picture quality prior to starting this menu tour. It's not half bad. I like how it looks. I can't show you anything from it because, you know, copyright and all that, even though it's completely within fair use, and I don't want to wait 30 days to get the money that is rightfully mine. So we're just not even going to run into that problem this time around. But the quality of the movie looks pretty good for a DVD. And I have never seen the UK dub of Adventure Begins. I've only ever watched the US dub. That's the one I watched whenever it first came out, and I've watched ever since. So I'm excited to eventually watch the UK dub of Adventure Begins. Thank you, Dan, for providing me with this dub. With that all being said, guys, that wraps up your supplemental on The Adventure Begins. A great Thomas movie. If you haven't seen it, you definitely need to go out and watch it because it's just amazing. 2015 was such a great year for Thomas. I wish we could go back. Thank you all so very much for watching. I'll see you all in the next video. Good night, everybody.
Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside. Oh, I do like to be beside the sea. I can't do a Toad impression of the new CGI Toad voice. I mean, maybe if I hold my nose. Look over there, Mr. Oliver. It's a whale. It just doesn't sound right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to yet another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on Whale of a Tale and other Sodor adventures. Without further ado, everybody, let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Whale of a Tale. So Whale of a Tale was originally released back in June of 2015, and interestingly, it was a Walmart exclusive release, which when we take a look at the close-up, I don't think my copy has a Walmart exclusive sticker on it. However, it was reissued on Valentine's Day of 2017. February 14th, 2017 is when this was re-released. Interesting choice. I mean, I shouldn't be too surprised. This probably had like a Valentine's Day slipcover or something on it. Some stupid, like, gimmicky package that I never saw. Because I had no idea this ever got a re-release. That is so weird. Valentine's Day. That doesn't make any sense. So anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Whale of a Tale.
Okay, so since I accidentally deleted this menu tour because I thought I'd copied it onto my computer hard drive, but I didn't, I'm refilming this. So this is actually the second take. So yeah, that's useless information to you all watching this. But hello, welcome to the close-up section for Whale of a Tale. Here it is. Right in front of you. I don't know what this is. 5 new never-before-seen adventures in a red bar up there at the top. Cranky and Harold, opposite sides of the release to add sort of a quality to it. I don't know the type of words I'm saying. Thomas and Friends logo, Whale of a Tale and other Sodor adventures. Thomas and Toad at Brandon Docks watching the whale as he is presumably telling a tale. I mean, it's in the title. Really, really, really like this poster art. However, as I mentioned in the history section, this original release with a slipcover, because this is a slipcover, it was a Walmart exclusive, but there's nothing telling you that this is a Walmart exclusive. There's no sticker or anything. If you recall last week with Adventure Begins, we got a little Walmart sticker on the slipcover saying, hey, can only buy this at Walmart. I don't know, that just kind of irks me that there's nothing on there saying, hey, this is a retailer exclusive. Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas Friends logo, Whale of a Tale, other Sodor adventures, Thomas portrait, exact same face from the front, DVU logo, Universal logo on the back, Tall Tales and Big Adventures, barcode peeking out through the slipcover, your blurb, Thomas and Salty at Brandon Docks when the crate of bouncy balls explodes during the story Who's Jeffrey. Bonus features include Guess Who puzzles and Fun with Driver Perkins. I'm not even going to rant on that because I've done that too much in the past. Copyright information down there at the bottom. The actual case itself is pretty similar, except we're missing the red bar that was on the slipcover. But other than that, it is exactly the same. And you also get text specs down there at the bottom, other than copyright information. But again, exactly the same. There were no inserts. I bought this new. Your disc, of course, is a squished out version of the poster art. So, that's your close-up. Let's go ahead and transition into the menu tour of Whale of a Tale. Okay, everybody, here's your menu tour for Whale of a Tale. We have our same 4 options as usual, and it's the exact same artwork from the cover. You saw that there. Play, episode selection. What episodes do we have on here? Toad and the Whale, Who's Jeffrey, The Truth About Toby, Lost Property, and Henry Spots Trouble. Language selection. Oh, we don't have French this time. It's weird how on some of these the French is taken out, but then on others it's put back in. But they never take out Spanish. I wonder why. Bonus features include Guess Who puzzles and wow, Fun with Driver Perkins is its own thing. Okay, I mentioned in the close-up it's probably just like some weird railway series reading thing when he's in the signal box, but let's check this out. Let's see what this is. Basically, what they are is Mr. Perkins is on an actual like heritage railway, and he teaches kids about the differences between steam engines, diesel engines, how railways are run, stuff like that. How long is this segment? 3 minutes long. So maybe after this menu tour is over, I will go back and watch that. And hey, if you guys want me to upload that in full on the channel, let me know in the comments. I might just do that next week. Hint, hint. So, that's your menu tour for Whale of a Tale. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? I would say you can find it in stores, except it's now, July of 2018? Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch. It's been over a year since this was re-released, and I didn't even see it when it was re-released. So I'm gonna say online retailers for this one. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm gonna say no, because I think it's a safe bet to say no. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Whale of a Tale is actually pretty good. Like, I remembered season 19 for being super controversial back when it first came out, like even more so than season 21. Like if season 19 was controversial, then season 21 is controversy on steroids. Like think of the 2016 election, but worse with season 21. That's how controversial that season was. But 19 I remember also being controversial, but honestly these episodes are pretty good. I really like Toad and the Whale. It really gives a simplistic railway series vibe. I felt like it could have been shortened by about half of its runtime. It could have been a classic series episode. It could have fit the 4.5 minute runtime of the classic series. It didn't need to be 8.5 minutes. Who's Jeffrey is probably the worst episode on this release just because it's kind of stupid and it doesn't really fit Thomas's character. I don't know whose character it would fit. Maybe Charlie. I'm not sure, but just not Thomas. This episode was really weird and I didn't really like it. The truth about Toby is also really weird. I'm not sure how I feel about this one either. I'm a bit numb towards it. It's kind of a stupid premise. Like Toby gets stuck in the scrapyard and Reg is too stupid to actually like flag an engine down, or Toby's driver or fireman are too stupid to flag an engine down. Like there's so many ways this episode could have turned out a lot better than it did. Lost Property though is a really good episode. It's simple, but it's very good. And Henry Spots Trouble, maybe I didn't like season 19 as much as I thought I did, because Henry Spots Trouble is not very good either. My favorite scene in Henry Spots Trouble is when Connor runs over the red paint that's on the tracks. I used to make jokes back in the day when season 19 was first airing. Whenever I saw that story, I said, oh yeah, Connor ran over somebody. That's not paint, that's blood. Super dark, I know, but I was a messed up child. And I still am messed up, to some extent. But Henry Spots Trouble, it's not very good either. So there's 3 episodes on this release I didn't really care for, and there's 2 that I really like. Fortunately for this, the 2 that I really liked are really good. And I think that they carry this release. Plus the Mr. Perkins segment where he reads the Railway series is always a nice refresher. So in spite of there being 3 stories on this that I didn't really care for, I'm still going to recommend Whale of a Tale. It's not a strong one. It's not a mild one. It's a bit of a weaker one. But it's still a recommend nonetheless. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? There's no doubt in my mind that the 2017 reissue does not have a slipcover. Unless it has one of those weird Valentine's Day slipcovers like Universal put out this last year for Valentine's Day in 2018. I remember seeing Team Up with Thomas with a weird Valentine's Day slipcover. I did not buy it because I hate Valentine's Day. So, unless Whale of a Tale had a weird, like, Valentine's Day package, then that's probably not worth that much. Slip-covered version, as per usual, in my eyes, adds $5 worth of value. So, slip-covered version, 10 to 15, honestly. The non-slip-covered version from 2017, 5 to 6, more than likely. So that's the HMR on Whale of a Tale. Funny. I said I like season 19, yet I just railed on 3 episodes from season 19. But trust me, it gets better. At least I certainly hope so. Anyway, next week is on Wildwater Rescue. And if I remember anything about Wildwater Rescue, it's Animals Aboard's retarded brother. But at least with Wildwater Rescue, there is a new episode on here. Just one. The rest, all stuff we've seen before. And it's nothing good, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll see you next week. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. I don't think my copy has a Walmart exclusive sticker on it. Actually, I'm looking right at it. Let me go and just check. Don't know, I record these in my closet where my DVDs are located. And no, there's no Walmart exclusive sticker. There's nothing on this indicating that it's a Walmart exclusive. And I bought this when it was new, so... that's weird. Hello everyone, welcome back to yet another installment of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on Wildwater Rescue. I'm not a big fan of this release. As I said last week, Wildwater Rescue is the retarded brother of Animals Aboard. Animals Aboard was a blatant cash grab, Wildwater Rescue is a blatant cash grab. I'm going to save my thoughts on the stories and all of that for the recommend section. Let's go ahead and move into the history section of Wildwater Rescue. Wildwater Rescue was also released in June of 2015, a mere week or so after Whale of a Tale, and interestingly enough, it was reprinted on Valentine's Day 2017 along with Whale of a Tale. But the original release of Wildwater Rescue was a Target exclusive. Not a Walmart, not a Toys R Us, but a Target exclusive. I believe this is the first time we've seen a Target exclusive Thomas product in the home media side of things. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I don't remember any other Thomas media being a Target exclusive. This might be the first and might be the last. Actually, now that I think about it, I think Animals Aboard was also a Target exclusive, but I don't know if I mentioned that in the HMR or not. Again, correct me in the comments if I did or not, but I'm pretty sure that was also a Target exclusive, which makes sense because both of these releases are trash. Anyway, let's go ahead and transition into the close-up section of Wildwater Rescue.
Alrighty, everybody. Here's your close-up look at Wildwater Rescue and Other Engine Adventures. Hey, it's actually continuing the streak from last week with Whale of a Tale and Other Sodor Adventures. Now it's Wildwater Rescue and Other Engine Adventures. So it's continuing the throwback to classic Thomas & Friends home media products. As usual, Thomas & Friends logo, Wildwater Rescue. Really like this logo that they created for this with Harold up there at the top. Thomas running along some water with Percy looking very scared as he's running through a watery pool, water plus mud, I guess is what you could say that is, with Rocky over there like, hey, yo, Percy, you dumb. Why you going through the water, fam? Poster's not really simplistic, but it's not anything spectacular, but I like it nonetheless. Hit logo on the side, Thomas Friends logo, Wildwater Rescue, Thomas portrait, same one from the front. DVD logo, Universal logo. On the back, Thomas Friends logo again, whistles, wheels, and wipeouts. UPC code, blurb, Thomas and Percy and James on the back. Bonus features include Guess Who puzzles, Fun with Driver Perkins, and a sing-along song for Determination, which is kind of an older song. It's not from the classic era or anything, it's from the season 8 through 12 era, but I actually really like that song. I'm surprised I brought it back. And your tech specs and stuff down at the bottom with a link to the Thomas & Friends website. Open this up. No insert or anything. The disc is a squished up version of the poster art, as per usual. So that's your close-up. Let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of Wildwater Rescue. Okay, everyone, here's your menu tour for Wildwater Rescue. Again, just like last week with Whale of a Tale, exact same picture art as was on this cover here. Picture art. Yeah, that's intelligent speak. I can speak it. I can speak intellect words. Play, episode selection. What episodes do we have on here? Wildwater Rescue. Oh boy. I forgot. The only new episode on this is Wildwater Rescue. So we have Thomas and the Sounds of Sodor, Percy and the Calliope, Happy Birthday Sir, Percy and the Monster of Brendan, and Bust My Buffers. I believe we've seen all of these before. I don't remember Thomas and the Sounds of Sodor, but I think we've seen all those on previous releases. Probably not recommend. Oh, excuse me, I had to sneeze there. Language selection. English and Spanish. This is the same language selection menu as on Whale of a Tale. That's lazy. Come on, guys. Bonus features. Guess Who Puzzles, Fun with Driver Perkins, and the Determination song. So this Fun with Driver Perkins segment is another one of those learning segments where Perkins is on a heritage railway. I don't think it's the same one as last week. Let me just clarify.
Water can flow into the engine. Oops. I think that's enough.
Okay, so this one's about engines being filled up with water and stuff. As you can probably tell, I have not watched these. So it's probably a different one. Hey, British Railways logo. I know that. Yeah, it's probably not the same segment as last week. It's probably a new one, but I didn't watch the one from last week yet. So, yeah, that's the menu tour on Wildwater Rescue. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
So, we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? No longer in stores. Haven't seen this in stores in years. I've actually never seen this in stores. Not once in my life. I bought mine off of eBay, and it took forever to actually find a copy that was cheaper than like $25. Which, spoiler alert, it's not worth that much. Yeah, I'd say online retailers for this, you won't find this in the store. Target doesn't even get like Thomas merchandise anymore. They don't get home media stuff. At least mine don't. I mean, they get some things, like I've seen copies of Journey Beyond Sodor just shelf warming, and they don't even have slipcovers. It's just, Target, what happened to you? Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? The one new episode, titled Wildwater Rescue, is not horrible. It's pretty average. And honestly, if this was above average, if this was like a great episode, I probably would recommend Wildwater Rescue just for that one story. But it's just average. Like, Wildwater Rescue was not great. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't garbage. It was average. And it honestly left no lasting impression on me. I don't remember a single line from the story, and I just watched it yesterday. The rest of the stories, I'll be completely honest, I watched about a minute of each and skipped them, because I just can't handle this level of stupidity anymore. No, I do not recommend Wildwater Rescue. This is another blatant cash grab that is just meant to, I wouldn't say sour home media collectors, because I know that Mattel and Hit and Universal and all of that, they don't cater to us. They probably don't even know that we as home media collectors exist. They don't know that I exist. I'm sure they didn't put that out to say, oh yeah, we're going to stick it to those home media collectors, another $10 out of their pocket. No, they were sticking it to the parents who are probably going to buy that for their kid and, not care about what their kid watches. They're subjecting them to stupidity. So like I said, I can't give opinions on any of the other stories because I didn't watch them. Judging from the first minute of each that I watched, they all suck. And yeah, I know we've seen all of those stories previously, and I don't remember any of them. I remember Bust My Buffers a little bit. Isn't that the one where Gordon gets the new buffer beam? That's like a diesel buffer beam. Anyway, not recommend for Wildwater Rescue. And that's not even because Wildwater Rescue's a bad story. It's average. It's just this release is not what we as fans should be getting. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? For Animals Aboard, I didn't give a price, and some people got mad at me because I didn't give a price. So I'm going to give a price for Wildwater Rescue. It's worth about 10. It's actually kind of rare for being such a bad release, it's actually kind of rare. It took me a long time to find a copy on eBay that wasn't $25. So 10 or so for this, maybe even 15 if you're serious about collecting everything and you just have to have it. That's my home media review for Wildwater Rescue. I sound pretty sour towards this. It's not horrible. It's just not what I feel that we as fans should get. It's not up to par with some of the other releases we've gotten in this new age of Thomas content. It's not on par. And when it doesn't hit that mark, it gets a red arrow from me because it's bad. Next week, however, is the penultimate Thomas anything. This is the best Thomas special. This is the best Thomas movie. This is the best Thomas media. I think you all know what I'm referring to. Next week, we're talking about Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure. I'll see you all then. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Yeah? Yeah? I know, Season 4's incomplete, right? Yeah. Where's the other half? He's very concerned about where the other half of Season 4 is. This had to be cut in half because it ended up being 12 and a half hours long. So it's another Season 2 situation, even though I said it wouldn't be like Season 2, but it is. It's just great. That's why you're seeing this video on Saturday instead of on Friday when I promised it. So, second half of Season 4 will be coming out before 2026. So keep your eyes out for that. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you in Part 2.